Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we're going to be debating, should we affirm trans identities? To get us started, we have First Amender. Thank you so much for being here again. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I have actually prepared a video, fully edited and ready to go, so I will be sharing that. Give me a moment.
Gotcha.
Please let me know if you cannot hear it for any reason.
All right, it's on screen now. I'll start the timer.
Greetings, everybody. This is First Amender, and I'm giving you this pre-recorded video so that way I can kind of put all of my ideas down pat, all in one shot. The debate prompt being, should we affirm trans identities? I believe that that answer is an unequivocal yes, by these reasons. Number one, it improves mental health outcomes. Studies show that overall acceptance of trans youth and trans individuals have clinically shown lower suicide rates. One of the features of being accepted as a trans individual is providing acceptance of their trans identities. Considering that additional victimization and experiences from being outed by family and friends and not supported confirms higher suicide rates. There are many studies that show this information, but here's one of them. This is from the Journal of Adolescent Health of the Outness of Acceptance and Victimization, a longitudinal study of depressive symptoms and suicidality of lesbian, gay, and bisexual and transgender diverse youth. The results show that the study included a diverse sample of 543 LGBT and 118 transgender youth, although TGD transgender youth had overall higher levels of depression and suicidality. Both LGBT and TGT youth experienced improvement in mental health. Youth who were more out and accepted in family were less depressed and suicidal than youth who were less and accepted by the family. Within individuals, the youth become more out and accepted in the family, and they concurrently reported less depressive symptoms. The accumulation of victimization experiences was associated with higher levels of depression and suicidality. The current medical consensus from virtually every medical and psychological organization supports gender-affirming care as well as identity affirmation. This includes the American Psychological Association. This also includes the American Medical Association. This also includes the American Academy of Pediatrics. This also includes the WPATH Standards of Care in the latest version, version 8. These are not fringe. This is the scientific and medical mainstream. There are many other reasons, such as providing human dignity and autonomy, social integration and stability, and overall harm reduction, but I want to address what those that oppose my argument might say. But wait, aren't all of these just leftist shills that have been bought out by leftist ideology? Sadly, the issue is quite the opposite of what you suggest. Rupert Murdoch, owner of Fox News, has built a media empire that thrives not on truth, but on sensationalism and misinformation. Internal Fox documents and court cases, such as the Dominion voting scandal settling over $700 million with Rupert Murdoch himself saying that he spread misinformation on the voting system for ratings, prove that Murdoch and his top hosts knowingly spread false narratives, not because they are true, but because the outrage drives ratings. And with higher ratings comes more ad revenue. It's a business model. Controversy equals profit. This dynamic doesn't just affect TV viewers. Fox News acts as a launching pad. Personalities like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Glenn Beck, Tomi Lahren, Candace Owens gained national recognition through Fox and then parlayed that exposure into massive internet followings. Figures like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Brandon Tatum, Dave Rubin, Matt Walsh, and the Libs of TikTok account have all benefited from Fox's amplification, becoming influencers in vast right-wing media ecosystems. What's dangerous is that this machine replaces verified science and empirical data with a culture war talking points. Instead of engaging with the overwhelming medical and psychological consensus on issues like a trans identity, the audience is fed narratives designed to provoke emotion, reactions, and loyalty to an ideology, regardless of truth. So no, it is not the mainstream that is misleading people. You are being sold a worldview engineered for clicks and political influence. I'm asking you to step back and consider the peer-reviewed research, the medical institutions, the lived experiences, not the nightly outrage cycle that keeps Murdoch's empire profitable. In conclusion, we ought, by mainstream medical science, and not right wing media punditry, be accepting of trans individuals, because that is what the evidence shows, not for clicks, but for facts and reason. Thank you.
All right, you got it. I think that's just about the end of First Amender's introductions. So thank you so much, First Amender, for that and getting that prepared specifically for this occasion. And we're going to hand it over to Amy. I want to remind our audience that we are Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. We also do a Q&A at the end of these discussions, so if you do have a question for any of the speakers on screen, get it in now, and it will be read with priority. So without further ado, we're going to hand it over to Amy. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so very much, Ryan, for not only moderating, but all of our interlocutors and the chat out there. Hello. My name is Amy Newman, and I am a teacher, comedian, counter-apologist. But today we are talking about, should we affirm trans identities? Yes. Though maybe let's talk some definitions before we speak on some reasons why we should. Trans in this case means transgender. That is to say, someone whose gender doesn't match up with their sex, with gender being a social phenomena or a spectrum of labels we give for masculine and feminine things. Women is the adult feminine gender, and man is the adult masculine gender. That's where expressions like be a man are used. In contrast, sex is biological, and in humans, that tends to mean either male or female. Sure, we could go into intersex individuals, with some people arguing over if this is classified as more than two, though I'd rather focus on the topic at hand. Should we affirm or accept someone who has a different gender than typically matches with their biological sex? Yes, and there are a few good reasons why. First of which, medical studies show that mental health outcomes drastically improve when we affirm a person's gender. Mental health, including well being, increased resilience, and reduced suicidal risk. There are also studies showing that transgenders have brains that are more closely aligned with their typical gender. However, I think some of the real reasons to affirm a transgender person's gender aren't biological, but social. That's because being transgender doesn't mean changing one's biology or switching chromosomes. When it comes to transitioning, that process instead starts in a therapist's room, discussing what's going on in their brains. Oftentimes, it's the therapist's job to discern if someone has gender dysphoria, a fancy term for if they are transgender, or rather transgender but dealing with stress because of their current condition, or maybe something else is going on. That's also the therapist's job to discern. Though, if they do have gender dysphoria, that is to say, someone is transgender, then transitioning is the best thing they can do. And thus, treating people who are transgender with love and respect, or affirming their gender, is the best thing anyone else can do, especially family, friends, and coworkers. I say these groups because they are our social network, and there is nothing more important than groups like family, whether blood, found, or married into. They're what make life worth living. Thus, being accepted by them is ultimately what's going to bring us happiness. The same is true to a lesser degree to the people we work with, which is as good enough a place as any to talk about pronouns. A noun, of course, is a person, place, or a thing, but a pronoun tends to be the replacement. Nouns are specific, like Texas or bread, but some pronouns can be he, she, ours. He or him tend to mean masculine pronouns, she and her the feminine, allowing us to make sentences like that's his car instead of that's the car for a more personalized version. But there is sometimes contention among some who disagree with affirming trans identities that they should have to use a person's preferred pronoun. Why should they have to be curtailed or forced to go along with what they view as either mental illness or someone denying biology? Well, it's true. I would never want to force someone to really do anything that they don't want to do, especially if it goes a personal view. That's why we have the First Amendment. However, let me answer with three closing remarks. First of which, let's start with something we both agree on. No one is denying or changing biology. That's why I think the wider discussion is more about the social phenomena over checking someone's gonads. When we go to buy something from the clerk at Walgreens or CVS or whatever pharmacy we use,
15
we don't
seconds.
check someone's junk. Do you mind if I go a little bit over?
All right, but we'll have to hand it over to them. They'll have a little extra, so go ahead.
I am perfectly fine with that. Instead of using sex, we use gender, or rather, we take a quick glance at the secondary sex characteristics. A fancy way for saying, are they overall, outwardly, masculine or feminine? Throw that person a pronoun like thank you, ma'am, or thank you, sir, and go on our merry way without even thinking about it. This process is why we use gender. Mental illness, although the word gets thrown around a lot as an insult online, tends to deal with can the person function in society? A variety of reasons can hinder our ability to do so, including gender dysphoria. However, the goal of transitioning, along with having people who affirm their gender, is so that they can get a so-called new normal and go back to living life, trying to achieve dreams, pursue goals, spending free time with our loved ones. Isn't that what we want, no matter gay, straight, transgender, or not? That is to say, just live our lives being who we are.
10
And
seconds.
last,
Sorry.
that's okay. So, should we affirm trans identities? Yes, because it leads to mentally healthier outcomes, because it's about biology as it is about psychology and sociology, and because it morally makes our civilization more accepting for more citizens, allowing them to better function in society. Thank you.
All right, you got it. I did want to let you put a bow onto it, but yeah, I will rescind
Thank you
on
so
my
much.
original offer. Thank you so much, AB, for your introductory statement. I'll rescind on my original statement. We'll put the timer back up to 6 minutes, up to 6 minutes per side. So, Jake Taylor, we didn't really establish who wanted to go first. We kind of flying by the seat of our pants. I'm going to say, just based on who got here first, I'm going to hand it over to Jake and let you close out the floor there. So, over to you, Jake, for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you for having me. It's good to be back on Modern Day Debate. Good to see everybody here for this spirited debate. I'm sure it will be. It's been a while since I've actually talked with First Amender. Normally we hang out more often than this. And I just wanted to say, it does get a little bit heated sometimes, but you know, me and First Amender are actually close personal friends outside of modern day debates. So I'd like to keep it that way. You know, our wives go to the same Bible studies. Our daughters have the same piano teacher. We play badminton every second Thursday, and we go for lime milkshakes after. So, you know, we're buddies. And you know, he lost his cat a few weeks ago, and who was first on scene? I was. He was really upset. He had his little head on my shoulder and on crying on it. So, anyways. All that to say that we're going to remain buddies after this, no matter what happens. So the idea here is trans identities. Should we affirm these? One of the things in which I take a big issue with this is the fact that there is just rank hypocrisy coming from the other side with this, because some of you may or may not know that I am a lord and I have a lordship. I own a small plot of land in Scotland. So I would appreciate it if during the course of this debate, both of my opponents would refer to me as my lord. So every time they speak to me, they should say my lord X, my lord Y. And if they can do that, then at least they won't be hypocrites. So just to lay the groundwork for this debate, every time you speak to me, please refer to me as my lord, Lord Jake, etc., etc. So thank you very much, and I would appreciate that. Anyways, in terms of this, I would not ever affirm the delusion of somebody who thinks that they are transgender, because transgenderism is actually not something that exists. And what this is just basically emotional hostage taking. People are trying to take us hostage and trying to make us say things that we know to be a falsehood. And you know, with the case of my lordship, I actually am a lord. I actually do own that plot of land in Scotland. So I'm actually not lying about that, contrary to what First Amender said last time we debated. So would really appreciate it if you guys could affirm that. But yeah, in terms of the emotional hostage taking, this is just a tactic that we say. I mean, if you've ever had a creepy boyfriend or girlfriend who says that they're going to off themselves if you break up with them, or any other different emotional threats, you don't affirm those things. If they said that to me, then I would say, okay, well, you'd still break up with them anyway. So in terms of the trans thing, if they want to try and emotionally blackmail us and take us hostage and say, well, we're going to kill them, we're going to off ourselves if you don't affirm our identities, well, it sounds like a self-correcting problem to me. So with that, I'll hand it off to Taylor.
You got it. All right, over to Taylor, and then we're going to go into our open discussion. So once again, to everybody in our live chat, I see quite a few super chats are already coming in. Keep the super chats coming in, and they will be read with priority. We really appreciate the support here at Modern Day Debate. Smash that like button while you're at it, too. It doesn't hurt. It really helps boost us up in the algorithm. We are live right now. And right now, we're going to hand it over to Taylor. So up to 6 minutes. Thanks for coming out to Modern Day Debate.
Alrighty, thanks guys. Thanks everybody for being here. Nice to see some of you guys again. All right, so I will be arguing against the claim that we should affirm trans identities. I believe as a society, we should not be affirming things that are patently untrue. I believe my opponents will have a hard time proving that trans identities are true outside of one's own assertion or interpretation of their identity. They will not find anything based in reality that can affirm a trans identity. And the reason this is important, that we shouldn't be affirming them, is because we can see the social implications at work today. We have language policing in the form of pronouns. We have children undergoing hormonal treatments with very little long-term research. There's a sort of social contagion that seems to victimize those already struggling with mental illness. And just overall, as a society, we can't define even the simplest terms. It's not good news. The definition of woman or man I would put forth that is most useful and accurate is adult human female, adult human male. Can go into that later if we have to. I would say overall, the goal of the progressives and my opponents is to use transgenderism as kind of a way to subvert a social gender norm. Though if that's the path, maybe it's more accurate to critique gender norms as a whole and concede that maybe they're just not inclusive of everybody, as not all women may be like feminine activities, roles, colors, whatever. I'd posit that those who take this path are actually hurting their own cause when buying into trans ideology, as boiling a man and a woman down to societal norms would seem to me to be the least progressive way to go. Instead, why not claim that men and women can dress how they want, participate in jobs or hobbies that they are drawn to while still maintaining their womanhood, manhood. Simply performing as something does not make you the thing. I can be mistaken by somebody dressed as a doctor when in fact they're playing a doctor on television. Me being confused or tricked would not make them an actual physician. My opponents have claimed that we can conceive of trans identities simply based on the concept of a feminine man or a masculine woman, and that if that's something we can envision, then we know what trans people are. But this would be like saying my cat plays fetch, so I have a dog-like cat, so my cat is a dog. Just because a person can be a feminine man or a masculine woman, feminine and masculine, those are the socially constructed parts, not the man and the woman. the roles can surely be subverted if they exist. Though again, that does not mean one changes their biological essence or societal definition. And I'm using gender as a synonym for sex. It's always been that way up until about 2 seconds ago, so that's how I am going to use the word. If self-identification is all it takes to become a trans woman or a man, there's no need for hormone therapy, socially transitioning, or surgeries, as all it would take is to simply claim man or womanhood, which is a situation completely unique to gender identity. If gender is all about performance, then there are incongruencies within the trans community itself. Not all trans women perform with hyperfemininity and vice versa. And not all trans people even agree on the definition that you guys will put forth today. I guarantee this. So how can we define women and man if it's based on such a loose foundation? And how can a truth be dependent on other people's acceptance and perception? I want to talk about some of the studies that we talked about. And the point here is that if we're affirming trans identities, then the implications are that people medically transition, children, adults, there are very little long-term studies on the effects of children transitioning, on hormone blockers, things like that. I have personally spoken to adults that have transitioned and then detransitioned. One of my opponents mentioned personal experiences. I think those personal experiences matter as well. And a lot of the studies that I come across on any of this topic are using all self-reported data. Self-reported data is historically inaccurate and it's very hard to replicate. You're just basing it off of people's feelings. There was a recent study, the Cass Review, that came out of London that showed that among many other findings that there is inefficacy in medical transitioning for minors. At best, we just don't know how it affects them. And it showed that the rates of depression, eating disorders, autism, ADHD, adverse child experiences are higher in trans people. So it's a correlational issue here. Why are people starting depressed, or are they already depressed? But it feels like we're taking advantage of a vulnerable group with this kind of social contagion. I believe that people may self-report feeling happier if people go along with their delusion. If I thought I was very rich and everyone around me made me feel very rich, even if I was poor, I would also report feeling happier, which the article that First Amender used is all based on self-reporting. Overall, there's very little truth that claiming that trans identities are based in truth. Thus, the implication is that to validate a trans identity is to validate a lie, something I posit is not good for society or the trans person in question. And more research will continue to come out. And even through the research we see today, it may not even help and it may hurt. There's no other mental health condition in which the treatment is to give in to someone's false perceptions. This ideology has consequences, and we have very little long-term studies. 4 years, First Amender, is the one you used, longitudinal. That's hardly, it is. The data is actually from 2015, 2011 to 2015. They just analyzed the data. So it's hardly a longitudinal study. Overall, I do agree compassion is important. We should be kind and tactful and respectful to people. That's important. But I also think that affirming lies is not any of those things. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
You got it. All right, we're going to kick it into an open discussion once again. Like I say, we're a neutral space hosting these debates. We do appreciate everybody who's hanging out in the live chat. Keep smashing that like button. We appreciate that as well. Get us boosted up in the algorithm. This is live right now. If you're here in the audience right now, if you heard that right now, then it's not live right now. You're hearing it after. Sorry. I'm going to hand it back over to the other side. So I guess what we gathered out of that is Jake and First Amender, they get along maybe better than we thought. And yeah, he knows his cat. Yep. I don't know. I'm just picking. All right, First Amender.
He lost his cat and I helped him.
That's very kind of you. All right, let's hand it over to First Amender first to respond to some of the things that you just heard.
That's really weird. I mean, Jake the Rattlesnake lying about my cat apparently being dead, but yet my cat seems to be moving around just fine.
No, we found it.
Very terrible look. Also, you are not a lord. You got scammed by a scam company. The difference is between trans people are not asking to be treated like nobility. They're asking to be recognized for who they are. So they do not die by suicide. They get denied health care or be dehumanized. You're not oppressed because people do not call you Lord, but trans people are hurt when you refuse their identity.
It is
Nobody
my identity,
is harmed
actually,
if
First
I do
Amender.
not call you Lord.
But
we have decades of evidence showing. If you could just please allow me to finish.
I need to respond to the points that you're making.
I'm
just
giving you
criticized my identity.
my position here. No one is
But
harmed if
how
I.
many points are you going to make?
I'm
I need
being
to respond
entire.
to the
No,
point.
no. It's this is one
You made a
point.
point about
This
my
is one
lordship,
point.
and you denied my identity.
I
am
didn't
a
even
lord.
finish.
I own a small plot of land in Scotland. It affects me legally.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
affects
You
me
got
socially.
scammed by a
And
scam company.
no,
That's not.
I
You're
own
not
a
a
small
lord.
plot of land.
And
First Amendment,
secondly,
this is my
no one is
let's give the
harmed.
benefit of the doubt.
Allow me to finish.
Hold on one second.
Are you
there.
saying that my
one
identity
second
is
there,
false?
Jake? Yeah, we'll give him a chance to wrap up there. But let's just assume that Jake, everything's in good order. What he's telling you is the truth. But let's let First Amender make the rest of his case there. I can't tell though, Jake, because I don't know if you're.
Nobody
just
is
being funny.
harmed if I do not call you Lord, but we have decades of evidence showing real harm when we do not affirm trans people's identities. That's the difference. This isn't a joke for them. It's life or death. Your argument doesn't challenge anything. It's just making fun. You're comparing someone's deeply felt gender identity to a gag title, and that says more about your seriousness than it does about their.
All right.
You calling yourself a Lord is
wrap.
performative. Trans people living authentically isn't. And if you think that they are the same, you're not arguing in good faith. You're just looking for applause lines.
All right, let's hand it over to the other side. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so I mean, this is deeply offensive. I am a lord. This is deeply rooted in my own identity. And I don't know why First Amender is refusing to call me a lord. I want him to refer to me as my lord. And if he does that, then I will be less depressed, okay? Because there's always the chance that this is something that's so important to me. First Amender, if I said to you that I was going to hold a gun to my head and pull the trigger if you don't call me my lord every time you refer to me, would you do it?
I'm not going to respond to ridiculous strawmans. I would like you to actually be a serious individual. I want to go ahead and address Taylor's argument, however, because at least there was some level of cogency. No, because it's just a ridiculous strawman. It's not an actual. It's not an actual argument. It's not an argument.
To that?
Well,
Yeah,
there is no argument.
Let's pull
I've
it along.
explained why there is no argument.
I
You
agree.
can't
I agree. We're going
seem
to pull it
address
along. We're going to pull it along
I'll
with
be
some
the judge
outside
of whether
voices.
my argument is an argument.
Well, we're going to pull it. Yeah, let's pull it along with some outside voices. Amy and Taylor, I want to get you in here on the idea of what Jake's putting down with the title and stuff like that. So go ahead there, Amy.
And I think I'll address it, is that when we are dealing with gender, we tend to be dealing with masculine or feminine. We really are looking at something and saying, is this a boy toy or a girl toy? Things like that. What I would give as an analogy to my lord is someone who is a doctor and has a doctorate degree, and someone doesn't want to call them doctor. And you have to ask yourself, at what point do you just say, you know what? I'm either going to accept it or not. I mean, if I do think you're joking, but let's just take the example and say, what if you weren't joking? Like, what if it really did make your life better and you functioned calling you my lord? I'll be honest, I would actually be leaning in the direction of calling you my lord if I truly did believe that. Now, I don't think that's the same as a gender. I do truly think that a gender is dealing with two prongs, but it would be like someone saying, look, if you don't call me a doctor and I have a doctorate degree, I could show you, I could prove to you, we can go through the medical records, all the courses, and it's kind of mean and rude that you don't address me as doctor. I feel like it's a good analogy.
Thank you. I actually appreciate that. At least somebody here is arguing in good faith and has a consistent standpoint. So you will refer to me as my lord.
I think you're joking, but if it truly did make you feel better, I do. I would rather, if I was part of your community, if I was your friend, your family, I really would. I want to go the extra
And
length.
throughout the course of this debate, you will refer to me as such.
How about this? Can you look me and promise me? Do you really believe? Does it really, would it make you, it really does improve your mental health? It makes you less suicidal?
Yes.
I mean, by all means, my lord.
Okay, fantastic. First Amender, I would like you to do the same thing. Thank you. At least First Amender, this will make you.
I want to address.
I don't know honestly if this actually works in your favor the way you want it to, Jake. I think you might be arguing yes, maybe. I don't know. I'm confused. Go ahead, Taylor.
Okay. Like just a few things. I feel like what Amy was kind of putting out there with like, does it like they're seemingly good intentions, like saying like, oh, among family and friends, like I do agree that maybe there's like certain social like situations where we just kind of give in to certain things because maybe it just is the polite thing to do. But when we're implying that something is polite, we're also implying that it's untrue. Like if someone asked me if they looked fat and they did, and I didn't want to be rude, I would just say no. So like number one, the analogy of a doctor, like you're saying, oh, they really are a doctor, call me doctor, but the analogy doesn't work because what if they really weren't a doctor? What if they were just running around a hospital
Mhm.
pretending to be a doctor? Would we still validate them? And if fine, but is that the right thing to do? They're running around the
So
hospital.
Taylor, I actually believe that I feel like that you're probably I think that you're probably likely acting in much better faith here. And so I think I will address you and I will provide this information for everybody to be able to observe. I have here a paper that I wanted to share. I think it's important. What I am sharing here, and give me a second while I
Not
update it on
another
my
screen
end.
share.
Yeah, it's another screen
All
share,
right, okay.
unfortunately.
No
I
one
would-
cares
I'm
about your
so
brain
sorry.
waves.
All right.
Give me a moment.
I would ask that if you do a screen share, well, yeah, you did give me a heads up. Just give me a heads up firstly so that I can switch the screens, and also
I apologize.
and also leave it up so when people are responding, if they want to engage with like specific things, because sometimes people like
That's
they blast through a screen share, they pull it down, and people are like, wait, bring that back
yeah.
up. So
Okay, so you can actually look this up. It's called the Neuroanatomy of the Transgender Identity: Mega Analytic Findings from the Enigma Transgender Persons Working Group. This is freely available. You can observe this. I have the full paper, but you will likely be behind a paywall. But anyway. So basically, what happened is using a mega analytic approach, structural MRI data of 803 non-hormonally treated transgender men and transgender women, cisgendered men, and cisgender women were analyzed. Structural brain measures, including gray matter volume, cortical surface area, and cortical thickness. The result is that transgender persons differed significantly from cisgendered persons with respect to their subcortical brain volumes and surface area, but not cortical thickness. Contrasting the four groups of trans male, trans woman, cis male, and cis woman, we observed a variety of patterns that not only depended on the direction of gender identity, as in towards male or towards female, but also on the brain measure as well as the brain region examined. The conclusion that they have observed is that rather than being merely shifted towards either end of the male-female spectrum, transgender persons seem to exhibit their own unique brain phenotype. What I find particularly interesting about this paper is that it is not a sociological paper, but a neurobiological one. Specifically, what it is measuring is very specific regions in the brain and can exhibit trans individuals possessing their own unique brain phenotypes. As a result, being trans in and of itself is not social. In fact, it is very often that it has a biological imperative. It is literally wired to you when you are a baby. This is something that happens endocrinologically as the fetus is developing.
All right, we get the
I'd like
argument.
to
Can we
speak
move
on
on
shows
to it
Wait,
now?
I
an
want to.
actual basis,
Yeah.
and this is the actual
Is this going to be
scientific
Fifth
understanding.
Amendment
Thank you.
Spurgatron
I do
sort of,
apologize. I just got
monologues,
I
or
just
are we
got
going to be able
the
to respond to the
I
arguments?
just got the poll up in the chat. Yeah, let's have a chance to respond. Did you want him to bring up that paper again there, Taylor, so you could
No, I
address it
got it.
specifically? Okay, good.
I actually had a whole chunk on brain thing. I just skipped over it. Like I'll just say really quickly, I studied this and first of all, brain studies are very, again, hard to replicate. Number two, the brain is constantly changing. The brain is plastic. So things like cortical thickness, that changes all the time. That is often the brain area that's cited as well as the amygdala, but the amygdala and cortisol or that what you just cited is often affected by experience. We also see it change in those who suffer PTSD. Um, the cortical thickness is affected by age, exercise, environment. So no, it's not when you're a baby. No one's brain is like showing anything when you're a baby. Your brain is very often shaped by your experiences. Like I cited in the other paper, a lot of people that have gone through trans hormonal therapies, they have adverse childhood experiences that can change your brain significantly. They've also found that gay men's brains, because the amygdala can be affected by sexual activity, just all sorts of experiences. Environmental, you're talking about environmental still, so it's not all biological. Gay men's brains, they resemble women's often more than men's. Gay men aren't women. So the brain is very tricky. It's plastic. It's constantly changing. I don't think that's a good basis for your argument. Also, I don't think it includes all trans people. I think that you're going to leave out a lot of trans people if that's your basis for defining a trans man or woman is the brain.
All right. Amy was making some faces there. Did you want to respond to that one right quick?
Well, I would actually just want to talk to her larger point that she was bringing up about it being untrue, because I think that comes to whether it is an objective thing, something that is either male, female, or what I would say is more neurology, is more feelings and brain states. And it would be, in my opinion, like saying that your favorite color isn't true. Because to me, it is either your gender is feminine or masculine, and it is, again, how you feel. And to say, well, you don't feel that way, which I think you're saying it doesn't correspond with biology. But I would say that we aren't talking about biology. We're talking either a social phenomena or largely, if we took it out, it would be neurological, social
All right.
phenomena.
All right. Over to you, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about First Amenders gay brain studies, if I'm totally honest, because I think that it comes down to one thing. First Amender, if somebody did have this gay trans brain or whatever it is, and they're a man and they've got this allegedly trans brain, but they think they're a man, are they a man or are they a woman?
If you're referring to sex or gender, I would have to ask them if we're referring to gender. If we are referring to sex, it's typically whether or not they have large or small gametes.
Okay, so they have got the transest brain in the whole world. Their brain is just all of the indicators that they have the trans brain, but they think they're a man. Are they a man or are they a woman?
If they believe internally that they are a man, then they would be a man.
Okay, so there you go. Your whole entire study does not matter. Can we not get any more of those stupid screen shares anymore, First Amender, because it's completely redundant. You've just destroyed
I
it.
was in for roughly 98% of trans people possessed these morphological differences in the brain. And I would also agree that the cortical thickness can change. That much is true. However, you are not accounting for additional portions of the brain, and it also doesn't address the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis portion, which is the brain region involved in the gender identity, has been shown to align more closely with the gender identity than the biological sex. This was found in Zua et al., 1995 in Nature.
Yeah, literally doesn't matter though, First Amender, because it all comes down to what they think and what they feel. So it is
You have to
purely
ask
social.
them what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, so it comes down to what they think. It doesn't matter about if they have this gay
You have
trans
to
brain.
ask them
All that
what
matters
it
is about
is.
what they think. So it does not matter.
You
Your
can't
study is
confirm
completely
how it is
irrelevant, my
they
friend.
feel internally. Do you understand what like qualia is? This is a basic concept of qualia. If we have to understand what somebody is experiencing during qualia, then you would have to ask them.
Wait,
For
First Amendment,
example,
can
if you went up to somebody and you say, "Does it hurt?" And then they say, "No, it doesn't hurt," but you see a giant gaping wound, right? You have to take them for their word that it probably doesn't hurt. And they're going through some internal experience that would be vindicative of that.
Yeah, so you would argue then that actually it does hurt, or they are going through this experience, even if they say it doesn't hurt, but they are going through that experience, right?
No, I wouldn't. I would apply what their internal phenomenology is. That's how it
Okay.
works.
All
Can
let's let
internal
Taylor.
So if they say that
let's
they
let
are a
Taylor.
man, then
Hold
they're a
on.
man, and their internal phenomenology says that they're a man. So it doesn't even matter about it doesn't matter about anything that you just said.
All right.
Like
I have-
the
It
whole
does
second,
because
one
people
second,
who
guys. Hold on,
self-report
hold on.
themselves 98.
Hold on. I just sorry to put you on mute there, First Amender. But Taylor's been trying to jump in, and it's only fair. I'm going to ask Jake just to make some space here for your partner as well. Go ahead there, Taylor.
Just the simplest question, First Amendment. Can internal perceptions be wrong? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, so then again, your argument falls apart. If everything is based on internal perceptions and you agree that internal perceptions can be wrong, then that's it. They can be wrong.
I
So
think what's really
has to
important
be more
if
basis.
somebody is possessing an internal sense of being the opposite gender, what I would suggest is follow WPATH standards. And typically speaking, if you're going to show up and you need medical care because of gender dysphoria, you feel like that you're a man trapped in a woman's body or whatever, then you talk to a psychologist, you talk to your endocrinologist, you actually get informed consent as to what are the results of these things. This is the standard procedure.
So, because of the study I brought up earlier, in the UK, they no longer let children under 18 take hormone or puberty blockers. That's recent. So, clearly, these standards can change. Do
I
you
would
feel
be
like because of the lack of long-term studies, because of the fact that we don't know what these medications are doing to children, which is an implication of like validating this whole thing, that we should be very like prudent in the way that we understand this, and we should be very clear and have very clear standards when we mean what we say. We should have agreed upon definitions if we're going to make, children take puberty blockers.
hormone blockers and puberty blockers in terms of throughout the world have been operated and used on children for decades. There are numerous sex disorders and hormone disorders that allow somebody to get gender affirming care. This is not new. This has been something that's been around since the 70s. It's only roughly until 2015 that these things started coming into vogue and wanting to protest against it. In terms of UK papers as well as the Sweden papers, fair enough. There's always developments that can be done in the scientific community, in which case that is a discussion that ought happen between the endocrinologists. But I'm just going to let you know the amount of papers that exist on my side is like this giant mountain of evidence in comparison to maybe I think there's 3 or 6 papers that are
No,
on the other side in the
that's not true.
European journals and studies. I'm not wrong about this.
There's lots of, there may be lots of papers, but you're having a replication crisis on your side. It's very hard to replicate the results that are happening. And again, almost all of your papers are based on self-reported data. Again, I can see that if someone is going to affirm my delusions, I will report being happier. That does not mean anything. That is not a great basis.
There's a replication crisis throughout all science, and the reason why that there is a replication crisis is because these things are becoming more and more specialized. Because things become more and more specialized, it gets harder and harder to actually have other people replicate it. This, however, is not a problem. Because as soon as something gets applied or that we find differences in papers, then effectively what happens is that it just gets re-examined. It's not anywhere close to what the standards for rigor and replication being re-examined are what you're implying. It just is not the case.
Okay, so First Amender, what about me? If you did a examination of my brain and I had no transness in my brain, I had the least trans brain you could ever imagine, just purely male, but I decided that I was going to be a woman, would you affirm my trans identity?
Yes, I would, and I would have you go see a psychologist to rule you out.
No. I don't want to see a psychologist. I'm just telling you that it is that
Okay,
that I'm
then
trans,
I would
that I'm a
affirm your
woman.
identity.
Then you would? Okay, so then it's all about how I feel. Then it doesn't matter about what my brain says.
I would
Well,
also
I
say
think
those
that
are
what's
drag queens.
you have to understand that what you're talking about
So
effectively
those
is an
people aren't trans, Amy.
what you're talking about is effectively an impossibility. I don't think you understand
Oh,
just
interesting.
what requirement is
Ah.
necessitated in becoming trans.
So
You think that it's
you,
as
First
easy as
Amender,
just
are the arbiter
flicking
of
a
who is
switch.
trans.
No, I'm just saying it's not as easy as simply
Interesting.
flicking a switch. You
Ah,
can't
How
just
do
okay.
you
sit there
know
and say
that?
that you're
Yeah,
that.
What's the process then? What's the
right.
process until you become trans?
Well,
I mean, typically what people do when they become trans, they usually exhibit themselves outwardly as well as inwardly. There's
But what if they
behavioral
don't?
changes.
What
There's
if they don't do that?
Yeah,
okay,
exactly. What if they don't?
then I suppose then they would probably be quite happy and wouldn't possess gender dysphoria in any
But what if
way.
they do? What if I
Then they
right
would make
now?
changes about their body.
What if they
but
Yeah, but what
don't?
if they don't though?
I
That's the
just gave
question,
you
First
I
Amender.
just gave you the answers.
No, you
You're
didn't.
Now
saying
we're
Re-ask
you know
just
me.
they
What if
can
they
reversing
have
don't do
me.
that?
everything.
They
You
they they think
This
they're
is so
trans,
ridiculous.
you just
but say
told
they're
us we
really
don't. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Go ahead.
but they think
Provide
they're
your
trans. They
studies.
think they're
Provide
trans.
your studies.
They
No.
think they're trans.
Prove me wrong.
We don't need any. We don't
Yeah.
need any studies because we're
Yeah,
basically we're
correct.
just
The
operating
right
on
never
common sense
needs
here,
any
and your
studies. They
and
never
your studies
provide
are
any
actually all
evidence
bullshit.
ever, no
I
matter
provided
what.
First
evidence.
They bring
I've
in
never
stupid,
seen.
silly arguments
Is
like,
he
call
just going
me
to spur
Lord,
the whole time,
everybody.
James?
Your cat is dead.
Is he going to spur the whole time, James?
All right. Once again, my name's Ryan. I should have changed it.
Well,
I
you
said
should
that.
change your name
I
to
said,
Ryan.
I did say that. Don't get on his case, everybody. All
I'm
right.
going to keep calling you James
Whoa.
It
anyway.
says James in our chat. Okay. Over to you,
Well,
Amy.
Look,
do.
I will affirm it. If you want me to call you Ryan, I will affirm that. Okay.
I,
You want me to call you Ryan?
I'm gonna change. You stop that. My name is.
You want me to
Ryan.
call you Ryan?
I mean, you want to
Okay,
call
I'll
me
call you.
James Coons? I can get like instantly swole or whatever. I don't know. All right.
Yeah.
Let me.
It's
just
possible.
rename. Here, look
But
at that.
First Amender,
well-
the question is quite simple here, First
There.
Amender.
Perfect.
We're asking you, if somebody identifies as trans, but they don't want to have any of the outwards expressions, but they're saying to you that they're a woman, but they reject the social construct of womanhood. They reject that women wear dresses. They reject that women wear lipstick. They're going to dress as a man. They're going to call themselves a woman, but they look like a man, and they're not going to get any help because they reject the psychological paradigm as well. Is that person a trans woman if they have zero medical diagnoses and zero social outwards reflection of that?
And
Are
then
they-
I mean,
have questions
if they
after.
outwardly show themselves like, or if they say that they are that, then I'm going to call them that. Yes.
Okay, so then what it ultimately boils down to, First Amender, is it's whatever the fuck we say it is, and you can't get away from that. So you can try and bring up my studies
yeah,
all you
again,
want, but your
it's,
studies, you probably have
it
the
has
worst
to do
studies
with
I've ever seen in
qualia.
my life, First Amender. Your studies are so
has to
bad,
do with
and they
qualia.
just are so
Hold on,
instantly
let's let
refuted
Jake
that it's
finish up his
actually
point.
embarrassing.
He's not addressing at all what I have addressed. I've already addressed this. I've said that it's qualia. That in order to understand qualia, you have to ask them. You don't have an option. If you ask somebody, then you get an insight as to what they're experiencing. There's no way
Beautiful, I love
around
it.
that.
I love it. That's the standard then. It's just
Oh
if you
my
ask them and
God.
they say it, that's the standard. So that's what your
Would we
worldview boils
approach
down to. And you're
other-
trying to
any-
intellectualize it, and it's just not working, First Amendment. because
I
that's
would
what it
really
comes down
rather
to.
with Taylor, because at least Taylor
I
is
know,
somewhat
because I'm just destroying you
somewhat good
constantly.
faith. No, it's
cutting
just
your-
because
Can I
it's not good
respond to some
faith.
of
You're
the-
not
I think so.
acting in good faith at all.
Does that fair-
Not
does that
even
hurt?
I'm
not
gonna
even
issue
remotely.
the
You're
mute
doing
there.
it for
Shirt here,
clicks.
That me and my football
It's
shirt
such
here,
a
right-wing
shame.
chud, is just destroying all of your
And
arguments.
just gonna put you two on mute for a second. Go ahead there, Amy, and then I want to hand it over to Taylor
Sure.
and try to wheel us into some different territory, maybe. Behave
Indeed.
yourselves.
Because after I answer this, I just want to ask both of them a question. I would
Perfect.
say that someone who dresses outwardly, at least, and yet doesn't feel like a woman or feminine on the inside, explains many drag queens. Maybe not all, but I get told often that they go home and are very comfortable just going back and being men. And it's actually when they're just going out for performance that they like to be drag queens. Doesn't mean you can't be transgender and a drag queen or a drag king. But I wanted to ask you two actually a question, which is I think that transitioning, being transgender, is often a response, at least in Western society, to there being two buckets, to there being masculine and feminine. And they're not really having a good pipeline for feminine men in society and masculine women in society. My question to you, are you for gender norms? Are you for the type of traditional roles, as they would call it? Or are you more postmodern? Because I want a more postmodern society. If you're going to say, look, you don't need to be transgender, you could be a feminine man, and that's amazing and brilliant, and you could be a masculine woman, and we have spaces for you. And I guess my question, is it a different pipeline? Which way makes it easier? Because I'm imagining just a way that transgenders can assimilate in society.
So-
In Western society right now, that's two buckets. You
So just
handing
to
it over.
just to kind of surmise this whole thing. So you're asking if they affirm what would be more like traditional gender roles is kind of the core of the question.
Yes, because if you like more traditional gender roles, I would say that so far we actually have our two buckets and we're becoming those two buckets. If you want a more postmodern society, I'm open for that, but is that what you want? Are you
All right,
pushing for
let's
that?
go for Taylor first, just to get your voice in here. So go for it.
Sure. I mean, to answer the question, like, am I for traditional? Like, I do believe that there are like biological, like, truisms about the sexes, that sexes are better at certain things, or they should be, they may be happier doing certain things. And I think that overall as a society, like, we should maybe strive for more traditional gender roles, but I don't think they're set in stone. And I agree with Amy that if there was a way where it was more about a feminine man, because I think the question comes down to what are you asking of everybody else? What are you asking us to do? Because you say, are they welcome in certain spaces? Do I want biological males in women's spaces? Absolutely not. Do I want to feel like I have to use pronouns lest I be an emotional like abuser or whatever I'm accused of? No. So I think that the question is what are the people asking of society? Are you asking to assimilate to something that feels very untrue and that is patently untrue? Because of course there's feminine men, of course there's masculine women. That's not based in any sort of, lie. That has always existed. So I am more for those two buckets.
All right. Did you want to add on anything there, Amy, to respond before Jake kind of gives his 2 cents?
Sure, I will just put my 2 cents in because I am very sympathetic when I get told that we want safety, or biological women say we want safety. We don't want to be put in with biological men. What I would push back towards is that I don't believe that transgender men or women are a threat to biological women. And I would rather push towards more inclusive, universal design, which tends to be how can we make everyone safe? And so it's how can we make a more inclusive bathroom? Maybe that's in having all doors and having individuals, more family bathrooms. I'm not 100% sure what the solution is, but I would push for everyone being safe, because what I would say is the transgender women are also afraid of the biological men. And I know that they get told, well, you are a biological man, you shouldn't be afraid, just go in there, wear your high heels. And yet that sounds like almost the same thing kind of being thrown to the wolves, if that makes sense. And
All right.
instead of just one side being thrown, I'd rather no one is, if that makes
All right,
sense.
we'll get over to you in just 1 second, First Amender. I want to give Jake Rattlesnake here a chance to respond as well, and then we'll give you back the floor there and get some back and forth going. So over to you, Jake.
Yeah, my personal preference would be that traditional roles of men and women are a positive thing. I think it kind of does deviate from the topic of the debate a little bit in the sense that we're asking should trans people have their identities affirmed. But yeah, my personal preference would be that roles of the sexes are important.
Can I just respond real quickly? I'll tell you why it ties together.
Hey.
As if, again, this is
Thanks
just
for
a
your patience there,
hypothesis.
First Amender.
If you were to have your child come to you and say, I'm a transgender woman, would you be okay with them saying, look, I'm not a transgender woman, but I am a feminine man and I want to live my life as a feminine man? Is there a difference there to you?
I mean, what do you mean by feminine, though?
I would say that defying what you view as the traditional gender roles. I'm not knocking traditional gender roles. I'm not knocking people who want to break those either way. But what I'm saying, is there some sort of difference? Are you saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, go be a feminine man, or are you saying, again, not to put it, but man up and just stop being feminine and just be a traditional man, be masculine? Like, what is the solution where everyone wins? Is there a solution where everyone wins?
I mean, well, if he said that he thinks if my son, let's call him Timmy, right? If Timmy comes to me and Timmy says, Daddy, I am a girl, I will say, no, Timmy, you're not a girl. You're a boy, Timmy, okay? But if Timmy comes to me and says, Daddy, I believe that I have some more feminine characteristics, like maybe I'm a little bit more sort of empathetic and maybe I cry a little bit more, all these sorts of things, well, then you wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. But if Timmy is saying to me that he thinks he's a girl, that's the problem.
All right, over to you, First Amender. You've been listening to a lot there, taking it all in. Your thoughts on that closing statement from Jake?
Yes, I have a few questions. For Taylor, and if Jake wants to answer honestly, then I would love to hear it from him as well.
I've been answering honestly this whole
If
time. First
affirming
Amender.
someone's gender identity drastically reduces their risk of suicide and it doesn't harm anyone else, why not affirm them?
Because it's a lie.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think that you can prove that it won't harm anybody else.
We've already proved that. I've provided the papers to indicate that exact thing off of multiple medical journals.
Okay, but you're saying that you can prove that me affirming somebody's identity will not harm anybody else. I'm saying that if we as a society do that for everybody that is trans all the time, then that is creating a societal norm of transness, which I think transness in general is bad for society. So I don't think you can say that that can't harm anybody. That's not
okay. I feel like calling somebody by a trans identity is not harming anyone, and I'm also losing you. I'm also losing you as to how exactly it hurts society to harm. But okay, we can go to the next question. It's fine.
No,
we can just agree
I want to
to
continue
disagree.
with this one. I actually think this is a good question, First Amender. How is it harming you to call me my lord?
Is your question with a question? Cool. Now we're going to move on to the next question.
We go,
why do you think every major medical and psychological organization?
You don't dictate the whole stream of the conversation.
Again, the problem is, Jake, is that you're not in good faith. I want to actually have a real debate. Can I just get a mute for Jake? This is ridiculous.
Just 1 second there, Jake. Just because I do want to give First Amender a chance to respond to what you guys all just laid out in your last couple minutes there.
Yeah, but he asked a question. I'm trying to engage with the question here, Ryan.
With another question and not answering the freaking question.
Yeah, he can call me.
You're still stuck on the Lord thing, even though I've addressed the Lord thing. You're not responding.
Hold on. If Jake doesn't get this point out, then he'll want to jump in again. So I want him to get.
He's terrified of the arguments, and that's okay. If I was him, I'd be scared too. I understand he gets scared sometimes. But First Amender, simply put, you're saying, well, it doesn't hurt anybody for you to affirm these identities. We would disagree with that. We would say that it actually does hurt people. It's corrosive to society. However, I'm simply asking you, how does it affect you negatively to call me my lord? And because even if you think that I'm wrong, if you think I'm delusional, if you think I've been scammed, if I say that it's hurting my mental
answer
health,
my question with another question.
This is a perfectly good response to your worldview. If I say I want to be called my lord because it affects my mental health, it's not going to hurt you to say it. Why don't you say it?
Because you don't have a risk of suicidal ideation by me not calling you Lord.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? You're not doing it now. What do you mean?
So
and you're not going to do it later or 2 weeks from now or a month from now. And you're not going to get completely removed from your family and your friends and your job and literally anybody who doesn't agree with you.
Okay, so if a trans person comes to me and says affirm,
okay, so I want to go back to the next question instead of the ridiculous
discussion. Hold on. You just put that out there.
I want the next question.
I
would like to ask Taylor another question.
You put a lot out there, First Amender. Let's let him respond. And if you want to respond to him, or if you're going to let him have the last
sometimes. He sleeps with the lights
on.
Hold on,
without the meta discussion.
Sorry, if he does sleep with the lights on. But anyways, so if a trans person comes to me and they say, affirm my identity, or else, I'm going to off myself. And I say, do it then. You're not doing it now. So how am I meant to tell first? If they're not doing it now, if they're not currently in the process of hurting themselves, why should I affirm their delusion?
Yeah, I mean, you're still stuck on the Lord argument, and I would like to move forward if that's okay.
No. This is
so I'm going back to the next question for Taylor. Why do you think that
Let's proceed.
No, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to
ask.
Addressed it.
Hold on, I'm going to ask politely. I'm going to ask politely, just both of you gents there, that it doesn't seem like we're going to move past this one. So I am going to give it back to First Amender to push us into some other territory.
Just quickly, I'm a functionally illiterate Australian. I rode a kangaroo to school in my youth, and you can't even respond to my arguments.
All right.
So the next question I have for Taylor. So let me ask you this. why do you think that every major medical and psychological organization around the world supports gender affirming care? Are they all wrong, or is it part of a conspiracy? Genuine question.
I think that it is more societally acceptable at this moment. I think that a lot of, academia right now is very left-leaning. I think that a lot of research showing opposite results would not be published. And again, I just don't trust the validity of these papers in general because it's all self-reported. I just don't trust the validity of them in general. So,
Well, so I guess like my only concern is like, number one, you're saying it's all self-reported. Yes, if you're referring to somebody's qualia, you kind of have to ask them. So it would effectively, by all intents and purposes, be self-reported. That would mean that no matter what criteria, like for example, if I had a paper that gauged, I don't know, like pain level, that would be self-reported. You would basically have to reject all papers that like engage with like pain level, I guess is my issue. The okay. So I understand your concerns. I see how you see that it is more societally acceptable at this moment. Actually, I would actually venture to say that most people are actually quite anti-trans, and me being on the side of the pro-trans position is not seen as societally acceptable. It is not more societally acceptable at this moment. There are currently laws being put in place that are
I
specifically
have an answer
discriminating
actually
against
for
trans
you.
people.
Let's let them
As
jump in here.
well
Hold on,
as-
hold on.
As well, it's
Before you
not left
steamroll,
leaning.
before you steamroll away, I want you to hold your thought and let the others jump in here. So go ahead there, Taylor.
How can you speak on the proven comorbidity of mental illnesses that go along with people that are trans identity? Things like autism, depression, adverse childhood experiences. How do you speak on that? Because again, I can say a harm is that if people have these underlying issues and you're choosing to just say, okay, you're trans, like let's just like play into that. Much like if a schizophrenic person was like, I'm hearing voices, and it's like, great, let's talk to the voices instead of treating this underlying illness. That seems like a pretty palpable harm to me.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that if you're going to have any amount of effective treatment, it would be really important to have a psychological evaluation
Right. And
as determined by the WPATH standards. Regarding trans issues, I don't think it should just simply be self-diagnosis. I do believe that you should go to for a psychological analysis.
the
And so if
analysis
you're
will be a
concerned about some sort of
self-diagnosis. The
it,
analysis will say, how do you feel? Like a man. Great, you're trans.
yeah, what
I
no,
don't
it's not that simple though. It takes a great deal of time just to go through that, right? It's a multi-hour procedure.
what
And
are they
it's
looking for?
usually
You haven't
it's
given us
usually
anything.
three individual analyses in order to get to the point of things like hormone blockers. It's not as simple as you say it is. But I agree with you. We should weed out those comorbidities and have proven methods to be able to weed out things where it could be a social thing. Sure, I completely agree with you.
But you haven't given us any objective criteria onto what that diagnosis would even look like. How do you
There is no one size fits all
Right.
approach.
So
The
that's
human brain
what a
is in
dangerous
itself
game to play.
possesses millions and millions of different variables and factors to take into account. You need to ask them. That's how it works. That's how it works with any. Do you believe like all of psychology is wrong?
I believe that social sciences are dubious at times. Yes, I believe
No,
social
I'm saying
sciences.
specifically,
That's a
not all
social
of
science.
social.
Yes,
I understand it's a social science. I'm saying psychology in specific. Do you believe psychology specifically is wrong?
I believe it can be wrong at times. Yes.
Okay, so things like the placebo effect, you would say is not true
It's
because
not
it's
relevant to the
discovered in No, because you said you don't trust psychology,
I don't
right?
know.
One
I
of the
don't
things that was discovered in psychology is the placebo effect.
No,
So
I
let
didn't
me
say I
ask you
don't
this.
trust
Do
psychology. I
you
don't trust
believe that the
this
placebo
brand.
effect is false? Yes or
I'm
no?
not answering that. I don't believe
Why
that this
can't you answer that
because it's
simple
not
question?
relevant. And I believe that
Oh
this
my God.
brand new diagnosis that has been made up in the last few
All
years
right.
has very
Yeah.
little basis in
Yeah.
reality.
You're
Can
just
I
as
She
respond?
lost
actually
as
answered the
everybody
question
I
else.
before when she talked about
definitely-
the replication crisis,
I
because a lot of
did
times these things,
answer that
a
question.
lot of times these things actually struggle to replicate their findings. And also there's a lot of
This is
politics that
wrong.
goes on with psychology as well.
Hold on
In
there
terms
first a minute.
in terms of these studies that you find, you'll often get lobbies who are trying to fund these various different studies. So it's very hard to actually tell what is true and what is not. And also psychology is just a study of the mind. So it's just a study of the abstract and abstract concepts. So it's very difficult to actually create objective realities. Whereas if you're looking at cancer, for example, if I tell you that I've got cancer but I don't have cancer, then I don't have cancer. So we can objectively look at that. But psychology is different.
Just 1 second there, Amy. I'll hand it to you in just 1 second. Actually, I think he's done. Oh, look at that. I was like, I thought you were.
I
just
keep my
taking
points concise.
Exactly.
That was great. All right, over to you, Amy.
Prattling.
So I just want to address that this notion of self-reporting, because it is true we're taking a lot of self-reported data. I think that unfortunately happens sometimes. I'll give an analogy. Analogies aren't perfect. However, it is often reported that some flavors of religiosity, that they overall experience happier, healthier metrics in some sort of scale. Now, again, it is self-reported. We can't actually get into their brain and say, are they really happier? And yet, I think when we're dealing with brain states, when we're dealing with the type of data where we're trying to understand one's feelings, we have to use self-reported data. And I think this is one of those situations which we do.
Yep. I mean, I think that we can sort of move on from this. I really do want to speak about McLovin's standard for what makes a trans
Personal
person here.
attack, not relevant.
Before, McLovin said that it was a feeling. We boiled it down to the fact that it's just a feeling. He's talking about qualia, the conscious experience. It's just a feeling.
You have
right?
to ask people how they're
You also
experiencing
said
things.
it
That's
was
what
a
qualia is.
psychological analysis. So you'd have to go and have somebody analyze you psychologically. But then we said, but
You
what if they
wouldn't
don't do
doubt a
that? He
pain
still
test.
said-
That's also
so if you want to just
qualia.
let me speak, that'd be great, McLovin. This is what people are here to hear anyway. He said something about the psychology doesn't really matter, because if they say that they feel that way, he's still going to affirm their identity. And then he said something that was really quite actually troubling to me. He said that if somebody says that they're trans and that they're going to off themselves, if they're not doing it in that moment, if he can't tell that they're doing it right then he still won't affirm it. And that's why he won't actually affirm my lordship, and he won't actually affirm that it's deeply troubling for me, because he can't see the effects of it. So your standards are just actually all over the place here, Fogel.
Whenever you're ready there, First Amendment, that's over to you.
It's like the
I want to
opposite of a
address
rage
the
quit. It's
replication
like a passive
crisis
quit.
instead of just the ridiculous personal attacks. It's obvious that Jake the
So he dodges
Rattlesnake is
again.
not actually being
Dodges
serious
again.
in this discussion. Yes,
Dodges
because you're
again,
not.
just made good arguments.
All right,
Can
just
I
1
just
second,
please
Jake.
get a mute?
If it
Can
is
I
the,
please get
hold
a
on,
mute for
hold on,
Jake the
just-
Rattlesnake?
all
I
right,
actually
okay,
want to
hold
address
on,
people
hold
who
on,
are.
hold on. Hold on, both of you. I'll put you both on mute for just a second. I'm going to give you the floor, First Amendment. I hate putting people on mute when I'm already planning to put on mute. But I think if he is truly dodging Jake the Rattlesnake, I think you've already gotten that out there, that's how you feel about the situation, and other people will be able to make that determination. But I do want to give him a chance to respond. So go ahead.
If he
there, First
dodges, he
Amendment.
loses. If he dodges now, he loses. Go.
All right, well, the
Yeah,
audience
I mean,
decide.
I've already addressed the Lord argument early in. I gave you a full 2-3 paragraph long explanation why it's wrong. So I'm moving forward, right? You're still
Another
stuck on
common
the
McLovin
ridiculousness, and you are not addressing what I even responded with. You completely dodged it, and you just kept saying Lord. Now I'm going back to what was initial an actual argument that was being presented: the replication crisis. There is no systemic replication crisis in transgender studies. The field faces challenges like funding limitations, political interference, and sample size constraints, but the core findings around the identity affirmation, mental health outcomes, and efficacy of medical care are well supported and are being increasingly replicated. Okay, we can move forward.
Actually, the efficacy of medical care was just disproven in the study I cited, that at best we just have no idea if it helps at all. So that's just like
The
patent.
efficacy of medical care has been disproven.
Of gender
What are you
affirming
referring
medical
to?
care, of the gender affirming medical care for
Okay,
young
hold
adults
on.
and children.
So, did you see my video where I showed all of those different groups that agree with gender affirming care? Those are all wrong. I just want to be clear. There's about 20 different groups all scientific basis that are telling you that gender affirming care is effective, and you're going to cite a single study to say all of that is wrong.
The point is that the reason I keep knocking on the self-reporting data, which is all that you have, is that, again, if we're going to agree, no, it's important. If we're going to agree, which Jake and I agree, that there is no basis of truth to this, and that thus it must be some sort of delusion or mental illness, is that we cannot trust self-reported data then. If we ask people, are you happier because we affirmed this? And they say yes, that proves nothing. So you keep citing all these studies, but what I'm telling you, it means nothing. Because again, if I had this delusion that I was the most beautiful person in the world and everyone just said I was, yeah, I'd feel happier, but maybe there would be some underlying issue of why I need everyone to affirm that for me, and that it's not
Okay,
true. We
I'm going to
don't do
ask you a
that with
simple
any other
question.
mental illness.
Wrong. Self-reported data, it can be highly empirically valid.
Be.
I'm going to ask you a basic question. How do you determine that somebody has depression?
There are behaviors that we can see as well. There are
No,
substance abuse.
right? It's not just behaviors, right? Because if
We're
you're
now gonna
applying
get into the whole,
DSM-5
like,
criteria, what about anxiety? What about PTSD?
I can talk about
Do we ask them how you feel?
Yes, we do, but I
But
want to
that's
ask.
not that. But is that valid?
It can be, sure, but it also
Okay,
cannot be,
so then that is also
because
the
we have also
case
observable
regarding
things that we
trans
can see.
individuals.
I'm
It
not gonna.
comes down to qualia.
You're
Exactly.
assuming
All right, let's
that
give
Oh
Taylor
my
a chance.
goodness.
All right,
you're
let's let Taylor.
assuming that I validate every, like, psychological, like, method, that I think that all of these methods are bulletproof. I think that there's many issues wrong with the field of psychology, but that's not what we're debating. You're
I
asking
look
why
forward to your paper that is going to dismantle literally every single empirically validated mental health diagnosis, such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD, gender identity, pain and symptom reporting, substance use and behavior disorders, as well as global health studies on self-reported happiness.
only reason-
I really would love to see you disproving all of that.
The only reason we're continually talking about this is because you keep citing papers about self-reported data. That's the only thing
You're
see
the one dismantling
citing.
self-reported
Right, because that's all
data,
you're
but the
citing
reality is
about
that
why we should take this
self-reported data
seriously.
can absolutely be empirically
It
verified.
can be, among other things, and
Okay, so then
situations.
what have you read regarding gender identity and gender studies? What do you know about this subject?
I cited it in my opening. So I'm not going to keep
What
going
did you cite?
here. The cast review about this whole the actual
So that single
implications of
study?
gender
Hold on
government.
first minute.
It's a
Let's
review
let her
leading
explain.
of many studies.
So that single
it's not-
study.
of many studies. It's
You
not
have many studies. I
that's what a
cited many
review
studies.
is.
I didn't see you cite many studies.
Okay.
I saw you cite one thing, and then I showed you the little tiny handful of papers that exist in Sweden in
But
that
the
one
difference-
UK study, and then the mountains and mountains of empirical evidence on
difference-
multiple different fields of study.
All right.
You're somehow correct.
Just quickly,
Before
let me get in
you
here for a
continue
second.
on, and absolutely, I will let you in, but your mic is a little bit louder than everybody else's. If you could
Sorry,
just
I'm
tweak
yelling.
it a
I'm
little
yelling.
bit.
I'll
Well, it's
quiet
not just the
down.
yelling. It's
I'll quiet down.
all right. It's just the headroom on the amp there, but or your mic. But go ahead there, Jake, when you want to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a debate about who has the most studies. And if it was a debate about who had the most studies, then First Amender would surely win. So congratulations on having a lot of studies, First Amender. This is a debate that ultimately boils down to who has the most logical position and who can defend their position the best. Taylor's position is much more logically defensible than First Amender's position. And all he's saying is, I've got more studies than you. First Amendment, we don't care if you've got more studies because we can just reduce your studies to their logic and we can just destroy them as Taylor just did with you. So you can pull studies out of your backside until you go blue in the face. We don't care. The audience doesn't care. The audience wants to see who's got the more logical position here. And your position is illogical because all of your studies, if you got all the studies in the world, First Amendment, thousands of them, and they were all just, completely rigorous, your position still boils down to it's whatever they say they want to be. That's what it still always boils down to. And when you say qualia, you're just talking about personal, subjective experience and preferences. And we've continuously dismantled this throughout the entire debate. And every time I try and bring up my points, you just dodge and just run away. You literally turn around and you run away from the points that I've just made. So just to let you know, it doesn't matter how many studies that you've got, First Amender.
My position does not boil down to whatever studies say. That is my view is informed by evidence, not vibes and ideology. If all of the best data, science, and expert consensus say that affirmation saves lives and it improves well-being, and if it causes no widespread harm, why would I ignore that? You, on the other hand, are asking me to throw out all of that in favor of what? Your gut feeling? A meme? You're not providing any critical thinking. You are providing anti-intellectualism.
A gut feeling? So what's wrong with a gut feeling, First Amender? If I just feel as though it's all bullshit, and I can't really sort of like defend it in any way, but I just feel as though it's all bullshit, what's wrong with my gut feeling?
Is PTSD bullshit?
PTSD?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know
In
if
some
it's
cases
bullshit?
it might be.
I
In some
think
cases
it's
it might
not
be. In some
bullshit. Do
cases
you
it
think
might
it's
not be.
bullshit?
In some cases it might be. In some cases it might not be. I'd say for the most part.
Okay, do you think that it
people can
probably
have
requires a
PTSD.
psychological diagnosis to determine if somebody has PTSD, maybe?
Yes, I would say so.
How do you determine that?
You would go and you would probably see a psychologist, and
Really?
you would get
And
you
what
would
would
tell
the
them your symptoms.
psychologist
Am I
ask?
going to answer the question, or are you going to talk over me, First Amender?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you'd probably, you'd feel some sort of symptoms internally, and then you would go to a psychologist, and then you would speak to them, and they would tell you if this is corroborating with the evidence of what PTSD is and what the symptoms are of that, and then they would tell you that you've got PTSD or you haven't, and then they would treat you for that.
Great. So are you saying that you would rely on a person's self-reported data?
No, I would rely on the evidence, and this actually
would
goes against your
also-
point, First Amendment. This is
Wait,
really not good
that's
for you. This is
literally
really not
what
good
the
for you, my friend,
diagnosis
because it
is for
can't just be a
trans
personal
individuals.
preference. It can't just be a personal
there.
preference.
Hold up there, fellas. I want to let Taylor in, so go ahead. Taylor,
Hold on a second, just
wait,
quickly. If after this
Real
debate,
quick,
if after
promise
this
me.
debate, this is actually likely to happen. If after this debate, First Amender says to his friends, guys, I've got PTSD because Jake Rattlesnake just destroyed me and he's an illiterate Australian.
He's
If that
rattled, yeah.
happens, then your friends will probably be like, you probably don't actually have PTSD, First Amendment, even though you did get destroyed in the debate. You're probably just a little bit upset about it. But then if it just persisted, and if I was living rent-free in your head for the next 6 months, which is also likely, and you went to a psychologist and they said you actually are displaying the symptoms
I'm
of
going to
PTSD,
sleep like a baby and not think about you at all.
You would have PTSD.
I don't know if he's been that rattled, but I hope that that's part of your branding. You've been rattled. Anyways, it'd be kind of funny.
I know Taylor was about to
Taylor was wanting to jump in, but yeah, definitely, Amy, you're next if you got a thought there. So go ahead, Taylor.
Just a very quick question. Dudes, does every trans person have to go through psychological testing to be affirmed? Does every trans person have to receive a diagnosis in order for their identity to be legitimate?
Let's let Amy respond.
If you want Amy to go, I can. That's fine.
Either one.
sure.
Let's let Amy. Amy has.
Yeah, I'd like for that too.
I
just-
would say,
Thank you.
honestly, the process starts with a therapist. It is one thing to just self-report into a void. However, I would prefer that people go to a therapist and really suss out, is there something in my past? Oh my God, I didn't even know about. Is there something to the left or to the right that is depression? Something happened, and remove those. And if we have removed all those and what is left is gender dysphoria, then I think you should move on with other options like puberty blockers and hormones. I do want to answer the bullshit question because I think it's a one of the biggest pushbacks that our side gets. And I would say that an answer to that, which I would love to have a back and forth, is that it's the morally right answer. And I know without getting too deep into moral ethics, I think that it is the nice and kind thing to do. And I think that it allows transgender individuals to easier assimilate, thus allowing them to function better in society.
What's the question? Are we responding to?
Well, I guess I would say the reason why it's not I guess your feelings or thoughts is the reason why it's not bullshit is because it's the morally right thing to do. I would actually put that forward. It is the nice, kind thing to do. And by doing so, it actually is of benefit to society.
But I just reject that. I reject that it's the nice, morally right thing to do. I reject outright that it's the morally right thing to do to affirm somebody's delusion. I also don't think it's nice or kind to do that. So yeah, I reject the premise of that statement.
I guess
Uh,
we would have to talk about why it would fall under delusion territory, because I don't think it's a delusion. I think it's a brain state and a feeling. I think that
A brain state or a feeling. You have to that there is a distinction there.
I'd argue a delusion is a brain state. So, I mean,
so I would agree with you, but in other words, it is someone saying, I feel masculine, I feel feminine. I don't think it's a delusion because it's not someone saying that something doesn't exist that corresponds with reality. I think if someone came to you and they said, I changed my chromosomes, you should go look, my chromosomes are completely changed. I think maybe you could say they have a delusion. But if they're saying, look, I didn't change my sex, I just have this label that we call a gender that is this aggregate of properties. It's just easier that you use she, her, or he, them.
Yeah, I mean, just personally, first of all, I reject the premise, like I said before, that it's the morally right thing to do. And second of all, even if a trans person is saying, if you don't say this, if you don't affirm my delusion, then I'm going to off myself, I don't care. So that's another thing. I just don't really care. That's called emotional hostage taking or emotional blackmail. And if people want to emotionally blackmail me, then I don't care what you do.
But can I give
oh,
you the opposite? Oh, I feel bad today.
no, go ahead.
I feel bad, but if one were to say to you, look, I'm a Christian. This is what makes me feel good. I just want you to accept me as I am. And the person responds, look, it's a delusion. I just don't accept your identity, and therefore I'm not going to identify you as a Christian. I'm not.
Yeah, fine.
Right. I was
See, I
going.
think you'd be rude. I'm not saying that people should be forced, but I think you'd be rude in that situation.
Yeah, I might be rude, but I think that that's perfectly fine to be rude in that situation. And if a trans person wants to be rude to me, then fine, so be it. I'm still not going to lie to you. So I don't see what the point is there.
Because I wouldn't, at least in a work setting, in a professional setting, I would not tell a Christian that they're delusional. Even if that was my personal feelings, I think being nice and kind to them and respecting their beliefs, if they say Merry Christmas, I just say Merry Christmas back and we go along our way. And I think that, again, I think that is the morally right thing to do. We could talk about, I know you've gone over
So
a
would you
few
affirm that
things.
Christianity is true, though?
I would not affirm that Christianity is true, but I
Okay,
would
so what if
not
I said to you that
also.
if you don't affirm that Christianity is true and that this is a reality, then I will put this gun to my head and I will pull the trigger? Would you do it?
I'd call you a presuppositional apologist that's putting a gun to their head. In that situation, I'll be honest, I think the more moral thing to do in that situation is to lie and to say I believe in Christianity because I don't want you to kill yourself. And in that situation, that is more moral than me having the personal satisfaction of me not just saying, "Oh, I'll never tell you I'm a Christian" or something like
So
that.
let me give you another hypothetical then. And First Amender, feel
Okay?
free to jump in. I can see your little face there. You want to get in. So if you had a daughter, right, and the daughter had a boyfriend, and the boyfriend she broke up with the boyfriend, and the boyfriend said, if she doesn't take me back, I'm going to off myself. Would you tell your daughter to take him back, or would you tell your daughter to end the relationship?
you're twisting a serious mental health issue into a manipulative caricature. You're effectively you're being dishonest and
So
cruel.
you're not going to
Affirmation
answer the question
isn't
again. So you're going to run away
affirmation.
again.
I am answering the question.
So what would you do in that
Affirmation
situation?
isn't giving into demands. It is about recognizing someone's identity in a way that has been scientifically shown to reduce depression, suicide, and self-harm. That's not opinion. That's medical consensus. You
So what
wouldn't
would you
say
do in
that
that
to
situation,
someone.
First Amender?
You wouldn't say to someone with depression, stop being sad or I won't help you. So why do it here? Affirming someone isn't enabling. It is supporting them through real pain.
That's a
Yeah.
false
So
equivalence.
affirming somebody
No
would
one's saying
be
they're not going to help people because, you know, that's
Also, as for the question earlier, would you affirm someone who has not been to a psychologist? I said I would. I believe I would affirm them out the gate, as I do not know if they possess gender dysphoria or not. But yes, I would say to talk to a psychologist to confirm if action, if any, is necessary as per WPATH standards of care, evidence based and already very conservative on its basis.
So just back to this now, because First Amender has once again managed to somehow evade my question. Your
Yes,
daughter
because
comes to
it
you,
is a
First
bad faith
Amender.
question.
Your daughter comes to you and says, "My boyfriend, I've broken up with him. He said he's going to off myself if I don't take him back." Does she take him back, or do you let him off himself? What do you do?
Because it is a bad faith question. I'm not
So
going
you're
to
going to run
answer
away
bad
again.
faith questions.
First Amender, you should sign up for the 100-meter track relay in your local county district, because
I think you should
are
sign up
amazing at
for
running.
debate classes so that way you can actually ask good faith questions.
I think that if anyone who's watching this would be able to see who should sign up for debate classes, or maybe you should just get a more realistic, common sense worldview. So, what would you do in that situation then, First Amendment? I want you to actually answer this question, because you're just running away like you've done for absolutely
No, because it
everything
is
so
a
far.
bad faith question.
No, this is
Please ask
emotional
a bad.
hostage taking.
Please
This
ask
is
a good
emotional
faith
This is
question.
emotional blackmail. This whole trans identity thing. If we need to affirm their identities because that means that they won't off themselves, that is emotional blackmail. That is
You're
the
living
exact same
off.
thing.
You're living
That is
up
the
to
exact
your
same thing as somebody
your
saying,
name,
if
Rattlesnake.
yeah.
Again,
Anyways, that's the exact same.
affirmation is not about
McLovin,
giving in to demands. It's about
McLovin,
recognizing someone's identity
am I
in a
allowed
way
to
that has been
ask a question,
scientifically
or
shown to
am
reduce
I allowed to ask a
depression,
question?
suicide,
He's
and
done a lot of
self-harm.
prattling this
Okay,
whole
I've already
hold on,
explained it.
hold on. You
Ryan,
did.
he's done a lot of
You wrapped
prattling.
up your point there, First Amender, and everybody can hear you pretty
Yeah.
loud. If, like I say, if you can maybe tailor back the preamp just a little bit. But yeah, I do want to let you respond there, Jake, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
I just want to answer to my question, because
ahead.
it's pretty simple here. He's saying that it's the kind thing to do and it doesn't hurt anybody. And if you affirm trans people's delusions, then they won't off themselves, right? That's the whole premise of his argument here. And I'm saying, well, in this situation, your daughter's dating this guy. He says he's going to off himself if you don't tell her to get back with him. All right. What do you do? Do you let him off himself, or do you tell the daughter to get back with him?
I have them leave. Now we can move on. Anyway,
Okay. And I would
it's
do
not the
thing. I
same.
would also not
It's-
affirm the emotional blackmail. So we're on the same page here.
Yeah, again, affirmation isn't about giving into demands. It's about recognizing someone's identity.
Yep. So you're giving into the demands, even though you think you don't want to lie because of this
It's not a
person's delusion.
demand.
Yeah. So
It's
you
affirming identity.
so it's affirming their personal preference of identity.
No,
so
it's
if
an
I said now,
yes, correct.
Okay,
You have a
so-
personal identity, like you would like to be referred to as a man. It would be pretty disrespectful
far can we
if I
take
went
Fantastic.
against your gender
Okay.
identity.
Fantastic. I get that. All right. Now I want you to call me my lord, because this is my personal identity, McLovin. So call me my lord, or else I could hurt myself in the future. Go.
You are not a lord. You got scammed
Okay.
by a scam company. The
Okay.
difference is that trans
think that
people aren't
transgenders
asked
have
to
been
be
scammed
treated
by
like
TikTok.
nobility. They are asking to be recognized for who they are. So they do not die by suicide, get denied health care, or be dehumanized. You're not oppressed because people do not call you Lord, but trans people are hurt when you refuse their identity. No one is harmed if I don't call you Lord, but we have decades of evidence showing real harm where we do not affirm trans people's identities. That's the difference. This isn't a joke for them. It's
I
life
think
or
that
death.
trans people have been scammed by TikTok, and they've been scammed by Hollywood, and they've been scammed by
It has
mainstream
nothing to
media
do
and
with
all of these
TikTok or
things,
Hollywood.
and you know, trans lobbies and
Endocrinologically,
the psychological establishment. I think that they've been
1 second,
actually
First
scammed by all of these different entities, and it's actually bullshit. So I'm not going to I'm just using your logic here, by the way, First Amendment. Everything that you're saying can be used in reverse. So yeah, for that reason, I'm not going to affirm what they say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, again, it's not analogous. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like in the next 10 or 20 years, I don't know. Maybe you'll be like that old fuddy-duddy that everybody will look at and be like, you know, you were like that weirdo that didn't affirm people's trans brains or trans identities. I mean, like There's so much empirical basis behind this that it's only a matter of time. The facts are not on your side. And the fact is that none of your arguments have actually any empirical basis whatsoever. And it's just rhetoric. There actually is no real substance. And I think anybody who's even minorly honest with themselves recognizes that.
So you
Good
think
on.
that I'm going to be the fuddy-duddy who doesn't call big 6'4" Bob wearing a dress ma'am? You think I'm going to be the fuddy-duddy because I don't affirm that?
You're applying a straw man to the argument as opposed to addressing gender identity and as whether or not that affirming somebody does any harm to society or anybody. By the way, still don't have any basis behind that. How exactly does it harm society again? Is it because everybody has to lie and you have to apply some weird slippery slope fallacy where it's
I
like
think
now
it's
everybody has to lie to one another?
I think that it's actually inherently just a bad and evil thing to do in order to do emotional blackmail like this, because this is what
What
it is. It's
empirical
emotional
basis do you
blackmail,
have?
and it is emotional hostage taking. Yeah, it's my feeling. What's wrong with my feeling? I just feel that way. It's
Affirming
my
so
personal preference.
Yeah,
Can
you
I?
have a personal preference to being
Yeah.
identified as a man. What is that
Yeah,
argument?
no. It's my personal preference that I believe it's bad. So what's wrong with my personal preference?
Well, can I
Well,
respond to
okay,
that?
then have the personal preference. No one is denying
Okay.
you.
Yeah,
Then
I
you have
do
no,
want to
then
let
you have no
Amy in
leg to
here.
stand on to
So
say that
hold
my
on there,
personal
guys.
preference is
You're
wrong.
having a
Once again,
great
First
back and
Amender,
forth, and that's going to
another
spur some
L.
thoughts on the panel. So, Amy, I want to hand it to you.
Thank you so much. I just want to respond to emotional blackmail because it isn't something I don't want anyone to really be forced to use a pronoun or go against their beliefs. I do think that we're dealing with social situations that it's about respect. We don't always start with respect. I think sometimes it is earned. However, I think that is what we are doing in this situation, and I would ask the both of you. Let's imagine a hypothetical in which a coworker is using the opposite pronoun. Would you find it offensive? Would you be able to ignore it? Because I ask myself that sort of question, and I think sometimes my answer is we should, and sometimes I think the answer is we should really press for more respect. I guess, what is your answer? If someone came to you and said, I'm going to refer to Jake as a she, I'm going to refer to
My lord.
Taylor as a he. Sure, but let's just imagine they're refusing to pronoun you the right way. They're actually doing it the opposite. Would it make you feel uncomfortable?
No,
As
yeah. I mean, I have a very strong basis in my identity as a person. I don't need everyone around me to affirm it. If people want to call me whatever they want, so
Yeah, I mean, if somebody, you're saying if somebody was calling me Jake instead of my lord, or if someone was calling me she instead of he?
Yeah, I would say someone was referring to you as she, her.
As she? Yeah, I would think that that person has a pretty bad grasp on identifying people's characteristics.
Could I say I would actually agree with both of you. I
I would
feel
laugh
like
at them.
there's a piece because I've gone through the scenario. It almost never benefits to freak out, get really mad, to start. I've found even sarcasm doesn't really work. You start opposite pronouncing them, and so it's this odd situation where I almost think you are stuck having to accept that someone's not going to respect you. And yet, I do think that that person is kind of being an asshole.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go on Twitter about it and sort of like try and play the oppression
Oh,
Olympics
I
and be
get
like,
you.
they called me she, I'm going to off myself. I wouldn't do
That's
that.
literally
So,
all the
I
right
yeah.
does. They literally do nothing but like make fun of trans people just so they can get clicks.
That's not what the
It's
conversation was. Maybe you
literally
weren't
what
listening,
you're
First
doing.
Amender. Maybe you weren't listening, but she was saying if somebody was calling me she, right? So if somebody was calling me she,
I was
then,
listening to the
but yeah, I'm
conversation. You
saying
don't need
if
to
somebody
repeat
was
it.
calling
Just
me
move on.
she, if somebody was calling me she,
Just move
and I
on.
wouldn't go on Twitter about it, and I wouldn't start crying about it like you guys do, and I wouldn't like spurg out and freak out about it. I would just sort of laugh at them because I think that maybe they've got a bad grasp on the English language.
Or maybe I was just looking fine that day. I don't know. I can't help it sometimes. Now, if you guys wanted to continue on with some open discussion, we can do that. We can talk about, some of some of the more common topics that come up in here, such as I know that sports, trans people in sports is generally a topic that people want to touch on before we get to the Q&A. I know we might not have had a chance for that, and maybe that's not important to you guys, but maybe you guys can add some clarity or dispel potential hysteria. So I want to maybe give a chance for you guys to give your thoughts on where we're at with that.
As in trans people in sport?
Yeah, let's start over with you, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, sport should be allocated into the biological sexes, and we can see the damage that it does when it's not. Obviously, in boxing, I've done boxing for the last 10 years. I've competed in boxing, and I know that I would absolutely fuck any woman up if she tried to get in the ring with me. It would not be competitive whatsoever, even the best female boxers in the world. So if men obviously have a distinct biological advantage there. And we saw this recently with Khalifi in the Olympics, who is a verified man, was going and bashing the skulls of women in, and there's no universe in which that is okay. The only good thing about it is that it might ruin women's sport, which sucks.
All right. Do you want to respond there first, Amy, or are you feeling like chomping there first?
Well, I will say that at least in Olive Branch, I think the sports issue of all of the transgender things is the most difficult because there's so many different parameters and factors. Sometimes you're going to have hormone levels be a good way that we can move people forward. Sometimes we're going to have weight categories. I think when we're talking about sports, we're dealing with very specifically fairness. We're asking it, are the people in this category fair? Is it a good competition where the people are going to come out as we think the accurate winners? I think that's going to be hard as we have to look at each individual sport and we're going to just have to make determining factors. My joke is sports of all of these is the most first world because we're clearly dealing with people trying to have a good time. However, scholarships are involved, other factors. I'm going to keep on trying to find some sort of universal design, which is where everyone wins. And that generally is when the categories are match fair. Sometimes means not having transgenders. Sometimes it means having ways in which transgenders can join. You're going to have to play it sport by sport basis.
All right. Yeah, let's let Taylor have a response here, and then first, if you want to give your final thoughts there, we'll let you have the last words. So,
Regarding
yeah.
trans sports?
Yeah, regarding where we're at with that conversation. Okay. So we'll let Taylor respond first if you have any thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, I basically would just parrot Jake. I mean, we should just, it should be based on sex. It's only fair. I mean, even the strongest woman versus the weakest man, like I wouldn't want to be in any sort of boxing ring with any sort of man. Women deserve spaces to compete and be successful. So there you go.
All right. First Mender, your thoughts, and then we'll get into some more open discussion if we have any more left to provide to the audience before the Q&A. Once again, get your super chats in there, guys. We've got all kinds. It's going to be a great Q&A from the looks of things already. We don't want to miss your question, though, if you have one, so get it in there. Once again, we have First Amender here, Taylor, Jake, Rattlesnake, and Amy Newman. Thank you, everybody, for having the great discussion, and we're going to keep going for, well, as long as these guys want to keep rolling. So, First Amender, your thoughts on this whole discussion here?
Yeah, when it came to sports, I felt like that there were certain sports that are probably not appropriate for trans women due to innate differences that would make them better, such as bone density as well as muscle fiber, even with gender affirming therapy. But as I thought about it further, Emain Khalif is actually a fabulous example, possessing actually no medical evidence that they have XY chromosomes or elevated levels of testosterone have ever been published about them. However, there had been frequent misinformation surfacing on social media about her gender and eligibility to compete False claims that Kelef was male was fueled by Kelef's disqualification from the 2023 Women's World Boxing Championships, which was organized by the Russian-led International Boxing Association after she allegedly failed unspecified gender eligibility tests. However, the International Olympic Committee, as well as the Paris Boxing Unit, did state that Kelef was eligible to compete. And so the IBA's previous disqualification was effectively sudden and arbitrary and taken without any due process. What's interesting is that there are biological women that possess excess levels of testosterone. This is more common than you think. And if they possess these excess levels of testosterone at an early age, then they effectively have more man-like conditions. And one thing that happens to these people is that when they end up competing, they actually end up crushing women's championships. Another good example is Caster Semenya. And what I find interesting about this is that, well, if you think about what sports are and what it means to be really, really good at a sport. Number one, you're very good at a particular skill. You're skilled at it, and you probably have some sort of genetic predisposition that allows you to be better at that particular activity. Usain Bolt would probably possess some sort of genetic abnormality that would make them much, much faster. And then that would also be the case with Shaq regarding his gargantuan size in comparison to other players. We tend to celebrate these differences, especially if that impacts their performance in a positive way. And I see, so if it's possible for biological women to take advantage of their excess testosterone in a particular sport, then why not trans women?
Yeah, that'll never happen. Women who are born females are never going to be going and competing in any sort of like heavy duty sports against men. They're never going to be able to compete in boxing, weightlifting, any of these types of things. But it does happen on the reverse. So First Amendment, is your position that if I wanted to, then I could go and box against women in my weight division tomorrow?
In the same weight division as women?
Yeah.
I think looking at testosterone levels would be necessary as a part of gender testing. So likely that they would require you to get a certain level of testosterone in order to join. That would probably be my position. Sure.
So if I just lowered my testosterone a little bit, then you would be fine with me going and beating the shit out of a woman?
I don't believe that you'd beat the shit out of a woman. I don't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd suggest that you maybe go and get yourself in a boxing gym at some point, First Amender, because there's a very, very big difference in terms of how men and women fight.
Okay.
Do you not know that?
I'm sure there is.
There is? But you'd
Yeah.
be happy for me to go and crush the skull of a woman.
Well,
Small-
just so
the
you're
smaller
aware,
skull.
those injuries that Emain Kelef had provided is very common injuries that occur even in the women's division. So
I'm talking
I don't know where you're getting the idea
don't worry about Emain.
that somehow Emain was somehow crushing the skulls in. And I think if you lacked testosterone, you would definitely lose muscle mass and your performance would drop drastically.
Right. So you think that if I had the similar sort of testosterone levels to yourself, for example, and then I was
This is
like
a personal attack, not an actual argument. Provide an actual argument without a personal attack, please.
If I lowered my
Yeah,
testosterone,
can you do it without the personal
if I
attack?
did lower
I'd
my
appreciate it.
testosterone, your position is that with all of my biological structure, that there would be no advantage that I would have over a biological woman who weighs the same as me. Say like a tuck shop lady who's just fat, so she weighs the same as me.
Yeah, again, if you are taking testosterone suppressants, you would indeed become a lot smaller.
Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? My
No,
fist,
it doesn't.
I have a big fist, First Amender. My big fist,
Yeah, do you
punching
think
the
women
face
can't have
of a
big
small
fist?
woman's skull. You think that is a fair fight? Do you have any idea how ridiculous that is?
I've already answered. Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
You think that
I
you're
mean,
doing, you think that you're like doing social justice here, but you're arguing,
I'm
First
not.
Amender, for a man to be able
I'm just
to
arguing
bash
like
a woman.
where I can
Why are you
logically go
arguing for
to.
men to be able to beat women up?
I'm not arguing for men to beat women up. I'm
That's what you
arguing
just
for the
argued.
inclusion of all individuals in society, which includes trans individuals. That's what I'm arguing.
Yeah. Well, let me argue from a position of authority here, then, First Amendment, because clearly you've never stepped foot in any sort of martial arts environment. There is a massive difference. Like I said before, I'm like
I
an
never
amateur level. I'm an
disagreed that
amateur
there
level
isn't a
fighter,
massive difference
and
between
I
men and
would
women in
beat the
sports.
absolute brakes off of the best professional woman in the world without a single issue.
If you take
So
2 years of estrogen and testosterone blockers,
yeah, I've
yeah,
still got. I've
do
still.
you think
I've
that
still got.
you'd be
I've
this
still got a bigger
giant
bone
dude
structure. I've
after
still
2
got
years
big
of that?
hands. Yeah,
I got news for
be
you,
bigger and
man. You'd
stronger
look
than
like a
them.
woman in 2 years. Your
Nope, I'd
beard
still
would
have.
disappear.
I would still.
Your muscles would disappear.
What about my bone structure? What would happen with that?
It would maintain the same. However, you would
So I'd
still
still have
go
a
up
massive,
against
dense
people who
bone
have
structure.
naturally higher testosterone, and you would be at that level. Yes.
I would. I can agree that muscular wise and frame wise, I would probably look a little bit more like yourself. I would probably be.
Can you
sort
please
of
just
shrink down a
refrain
little
from
bit.
the personal attacks? Like, I want
I'm
to
just pointing out
genuinely
an
have a
objective reality.
conversation,
I'm
and I
pointing
just
out a
don't
reality.
appreciate the personal
All right.
attacks.
You
It's
I'm
not
guys
pointing out a
are
relevant
getting
reality.
to an
derailed.
actual
I can
debate.
I can see Taylor has a thought here. So if you don't, okay, I was gonna say you're
I
kind of
mean,
making a
just
face
letting
there
them
for a
go.
bit. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, but I feel like a good point was made by Jake that we kind of skimmed over. Like, you don't see it on the other side. Why aren't women rushing into like men's sports? And I think it's the same with the bathroom argument. You often see it with the trans women trying to get into the women's bathroom, not trans men trying to get into the men's room. So I think that just speaks to the problem here that
There
clearly
are
the
actually
advantage of
there are trans men going into men's sports.
okay, but clearly there's a bias one way and there's a clear
I mean,
reason.
you can look at Schuyler Bylar, there's Chris Mosier, there's Patricio
Women don't
Manuel,
want
there's Jay
men in their sports.
Malucha.
Do
Tell
you
Well, I'm
us
just,
about
care
them,
what
I'm
First
just,
women
I,
want?
Amendment.
you
Tell us
said
about them,
we're
First
not
Amendment.
seeing that. However, we are
Those
seeing
names.
that.
Tell
That
us
does
about them, First
exist.
Amendment. Tell us about those
What?
people.
Are
Tell us
you
about them.
Schuller?
Yeah, tell them. Tell us. Who are they?
That was like the first publicly documented NCAA trans man to complete in men's swim team. There
As it
was
was a long distance swimming?
what I believe they joined the Harvard men's squad after transitioning.
So a woman joined the Harvard men's squad? And who are the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
ones? Who are the other
Huh?
ones? Give me a
The
bit of background.
Chris Mosier.
Yeah, what does he do?
They're a triathlete and a duathlete.
So a triathlete in like a multi-sex sport, or?
Well, they're in U.S. national teams at a men's event, and they successfully challenged the IOC rules to allow transgender participation.
Right, so this is a biological woman that is competing at the national level for men's track.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you spell the name?
Chris Mosier, Chrismosier.
All right. Go on, who are the other ones?
There's Patricio Manuel.
And what do they do?
They're the first trans man to fight professionally in a men's boxing match.
What was the record?
Was there a record?
Yeah.
Are you asking for?
What
I
was
don't
their
know if they
record?
have a record or not. I don't watch sports.
Oh, well, goes to show.
I-
Anyways, we don't see the same sort of infiltration of sports.
I don't know
we don't see them
why-
at the Olympic level.
I don't know why you're doing
we see
this personal
trans women.
attacks.
We see trans
This
people who
this says
transition
more
to
about
becoming
you
women
than
at
it
the
does
Olympic
to me.
level.
Like, you're asking all these pointed questions. I'm providing you relevant empirical data.
Yeah,
And
I don't see a
your
single
response
Olympic
is to
athlete
just
here.
make fun of me. It's not really an argument.
When did I actually didn't make fun of you just then. I refrained from it. So where are the Olympic athletes that were born biological females that have gone on to become Olympic athletes or Olympic champions in the men's?
I'm not sure.
But I would also say the same problems are present. So, although the focus, especially on the media, is definitely on trans women, there are trans men that want to go into sports competitions,
I
and
need
they
to pee,
are
I'll be right back.
met with two different, I would say, groups. There are some that say, well, they are females, let them just fight with females. It doesn't matter that they have a beard and are now bigger. And others who would say, well, hey, they are in essence using steroids. So why should I let this person who's using steroids up against the biological woman? That's why I think it's such a complicated issue, and why there is going to be many factors that maybe determine fairness, why some sports, sometimes when we're dealing with like swimming, where it may actually be that a leaner frame actually has some sort of advantage. That's not going to be for every sport. However, as long as we're trying to find what I think is the metric of fairness, we're going to come out with a more universally acceptable system. Might take us a little while.
All right. Did you have a response to it, Taylor? I think that First
No,
Amendment
I mean,
chick
my
away.
opinion stays the same. Like biological sex, sports, I don't care that much about this issue, but it just seems very clear to me. So, yeah.
I know they're trying to make us care about sports.
Yeah, don't care about sports.
All right.
I
Well,
care, but not enough.
all right. Well,
Feel the same way.
very good. Yeah. No, I'm not a big sports person either, so that's why I had to frame it the way I did. I have no idea, if this is just, like I said, is it a problem? Is it just hysteria? What's going on? The other thing that I guess if you guys wanted to touch on, some of the talk about, trans in the military, and the identities
Are we
in
done
the
with that
military.
sports topic?
Yeah, I think we're gonna move on. If that's all right by yourselves.
I was just quickly. I just wanted to say, we asked about all those athletes before, all of the alleged, biological women who went into men's sport. Absolutely none of them at the top levels of Olympics. However, the other side, you see biological men transitioning to become women and then making it to the top of the Olympics. Why is that? Why is it that there are none? Why is it none of that is happening in the reverse? Is that because maybe men have a biological advantage physically?
So I just want to be clear, right? I mean, I agree with you. There's likely a biological advantage. I'd never disagreed with that. But I'm going to ask you this. If there were, would you affirm trans identities?
What do you mean?
If there was a trans man that performed at the top levels in Olympic sports, would you affirm trans identities?
No.
Okay, so this question doesn't matter. Cool.
No, I'm just pointing because the question actually points to the absurdity of what you're saying, and now you're giving me an impossible hypothetical and acting like that somehow refutes what I'm saying. No,
Is that
it still
kind of
wouldn't-
like
I
what
still
you
wouldn't
did?
affirm
But
that
okay.
they're a man, but the evidence actually
That's
points in our
literally
direction, not your
I love
direction.
that. I do love the projection. It's really fabulous.
What's
It's a-
what's projection about it?
The point is,
You just projected the exact thing you did this entire debate towards me.
First Amendment, you've been asking us this whole time about proof that there's like a societal decline with affirming the identities, and we're just giving you one. Like women are losing out on sports opportunities.
So
This is
let me
just
get this straight.
example.
Trans women get included in sports, which, by the way, right, just to point out, across all sports, it's suspected anywhere around 200
Who cares?
total. That's
cares?
Yeah,
that
doesn't
is
matter.
that we're talking like from high school all the way to professional league. There's a total of 200. Okay, so knowing that there are 200 trans individuals joining in sports, then society collapses. Why don't you take me through the steps how exactly that works?
Let's talk about
How does society collapse?
if we keep affirming identities, then there'll be more than 200, and that doesn't matter.
More than
then
200.
We're talking about
Okay.
just how we operate as a society and how we separate people and how we
Okay.
define people, and that the spaces that women have fought for years. And I assume you're some sort of feminist as a leftist, so you should care about this.
So
And women
more than
care about
200
this.
women fought
you
for
care?
spaces. Then what?
Why don't
Do
you let
you
her
care?
answer?
Do you care about what women think about these issues?
I do.
Okay,
I
and what
sure
if
do.
most women were against trans people in sports? Would you?
Ooh, hot take. You know what? Most women don't feel that way,
That's
but okay.
100% untrue.
Anyway, so now so more than
Falsify it.
200,
You just made
then
a
women. No,
claim.
No. I
You made
want
a
to
claim.
understand your
Falsify what she
position.
said.
I'm saying
Falsify
more
what she
than
said.
200. It doesn't matter. No study
Okay,
I'm going to
so you
show
can't
you
falsify
matters
it. You
because
can't
I've
falsify it.
You can't just say
presented
things.
studies,
Yeah.
and then
So no
you say,
justification.
"Well, I don't
All
care
right,
about the
let's let
studies,
the
so it
First
doesn't matter
Amender
what I send
respond.
you."
I've unleashed the
Anyway, so if
beast.
there's more than 200,
Because this actually is based on feelings.
So
This
you
actually
would
is
say
based
that
on feelings.
there's
So if you gave us some
more than.
studies that actually would
Shut
be relevant.
up. You would
No,
say that
First
there is
Amender, if
more
you
than
gave us some
200. Can
studies
I
on
get a
this, it actually
mute on
would be
this guy?
relevant.
Like I can't say anything without him
You've been
freaking
saying a
out.
lot.
Hold on.
You've
This
been
is
saying a lot.
this has been a lot of fun having the back and forth here. But yeah, let's give First Amender a little space here so he can flesh out his thought, and then I'll definitely give you a chance to respond. We were going to move on to some of the changes to the military regarding the subject, but we can talk about that in a few minutes. I'll let you guys. Yeah, you can
Okay,
segue naturally.
so
Go ahead.
societal collapse because trans women in sports. Okay. So you said, okay, there would be more than 200 women fought for those spaces. Okay. Get me to societal collapse. Show me.
The point is that if we as a society cannot define man and women and truth and untruth, then the society does not thrive. And that I'm
So if you
asking you,
can't define,
I'm
stop,
asking you to
stop.
grapple. You talk for so long, please. You talk for so long. You
But
asked me.
that you just made a jump. You just
There's no
jumped.
jump. There's no
You said
jump. What
you
is?
can't. Yeah, I'll explain the jump. You can't define women and then society collapse. I don't exactly understand. Again,
Is
it
that what I
doesn't make
said?
any
Is
sense.
that what I said? No.
It's a
Yes,
that's
you
straw
not what
did.
I
man.
Go ahead. Then, okay, explain it.
I'm
Explain it to me.
asking
How
you
does
to
society
grapple.
collapse?
I'm asking you to grapple with your hypocrisy in your own worldview. I'm saying that you say you care what women think about. You claim to be some sort of feminist, and I'm telling you that even if it's 200 spots that are being taken from women that worked hard to get there by biological men that come in because it's the easier route to go, that should matter. And I'm telling you that the more you affirm these identities, the more that number will rise. It should matter.
Okay, so assuming there's more than 200 women fought for spaces, we can't define women, then society collapse. How does society collapse?
She
If
never
we
said that. She said it's corrosive.
No,
Right, I'm saying that
stop,
it's not.
stop. You said
I did not
society
say
would
that
collapse.
society collapses. I'm
Yes,
saying
I
you've
wrote
asked
down
us.
exactly
I'm
what you
saying
said. You
you've
said
asked us.
society would collapse. I
I'm
wrote down
saying,
exactly
fine,
what you
whatever
said.
I said.
So will society collapse if we affirm
You
trans
have
people?
asked
And
us
if
All right,
so,
we-
get me to that point.
All right, to
You
be
have asked us.
fair.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say, just to be fair, I'm just gonna place you on a brief mute there, First Amender, just so we can get some of the thoughts out here in response. Just because, yeah, it's just a little bit too much jumping back and forth, and the mic is still a little bit hot on your end. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, but I'm not trying to call you out or anything like that. It's just audio stuff, guys. All right, so over to you, Taylor. I want to let have some space to get your thoughts out.
You've asked us this entire time. What is the problem with with affirming trans identities, and what is the societal harm? I've pointed out several examples. Now we're talking about sports. I'm giving you a specific societal harm that people are suffering because we are affirming these identities. That is a simple jump to make. That's it. And that the more that we affirm identities, and the more that the spaces open up to biological men, that biological women will suffer. If we cannot agree on what a biological man is and what a biological woman is, then definitions mean nothing, spaces mean nothing, and people will suffer. That's it. It's so simple. You're muted.
Yes, you can take yourself off mute. That is fine. I also want to give Amy space to.
That's
love the
another
mute bug.
that's
If you
another
would
slippery
like.
slope
It's
argument.
not. It's literally
You're
happening.
saying that
There's no
you're saying
slippery slope.
if you're
Hold on,
saying
it's
that
his turn.
if you affirm trans women, then all of a sudden definitions mean nothing. No, it just means there's an additional definition. If I say the word,
You have no
there-
definition.
I really do. If there
love to
is if I say the word bat, what am I referring to? Am I referring to the tool that is being used for baseball, or am I referring to the mammal that screeches and can't see and flies around at night?
And yet
Like,
there's clear definitions for both
like
of those things.
obviously me adding a definition to woman where it's like the gender identity of female, that's not an issue. That should not be an issue, and nor does that make society fall apart. And it doesn't turn society into a sophistry, I don't know, nightmare paradigm where up is down and down is up. That's not how that
First
works.
Amendment, actually, if you want to try and call her out for doing slippery slopes, yours is a slippery slope fallacy in and of itself, because you're saying that if we don't affirm trans people's identities, then they're all just going to off themselves. First of all,
But there's
don't really
empirical
care.
basis behind
But
that.
second of all, yeah, it's just I reject your empirical basis.
Yeah, you reject
reject
the
that that's a good
entire
thing to do.
medical institutions.
No.
Yes,
I reject.
yes, you
I
do
reject
in fact
that
do that.
is a better thing to
right?
do than
I'm
to
curious
not
if you
affirm
ever
the identities.
end up with a heart attack, that whether or not that you go to the hospital, or do you just like, I don't know, just talk to your right wing buddies as to how to like cure your like your hospital condition? Like what would you do? Obviously you're going to trust the medical institutions, but for whatever reason, this particular topic, you don't trust the medical institution. It's nonsense.
Okay, so what if I told you that I was having a heart attack right now? Would you believe me?
No.
But what if I felt like I'm having a heart attack? If it's my preference?
Dude, if you told me you felt like you were having a heart attack, yeah, I would tell you dial 911.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I said that what if I said that I felt like I was having a heart attack because my toenail hurts?
Huh, I know. I would say dial 911.
So would you believe me? Or would you say,
Yeah,
okay, it
yeah.
sounds
If
like you're
someone
having a-
told
it
me,
sounds like
I
you're
feel
having a
like I
heart
wouldn't
attack.
doubt them. Are you stupid?
Okay.
No.
What if I said that I feel like I'm having a heart attack because my brother's toenail hurts?
Dude, I would be like, okay, they're being delusional. And then I
Okay,
would say,
there you
okay,
go.
let's call the 911. Like
There you go.
dude, like if someone feels like if they tell you they feel like they're having a heart attack, 100%, I would absolutely call 911. Yeah. Are you
And then
Yeah,
if
kidding?
they
and then
got to the hospital and they said to the doctor, "Oh, I'm having a heart attack. My toenail hurts," and then they did all the things that you do for a heart attack, and they gave them treatment for a heart attack, and they opened up their chest and they fixed their heart, would that be the correct method of treatment because their toenail hurt with no other evidence and no other anything?
Well, usually what they do is that they connect them to an EKG machine and to determine what's going
Okay,
on.
but what if they just said that's it? It doesn't matter. Doesn't
If
still feel like
nothing's
I'm having
going
a heart
on, then
attack. I
nothing is
still feel like
going
I'm
on.
having
But
a heart
they
attack.
they went and
Right,
they
but there
found
is
they
there
got
is
to a medical
objective
professional.
basis. There's an objective
Correct. That's
basis.
also true regarding trans individuals and the
no,
WPATH
it's not.
standards.
There's
You
not.
No,
did
it's
it.
not.
Look at
Because no,
you.
it's not, First Amender. Because
Yes,
if we went to the
yes,
doctor and we said we're
yes,
having a heart attack because
yes.
I've got a, I know you're
Oh my
scared. If
God.
we said I feel like I'm having a heart attack because my toenail hurts, the doctor says you're not having a heart attack, but I say no, no,
Holy
no, I feel like
shit.
I'm still having a heart attack. I am having a heart attack.
Oh my
Would you affirm that
God.
I'm having a heart attack? Well, no, because there actually is an empirical basis.
does this?
However, if you were said that I'm trans and you went to a psychologist and said that you're not trans, but then you came back home and said, no, I still feel like I'm trans, you would affirm them First Amender. So there you go. There it is.
All right,
Good one.
let us move
He's
on.
scared.
If you guys would
Again.
like to move into that,
It's
final...
just more bad faith arguments. It's just it's
I think
stupid.
I
It's
think I
just
actually
pure
just dismantled your
stupidity.
entire argument.
Well,
I think
No,
that's might
it's
be
just
what just
pure
happened.
stupidity.
think
If I
that's
just
what just
present
happened.
this completely disanalogous thing that's super absurd, then is it true? I'm not
Ooh.
talking about that. I'm talking about something that can be empirically verified. Why would I sit there and address some stupid straw man of an argument
would
instead
ask-
of an actual argument?
I would
At
ask
least
just kindly-
Taylor is doing
Empirically verified by
somewhat
your
of a good
feelings.
job.
I would just
Could
ask
I
kindly...
address
empirically
that?
verified by your
And then I
feelings.
want to.
Hold on to the... Yeah, I'm just going to meet the two gents there. I hope you understand. I do want to let Amy in here before we move on to any other subjects, if you would like. So...
Absolutely. So I think I want to address that, and then I also have a thought about the trans military. Because it is true that someone could come to you and say, look, I am feeling like I have a heart attack. I think when it comes to something like that, self-reporting would be where we begin. I think it would move towards an empirical, objective basis once we get to a doctor, because now we're trying to suss out whether their feelings actually correspond with reality. I think that being trans is closer to a favorite color of or a favorite type of ice cream, in that it really is how we feel about something. Someone likes to do X, Y, and Z. That tends to correspond more with femininity. So we put them in the feminine bucket, or masculinity, masculine bucket. But what I would also add on there is I would say the military, along with gay marriage, those are two things that we pushed for the LGBT community in the past few decades. I think that I have actually been very proud of the West. I think that it has become increasingly more inclusive society. We should celebrate those gains. I think the military is one of the largest employers of transgender people. I know it's a political football right now. It gets kind of sent back and forth, but I am very proud not only of our country, of the West, but of our military, of the transgender people that have decided that they want to patriotically defend their country. I feel the same way of straight biological people that want to defend their country, and I think it's something we should support, be thankful of. Sometimes it always just feels empty to say thank you for your service. I think we should do even better, support things like VA rights. But I think any person, as long as they are able-bodied, I know that might be maybe where we're kind of a point of contention, that wants to sign up and defend their country, I think that's an amazing thing.
All right, let's get into that point there. So I didn't mean to be sharing the live chat there. You guys behave yourself over there. Let's hand it over to Jake if you want to respond to some of those points there.
I'll let Taylor go first with this one.
Sure thing. All right, go
Sure,
ahead.
sorry. I would say that typically mental illness disqualifies people from the military. I would say that if we're going to go on the argument that, like, if we don't affirm people, then they're at risk for suicide, I imagine the military, there may be risk of not affirming identities. I think it's a stressful job. I feel like if people have underlying issues, mental health issues, no, they should not be serving in the military.
Yep, I'd agree with everything Taylor just said there. And yeah, it's one of those jobs where you do need to be mentally sound as possible. So having people with mental illness would not be a good thing, especially if you're giving them guns.
I do one point of just pushback, which what I would say that it's true that there is a high attempt rate within the transgender community. I would say that's more a symptom of them wanting to find outreach, and that once they actually transition, they tend to be very mentally healthy, functional people that I think we could find worthy of active service.
All right.
Yeah, I disagree, but yeah.
All right. Any thoughts on this whole conversation there, First Amender?
Yeah,
you know that there's been some changes. I think, or at least that's what I'm been led to believe. I mean, I'm elsewhere in the world, but there's been some changes recently to this whole structure. So I do want some
Yeah,
thoughts
they
there. If
they
you have
they
any.
banned it based on Pete Hegseth. It's actually kind of a shame because I've read his book on regarding military readiness, and he extended this as well to women. Unfortunately, the reality is that your modern military is not all front servicemen that need to carry a 60-pound pack. Trans service people, it has exhibited itself that the U.S. Department of Defense's own studies had found that transgender service members have had a minimal impact on readiness as well as cost. And the U.S. military currently allows trans people to to serve openly with policies updated since January of 2021. But it had, of course, had been denied by Pete Hegseth, which is really a shame. The AMA and the APA, the American Psychological Association, and other medical bodies support the rights of trans individuals and serve to affirm transition-related care. It does not impair military duty. So there are multiple different areas of expertise that was able to exhibit no issues regarding a trans person being able to serve.
Yeah, I think I just grant most of that. I mean, sure, maybe in some sort of support roles, but I think I'd agree with First Amender when he says don't let the trans near the guns, and make sure that yeah they don't have access to those weapons. But if there's some sort of a support role that they could play, then sure. And also don't use the American taxpayer dollar to chop the penis of various different men off, or the other way around.
It's just referring to medical care of why no cosmetic surgery is provided by the military. So you be free to sleep very nicely on your bed tonight, knowing that the military is not paying for any bottom surgery.
Okay, well, I also think the military and the taxpayer shouldn't pay for any sort of gender affirming care whatsoever. So that'll make me
It's
sleep
just
nicely.
medical. It's just medical care in general. Like they just
Yeah.
pay for medical care.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that.
All right. Let us wait potentially here, unless Taylor, you want to jump in here on all this. Let's wait till Amy gets back, and let's jump into the Q&A. Get what the audience is getting.
I just will say that I do have to head out soon, Ryan, because
Yep.
I'm going to a water park today with my little cousins, and I'm definitely not above a water slide, even though I'm nearly 30 years old.
Nearly 30.
Ooh.
Lucky you. Oh no. I feel old all of a sudden, everybody. Oh no. All right. So yeah, definitely thank you everybody who's still watching on the live stream. Thank you everybody who's smash the like button. If not for me, do it for Maple over here. She's too sweet. She's just keeping me company here. That's why I had to lower my camera at one point because I noticed that I was moving my arm, and I was I was like, the live chat's gonna think I'm really liking this discussion. All right, all right. Oh, you guys are allowed to like the stream, and maybe not like it that much, okay? And if you do, keep that to yourself. You'll weird us out as much as I just did you. All right. So Emperor Fat Ass Dogs asked the first question there, guys. We're gonna get right into that Q&A. So, big reminder to everybody watching right now: if you have a question, get it into a super chat right now. We're gonna be reading those live on air, and I have the means to put them on screen. Somebody asked if I could do that. I'm not against that, so I'm just going to adjust this right quick so our audience can see your question and your silly name, Emperor Fat Ass Dogs. All right. First question there, Emperor Fat Ass Dogs. First Amender believes in multiple genders, yet manifest destiny is where he draws the line. Make that make sense. Question for you.
Yeah, he argued in a previous debate, arguing in favor of manifest destiny, genocide. Yeah, I'm against genocide. I'm also in favor of affirming trans identities, not just from a moral perspective, but from an empirical one. And so I think that that is logically congruent with being against manifest destiny.
All right. Is there any contention on the panel, or do you want to carry on?
Carry on.
Let us do so. Thank you so much for your questions there, everybody. Let us do get that next question up. 1 second as I scroll into it, and I will put that on screen for y'all. So Brandon Worrell asks, Lord is a title, not an identity.
I say it's an identity. I say it is deeply, deeply ingrained within my identity. And it actually does affect me in many different ways in terms of my social status and my class, and it's actually a part of my name. So I'd say it really does affect me in my identity. And I actually appreciate Amy being good faith and being logically consistent, actually, with her standards and affirming my lordship. First Amender, not so much, but not everybody is consistent, really.
All right. Do you feel that's a fair assessment there, First Amender? If you,
Of course not.
All right. What would be the major thing that you feel maybe has been misconstrued throughout this debate?
Well, this entire debate, right? They have provided actually no evidence whatsoever, just their own feelings. They've
What's wrong with that?
discounted they've discounted all of the relevant studies by just saying, "Well, I'm not reading all those studies. Doesn't matter how many studies." Admitting that just tells me that obviously they're not in good faith. They just want to deny trans people because that is what is in vogue.
What's wrong with it just being about my feelings, though? What's wrong with that?
Because I suppose your feelings of being an asshole are slightly more invalid than a person just trying to live out their life. That's why.
Even if I just grant to you that I am an asshole and my feelings, they don't align with your personal preferences, what's wrong with actually just my personal preference and my feeling that what you're saying is untrue without any sort of justification? What's wrong with
Because
that?
these people are
like
just because me personally, when I get up out of bed and I walk around and talk to people, I try not to be an asshole. I know that's not what you seem to want to do. And I don't find it to be socially cohesive to get up out of bed and decide I'm going to be an asshole today for money.
Sweet. I mean, I don't find it socially cohesive for somebody to get up out of bed and say, you know what, I'm going to be a woman and call me ma'am.
Okay.
What's wrong with my preference?
Yeah, you're doing the asshole thing again, as opposed to like addressing someone's
'cause I'm
actual
mean?
identity.
Okay, so your argument is that I'm mean? Good one. All right, we can move on.
All right, I gotta be careful with this live chat thing. You see, I'm not used to that. I'll have to take it off the screen if I can remember before I scroll through to make sure y'all are behaving yourselves. But so far, it just looks like everybody's having a good time. So I'll check in again in a more responsible manner. I promise I'll do better. All right. Cindy Bondbury says, if genetics/genitalia are what makes a man, will you tell your son he is less of a man as if he is born without a genitalia? I will say, if you want
That's
to,
definitely a question for Jake and Taylor.
yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to try jumping on that one, Jake, if genetics and genitalia are what makes a man, will you tell your son he's less of a man if he's born without a genitalia?
No, I would say that it's you generally have reproductive pathways. But yeah, I mean, somebody who is has testicular cancer can be considered intersex. But I would say that if you have these sort of different, like women, there are various different women who can't have children for various different reasons. If they have cancer, they can have their ovaries removed, and it doesn't make them any less of a woman or less of a man.
Someone with testicular cancer can be intersex?
Yeah, if they get their
Where did you
testicles
get
removed,
that?
if they can get their testicles removed,
Dude,
yeah.
that is not what intersex is. Holy crap. You actually have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, what is intersex then?
Intersex is something that causes that happens at an embryonic stage. It's not cancer. It's not like if you remove your testicles, that doesn't make you intersex. Do you understand that?
So testicular cancer can occur in individuals with intersex variations, though it's more common in the overall population. So it's more synonymous with people who are intersex.
Yeah, no, again, you're not addressing yeah, again, that's, yeah, you're reading the Chat GPT thing. Having testicular cancer does not make you intersex.
All right, well then address
Oh my God.
address the other
Holy
point then in
crap.
terms of
I'm actually talking to
okay, so
somebody
yeah,
who's
all
done
right.
zero reading on the topic. Holy
All right, cool.
crap.
Even if I
Dude,
just
holy
granted, even if
crap.
all
What
right,
was
First
that?
Amendment. Wow, you finally did
Oh my
something. Good on your First
God.
Amender.
Oh
Good on your
my
First Amender. You
God.
finally did
He
something. So
actually
address
hasn't
the other
read a
part.
single thing on
Address
this
the other part
topic.
then.
He doesn't know
Address the other part
anything.
then.
Oh my
Address the other part,
God.
McLovin. McLovin. Address the argument then.
I did. You have no idea what you're
Okay.
talking about.
So then the other part of my okay, so he's gonna walk away.
I can hear you.
Well, finally, he thinks he's got something
That
between
was
his
silly.
teeth.
I'm sorry,
It's
that
just
got me.
funny. It's just I'm getting a water. I'm sorry. I like drinking water while I debate.
You
My
guys,
my voice was cracking, so
you
I
guys
needed
were
water.
right at, and you're in the background. Just I didn't know if you were singing or if your voice was cracking. But
No, I can
go
hear
ahead,
when
go ahead there, Jake. We didn't mean to cut you off. I just
Yeah, I was just saying that women who have men who have no testicles, they're not any less of a man. Women who have no ovaries because they've had cancer and they've had them removed, it wouldn't make them less of a man, less of a woman, etc.
All right. I think we will ask the next super chat from the same individual. So it's up on screen right now. Taylor, prove a trans internal perception is wrong because a trans person is telling you their gender, not their sex, which has always been defined as what you feel you are. I'm putting them on the screen, everybody, so get them in. Go ahead, Taylor.
I just reject that definition of gender, that it has just always been an internal perception of what you are, so I can't really, answer the question because I just reject outright the premise of gender. I think gender is just a synonym for sex, and that's always what it's been. And the burden of proof would be on the person claiming to be something that they are not, which I have objective reality on my side.
Get ready there, Amy. I'm going to call on you to jump in
I would
here.
love to mention in on that as well.
For sure, but I haven't heard from Amy too much from the Q&A so far, so I'd like to ask if you can kind of help clarify here for the people in the audience where we're at with this discussion.
Sure. So I think that it is less to deal. The question was about Jeanette. Can you read the question one more time?
Yeah, so Taylor, prove a trans internal perception is wrong because a trans person is telling you their gender, not sex, which has always been defined as what you feel you are. And Taylor
Sure.
basically expressed that she doesn't feel that there's a need for a distinction, I think, between those terms, if that's fair to say, Taylor.
So this is another point of, I would say, contention from the other side. I'm paraphrasing, but Taylor said something like 2 seconds ago. It is valid that it is a newer frontier, I would say, of social science. I would push back lightly. I would say it's decades at this point, and that it is okay to be a newer frontier of the social science. I think that there's good reason for that, that it came at a point when we were starting to look at different ways of living differently. This is when we started to not treat being gay like a mental illness or a delusion. And while it's not the same thing, it is still the same trajectory that psychologists and sociologists within the past few decades have been using sex and gender differently, because there does seem to be this separation between someone's sex, what is unchangeable, and then gender identity, which I would argue is not an objective thing, is a subjective thing, and thus we are going to be more stuck with people having to tell us their personal experiences.
Right. I'll give you a chance to respond there, Taylor, about the deviation of terms that Amy's trying to highlight there.
Yeah, I think just my original point stands. I don't really see a consistent definition about gender just in general from the side, so I can't really, interact with the term. I think that a personal feeling is not a definition and it's just too arbitrary. So.
All right, fair enough. We will carry on to the next question there. Hopefully, if you want to jump in there, First Amendment. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I did say you could have a chance. Let's keep on this one then. You guys aren't in a hurry beyond Jake, so I do want to try to push along. But go ahead there, First Amendment. We'll try to just keep steamrolling.
Yeah, so this is exactly what gender is. Usually, people who are cisgendered actually have a hard time recognizing an internal sense of how it could be incongruent with primary sex characteristics such as penis or vagina. But the best way that I can describe gender does come down to an internal sense of how you feel your sex is. A good example of this, if for a cisgendered person, would be you as a boy are going through puberty and then for whatever reason possess gynecomastia, a condition which causes you to grow breasts. Everything in your teenage boy body would tell you that this isn't right. Something internal doesn't match with how your body is on the outside. That feeling is gender. So I'm glad that there is someone in the audience that recognizes this. I appreciate that.
So gender is just a feeling?
Yes.
Just a feeling?
Yes.
So
I've already
anybody can be
addressed the
anything-
qualia
Anybody
concern.
can be anything at any time.
No,
I mean, this is why your argument
it's
always
just the
falls
difference
off.
between gender and
You
sex.
can't actually present empirical
Sex
evidence. You can have
doesn't-
all the studies you
I
like.
did. I
You can-
provided
you can
empirical
present all of the
evidence.
empirical evidence, but it actually doesn't matter because it always just comes down to a feeling, and this is what it ultimately boils
That's
down
wrong.
to. It just comes down to a feeling for you.
In
So,
order to,
do
yeah,
wanna-
I mean, is
do I wanna-
PTSD
do I
real
wanna-
or any of
do I
these
wanna
other things that
affirm-
require
do I wanna
personal?
affirm somebody's delusional feeling?
We're just
No,
repeating
I'm
the
not
same
gonna
stupid
affirm somebody's
nonsense.
delusional feeling.
Totally
so that's
ignorant.
what it just comes down to.
All
This is
right.
why you just keep on getting destroyed over and over and over again, First Amender, is because it all
guys-
comes down to a feeling and you're trying to intellectualize something that is unbelievably simple.
You guys are all in Mortal Kombat mode right now, all in destruction mode. Let's get back into the super chats. Let's see if we can destroy a few of these. Josh Brooks, this is a $20 super chat, so I do want to give it some attention. I believe I'm female. I just had a baby, and I bled out of my butt for 5 days. Well, I said I want to give it some attention, but boy,
Lots to unpack there.
yeah. Oh shit, I don't
think
know. Maybe
First
they have to
Amender would
unpack
probably
it.
affirm that.
You behave. All right. Jeez. All right. You know because I'm female. Do you believe me? If not, you're a misogynist bigot. I don't make the rules. They paid $20 for this one. All right. I can't knock that. I mean, thanks for your support for the channel.
I mean,
but
if you actually feel it, go see a psychologist.
I don't
There.
know.
And I could respond to that.
Hot take.
Sure thing. I was gonna say I don't know what we can unpack from that one there. It's
Sure.
interesting. I believe I'm a
I-
female. I just had a
Go to a
baby, bled out my
doctor.
butt for 5 days. You know because I'm a female. Do you believe me? If not, you're a misogynist bigot. I don't make the rules. Go ahead there, Amy.
I would
help us out
push
here.
back there because at least from the definitions that we were putting forward, female is a biological term. And so that would be a time to use chromosomes, gonads. We've been talking about, cases in which that's not the case, but I'm being very specific on terminology here because if you had said woman, then I would be offering a different opinion. But I can actually sit here and say, from what we have been defining, No, you're not.
All right.
First Amendment or anyone else?
If anybody else has any thoughts, or if we could just move on, I think.
I mean, I addressed it already. I mean, like if you're bleeding out of your anus, go see a doctor.
Okay, all righty.
You should take your own
alrighty.
advice, First Amender.
Oh my goodness! All right.
I would go to the toilet and vomit with all the shit you're spewing.
Oh man, you can take it, you can give it. That's great. You guys are a lot of fun. Smash that like button if you're having fun in the live chat as well. Like I say, these guys know how to dish it out. It's it's been interesting to say the least. Emperor Fat Ass Dogs says Emperor Trump. President Trump, executive order. Now, see, I'm going to get in trouble now in the live chat. President Trump signed an executive order, not an emperor order, last January, proclaiming there are two genders, so therefore that debunks everything the yes people are arguing.
What was the question? What? I totally blanked on that. What the hell was
Yeah,
that?
well,
More time? Or what was it?
I had a bit of a silly internal error there. Let me just scroll back up here.
I can
And I'm gonna
respond
put-
to that as well. It was in essence saying Trump has declared there's only two sexes, so there.
Here it is, yeah.
I actually don't think that Donald Trump, again, this is my personal feelings, just to put that, I don't think he cares that much about the LGBTQ either direction. I've seen him held signs that say Trump for, or LGBTQ for Trump and all these things, and I think he's more just doing what I think some of his people and his admin want. People like Stephen Miller care way more about transgenders in the military than Donald J. Trump. That is my personal feelings. And so I think that this is, again, to use something with the trans military. This is just a political football. It's something that is going to be thrown back and forth. I think it will be easily undone in a different administration. That doesn't mean the subject will be done because maybe the administration after that will then undo that. And so I don't think a president can quite declare that. However, it is another move in the chess piece that is politics.
All right, thoughts on the other side on those moves as Amy has framed them by Donald Trump.
I actually kind of agree. I think that he's largely pragmatic and he's had a mandate to do what the American people want him to do. And from what I can tell, the American people are not for this. So he's doing what he was put in office to do.
I agree.
All right, let's carry on here. Let's see. I'm going to bring up this one from Cole Marshall. One thing I thought about during the debate, though, just because of, I thought I'd hosted you before, and I was like, oh, I think all of a sudden maybe Hake would take some concern with that. Is that you said if people are suffering from mental issues that they shouldn't have guns. I think that might stir a few people up in our live audience because it doesn't sound very pro Second Amendment. But I'm just picking a little bit while I bring up the live chat there. I didn't know if you wanted to clarify, but I had that thought when we were talking about the trans and military and stuff like that. Anyway, we'll see what the audience thinks. I'll put up a poll in a little bit about where they feel we're at right now. Maybe we can visit that if somebody has a question about that down the road. Cole Marshall asks, how many times were the brains scanned? Could they not change through time? How would the brains have looked if we flooded them with testosterone instead of estrogen? Appeal to authority fallacy.
Co-founding variables were considered, but it does require actually reading the paper to go through it. But yes, those factors were considered. And secondly, an appeal to authority is regarding if it's just an authority that is not relevant to the field of study. In order to say have a logical argument regarding, say, neurobiology, but you're not a neurobiologist, it would behoove you to read what neurobiological papers say. And you simply pointing out neurobiological papers is a non-fallacious appeal to authority.
Any thoughts on the other side? Nope.
Not really.
Not
I think
feeling.
we debunked this many times over the course of the debate. So
A1. And don't mind me earlier there, Jake. I was just pulling up the super chats, and I was just thinking about that. I was like, I don't know.
That's all right.
Yeah, I got to be
You're
a part of
entitled
things
to an
too.
opinion as well.
Yeah, I thought maybe you wanted to clarify that thought there, just if anybody may get the wrong idea. But I think he's just standing by it. Gotta respect that. Let's transition over here to Hall Long Nate. Says, dude,
No
please.
pun intended.
Please affirm my Lord Jake's identity so he feels mentally stable and socially accepted. This could be life or death.
First Amender.
No one has harmed you if I do not call you Lord, but we have decades of evidence showing real harm that if we do not affirm trans people's identities, that's the difference. This isn't a
Based
joke
on
for
a
them.
feeling?
It is life or death. Yes, it is
You know what
qualia.
the best part of this whole entire debate, which I just absolutely love,
Just
and
stop wasting my time.
I love
Go to
to
the
no
next
end.
question
The best part of
instead
this
of the
whole debate
same
is
fucking
that
dumb
First
talking
Amender
point.
gets so triggered about me being
I'm
a
not
Lord.
triggered
that
at
whole
all. You're the one
the Lord
freaking out.
argument, the Lord argument actually destroys your entire point of view, which is just unbelievably satisfying. I could literally chew on this for days. It's so satisfying to
I
me
know it.
that my
You
Lord
can
argument
chew on it
destroys your whole worldview.
for days, but I've already addressed your issue, and you've not addressed me back. But okay,
All right,
You haven't addressed me as my Lord.
for the fun
that's
of it.
correct
For the fun
because
of it,
you're making it a joke.
I will.
It's
It's
my
not a
preference,
joke
though,
for
bro.
them.
It's my preference.
I
It's
will-
not a joke for me.
I will update your name there,
Bigot.
Jake, on the screen.
Yeah,
to
to Lord
reflect
Jake, thank you.
what our live chatter would prefer there, and what
Thank
you've
you.
asked for yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I do think that when you say that, you might be arguing for yes. Maybe a little bit there.
No, I'm arguing for logical consistency is what I'm arguing for.
All right. Well, I've got that updated for you there. We want to have fun as well at Modern Day Debate, but we do want to, like I say, take these questions seriously as well. There are serious issues surrounding some of these topics for sure. But we also want to be human as well and try to have fun, and not get caught up on certain things. Let's just carry on. Chief Dylan, you see that on screen right now. Is it logically possible to identify as multiple genders throughout one's life? If so, what is the threshold to be able to tell if it is genuine or disingenuous? Yeah, did you want to start?
Sure, I could respond to that.
Sure thing.
I think that it could be very complicated to really talk about multiple genders. You could say maybe I feel more towards one or more towards the other. I know that, there are people that view themselves as non-binary or somewhere in between. I am open to listening to how people interpret their feelings, their brain states, who they are. But I would say that the move towards especially these two buckets, like trans man and trans woman, is to fit into Western society's current view of these two. And so having multiple, I would actually say, complicates things. I mean, I'm open to your interpretation or a reason for why. But I would say that instead of making it easier, it just makes things more complicated. Open being wrong, but Kitty, First Amender, do you have
See,
any?
she's not dead. Yeah, I
I
mean,
didn't say she was
typically
dead. I said that she was lost
typically-
briefly, and we went and found her.
typically what we do.
It was heartwarming.
Typically what we do is you talk to a psychologist, and it actually requires a specific psychologist that is specifically trained in diagnosing gender dysphoria or being transgender. And specifically with gender dysphoria, there is a specific criteria that is found in the DSM-5. And a lot of the times, like literally like 90% of the cases among adolescents, it's just a social transition. It's actually not necessary to go on hormone blockers because the situation is not that serious. But the minority of cases do exist. And so that's mostly the area of contention that people have. But the medical institutions agree.
Yeah, so once again, this all just comes back to preferences, though, because all of those things aside, it just matters what somebody says they are. And if somebody says that they are a man or a woman, then that's the only thing that really matters. So unfortunately, you can use all the sophistry you'd like and all the medical jargon and papers
Is
you'd like, but
PTSD sophistry, Jake?
your argument always falls
How do
back
you figure
to
out
the
someone has
preferences.
PTSD,
Your
Jake?
you always, well,
You
this actually
ask
probably would be
them,
a.
Jake.
Yep. So this
That's what
actually
you
would be
do, but we
no, no.
don't
You'd
not
get a
affirm
medical,
someone's
you'd get a medical
PTSD.
diagnosis.
They get a psychological diagnosis, and you ask
Exactly.
them how they feel.
All right,
That
let's let
doesn't
Taylor in.
make it invalid.
actually-
I can see
It's actually
Taylor's trying to
wrong.
jump on in,
Goatard.
guys. So let's let Taylor in. To
Why
have
do
some
you
thoughts.
keep referencing like sending them to a psychologist, saying like, oh, they think they're multiple genders, send them to a psychologist, when you've already conceded that if someone just says they are, we have to affirm it? Like, why do you keep saying that? You've already
Because
said
I don't know
that
what they're
you
going
don't
through.
need it. So
you're
why?
a
I don't know
why?
what they're going through.
So would you affirm an identity without a psychological
Why do you affirm
diagnosis or
somebody
not?
who says that they're having a heart attack that you dial 911? Obviously, you
heart
would
attack
just
is not-
Answer a question
assume
first,
that
Amanda.
they're
Right,
actually
yes.
saying that. Yes.
Answer a question
yes,
first,
you
Amanda.
would.
Such
Is
an
that your answer?
idiotic position. I'm astonished
I'm-
at how you guys can walk around and just pretend. How do you pay taxes? How do you pay bills and have this low of an argument? It's so ridiculous. I don't know
Are
what
you
else to
gonna
tell
answer the
you.
question?
Yeah, answer the question first, Amanda.
What is the question?
And
Go-
then I
go
can
ahead.
answer after.
Would you affirm an identity of multiple, whatever the question was, multiple genders, without sending them to a psychologist?
I would affirm them because I don't know what they're going
There
through, and
you
I've
go.
already
There it is,
answered
first
that.
Amanda. You lose again. 100%
Yeah, would you
of the
affirm
time.
somebody if
You
somebody
lose.
said, shut up? Would you affirm somebody
lose
if
once
they
again,
had
First
a
Amanda.
heart attack? You would assume that they're having a heart attack, but you're kind of taking their word for it. That's the same concept. This is so
I tell
dumb.
them to go. I
What
actually
a
do the same
thing
thing
argument.
I would do with I tell them to go get
Your
medical help, and if
arguments
they were
are
having a heart
dumb.
attack, then we would
They
sort
are
that out.
dumb.
Just like somebody
The
says,
entire medical consensus is against you. You are dumb.
Nope. The entire logical consensus is against you, unfortunately.
That is
First Amendment.
wrong. If you
Yeah.
think that all of the endocrinologists, all of the psychologists, all of the embryologists, all of the neurologists, all of the biologists are lying to you, you're just dumb.
No, I think that your point is just retarded, unfortunately, and everybody can
Okay,
actually
good
see
talk.
this, and this is why you just lose these debates so miserably, because it actually just comes down to a preference. So
No,
none of
because
that actually
all
matters. You
anybody
can
ever
say
talks about
endocrinologist
is
and psychologist
ridiculous
and
rhetoric
biologist.
instead
You can say-
actual
you can say all of
evidence.
the idiots
In
in
fact,
the world.
no
You can say
amount
all
of
doctors
empirical
agree with
evidence
you.
will ever change your mind.
You can
the
say every
evidence of
single
that?
ist that you can
I
possibly
provided the
imagine
evidence.
First
You
Amendment, but at
didn't
the end of the
listen.
day,
In fact, you don't even
just come
care
down to
what,
What's the
preferences. It's
evidence
all
that
about
studies there
every
are.
subjective
It's
every
preferences.
complete
doctor agrees with you?
nonsense.
What's your evidence that all doctors, all
Yes, I
endocrinologists,
provided
all-
neurobiological
every single
findings.
one in the world? You can't just say things.
Well, a majority of doctors agree with me.
I don't
yes,
think that's true.
that is 1,000% true.
Let's ask the
Your
next question.
logic still doesn't.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Hold on.
I
All right,
just
no,
wanna
no.
add
All right,
on-
so they don't have no idea
what
whether his logic fails. All right, let's carry on with the next question. We got lots of questions.
Can I just
I
add
got the
in
last one here.
real-
Last one here, and then I've got to get out of here, Ryan. Got to go to
okay.
Wollongong Park.
No worries.
Splish,
I'm
splash.
so sorry, Taylor. You'll have to hold down the
worries.
fort. We'll be counting on you for that. So I'm gonna ask this question, if you don't mind, Lord Jake, and then I will
Thank you.
ask. I'm gonna comb through after I ask this question and make sure we aren't missing any just for you. Okay. If someone identifies as an MAP, should that be socially acceptable or shouldn't have a certain boundaries? Because that's where this is ultimately going.
Yeah, well, according to First Amender, he would probably say that that's just fine if somebody's a minor attracted person because, that's just their preference. And there's nothing really that separates their preference from his in terms of like a moral hierarchy. It's all just down to people's personal choices. But yeah, I would say that that's objectively a wrong thing to do.
Yeah, we need
there's
to
no
change your
situation in
name
which
from
that's
Jake
okay.
Rattlesnake to Jake Rattlebrain.
All right, this one is for Jake.
Crickets.
Cindy Boundberry says, yes, Jake, let's ignore all the studies and a debate about psychology. So they're
Yeah.
making a criticism that, well, how can you make a criticism about psychology and not pay attention to the studies? I think it's a
Yeah,
fair
I mean, the
criticism.
reason why it's actually very
If
simple, and
true.
people with sort of two brain cells to rub together will actually understand this. if everything that you say ultimately reduces to your own subjective preferences and how you feel about something, then none of the studies that you bring up matter. We can instantly disqualify them.
Like
But that's different
PTSD,
for
right?
that's different to a heart attack, because a heart attack we can have.
What about
we actually
PTSD?
that kills people, right? And we know when somebody's having a heart attack.
Yeah, you ask somebody how they feel in terms of PTSD, but you do not
Yep. And if
assume that
somebody
they
said
know
they have
nothing. You to have
PTSD
them
and they
talk
went to
to
a
a
doctor,
psychologist to confirm whether or not they need care for their PTSD. And I love
Sure.
that I talked to the other person, Taylor, who literally denied all of psychology because it is a social science. It's complete nonsense.
Yeah, she's right to do that.
That's idiotic. You wouldn't sit there and say that a placebo effect is fake, and you probably wouldn't also say somebody with PTSD isn't real because we have to ask them.
All right.
That would be
Is it
idiotic.
possible?
I have to
Is it
cut you off
possible that the placebo
there.
Okay,
effect is
Jake
just a theory and that
Rattlebrain,
could be
moving
disproven?
on.
Well,
Oh, you're scared of the response again.
No, I just see that little rattler going off in that little brain of yours
So
as I'm
I
trying to
do-
help you
hold
out.
You
on,
actually have
hold on.
you actually
I'm
have
trying
an
to help
unbelievably
you out
small
there.
head. I will say that.
I am.
You have a little peon of a head.
I'm trying to help you out here,
What?
Jake, and move through these so you can move along. But
All right, last one. Then I gotta go, guys.
You're,
Now it's time to go.
you're dedicated.
Yeah.
You guys are dedicated to go to each other.
Don't get water in that hollow head of yours.
Oh my.
Really, the banter is quite low tier there, I will say. But anyways,
Yeah, I don't know. You've done better, I think, First Amender. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
smiling, but you know you.
I think he chokes up a bit when I'm around. He
No,
gets a
I
bit
just
nervous.
this guy is so obviously not in good faith, and any amount, like he literally said it himself. No amount of study is ever going to change his mind. He said that to you directly. That in itself should tacitly be a defeater. I think anybody who's even minorly serious about debate would know that he is incorrect here.
All right,
No,
to be fair,
I think that anybody who has a mild grasp of logic would know that your logic falls apart instantly. So
right,
you can
so-
try that all you want, First Amendment, but it's just not going to work. I know you get a little bit nervous when I'm around. That's why your jokes aren't very good, but it's okay. I understand.
it's okay.
Can I add in just one quick point?
Sure thing, but I do have another one for Jake that's just like a fan chat because he does have to go. But if you want to engage with Jake right quick, if he's got time, it's got to be pithy.
You can go to Jake first. I have mine written down.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Hall Long Nate says the fact First Amendment refuses to use the pronoun Jake has requested for months shows his intentional refusal to be consistent with his worldview. I will have to say, Hall Long Nate, you said the pronoun Jake, not pronoun Lord Jake. I think I think you've messed up here. No, I'm just picking. I do want to give you 1 minute before you go. I did want to read that out just because it's fun. I want to give you a minute to give a summarization of your thoughts before you carry on out. So I'm going to put your super chat on screen there, Hall Long Nate. I'm trying to get everybody's on there. So if you have a question, I'm trying to get them on screen. It's a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun tonight. Lots of fiery back and forth. Lord Jake, 1 minute on the floor, and then we'll bid you adieu.
Yeah, I mean, I think that at the very least, Amy is consistent with her view. I think Amy's saying that if we should affirm these identities because it makes people happy and people won't want to hurt themselves, and then I think that it's apt to call me my lord, which you did, Amy. And so I can at least respect that. At least you're consistent. First Amender, however, is only doing it on one side. First Amender won't call me my lord because he's saying that it's a delusion and that I'm not a lord and it doesn't affect me. I'm saying it does. And this is why it's such a defeater for him, because I am telling you that it does. That is the feeling. So if you ask me how I feel about it, which is exactly how you're talking about with trans people, you're saying you ask them how they feel about it. That's how you ascertain whether or not it's true. If you ask me how I feel about it, I'm telling you that it affects me negatively, but you won't call me my lord. And that's why it's such a defeater for you, First Amender. Even though you think it's ridiculous, it's actually not, and it actually defeats your entire worldview. Another standard that he used was psychological assessment. He also said that it wouldn't matter if there was a psychological assessment. He would still affirm it, meaning that it only comes down to feelings. And then that actually destroys everything else that you said. None of that matters. None of the studies that you said matters because it comes down to feelings and personal assessment. That's another defeater for your argument. You also said that in order for you to affirm my identity as a Lord, and in order for you to affirm that it affects me negatively, then I would have to be engaging currently in some sort of active self-harm. Firstly, I find that vile. And secondly, you wouldn't hold that same standard for trans people. So another defeat of your argument. Thank you guys for the debate. I really appreciate it. Taylor, I thought you were great as well. And with that, I'm going to sign out.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to switch on over to our other screen here. Big round of virtual applause for Jake for coming out and having the discussion. Hopefully in the live chat, you feel Jake has represented you well on the side of no. I'm going to get another poll in the live chat, and I'll let you know where that is right quick, just before you jet out there, Jake. We have a poll, and I'm just going to pull it up. And I'll let you know where we're sitting so you can kind of take that home with you. It's kind of like a little to go. Let's see here. So should we affirm trans identities? So right now in the audience, we have 10%. So the lowest of the poll says they're pulling the Peterson. So they plead the Peterson. They say, oh, what does we mean? Then we have 11% say, yes, we should affirm trans identities. And then 79%, just flicked to 78. People must have liked that Peterson impression. 78% say no, we should not affirm trans identities. So thank you so much, Lord Jake, for being here. We will catch you next time. Enjoy the water slides. And
all right, I'll see you Thursday for badminton and live milkshakes. First Amanda, see you later.
I think if you if you plug up your ears with some ear plugs, you could probably float around in the water with that hollow head of his.
Oh, gee. Well, he's already gone, so you can't razz him right now. Thank
that'll
you.
be the last razzing.
Would you mind? I just want to make one point that had nothing to do with Jake.
You wrote yours down. Absolutely. Let's hear what you have to say.
So, and for example, Taylor brought up detransitioners. I think detransitioners are only about 1%. However, 1% is still a lot of people. And I think that one of the ways we can prevent or lessen detransitioning is by having people who say that they are going through gender issues to have them go to a therapist. I think a therapist is one of the best starting positions, starting ways, because it allows a person, an expert, to suss out whether there is something going on, whether, we often get accused, the LGBTQ or liberals, of pushing a fad. I don't want it to be a fad. I don't want it to be something that is in replacement of something else. And I think one of the reasons I know I would push so heavily, even if someone were to tell me, and we're going on feelings and all this, I would take that all on board and still want them to see a therapist. So just putting that out there.
Just to be fair, I don't know. There was a certain wavelength of thought that was coming up at a certain point of the debate where it's like, if somebody says like they feel like they're a Christian or they feel like they're a Muslim, the idea of like, oh, well, I'm just going to call you a Buddhist because that's how I feel. I don't know. That was kind of like where my brain was going with that. It was like, I don't know. Would that really be worth it at the end of the day? You know what I mean? I don't know.
I appreciate that. I would say, so I'll put a giant asterisk the same asterisk I use when I use all analogies. All analogies eventually break down at some level because we're comparing one thing to another. But I think it's apt because I think that it's a type of claim that we can only truly get from them telling us, and we don't have, at least currently, any way of getting inside their brain and saying, well, no, you're actually this or you're actually this.
Fair enough. I just wanted a little clarification. Not that I feel one way about it or the other. I just I felt very interested by that train of thought. It's definitely interesting to think about all the ways that people think about themselves, I suppose, during these discussions. So if you like, we can move on, or if you want, Taylor, you can jump in on that one as well.
And I just want to add one thing to that specific, not just like religion, like at least with, claiming to be a Christian or Jew or whatever, like there are some necessary, like, you have to do certain things to be considered XYZ. You have to believe in God to be religious. So, you know, I think that that is the criticism that I'm going to push back on a little bit, is that there's really no standard of definition I get from the other side of like, what is the requirement that, because I don't think all trans people meet the requirements that have been put forth so far.
All right. Well, let's ask the next question there while I get the screens fixed up. That's kind of where I was at while I was trying to push into some of that territory there. I thought, like I said, that was interesting, to say the least. Cole Marshall says, how many times were the brains scanned? Could they not change throughout time? How would the brains look if we flooded them with testosterone instead of estrogen? Appeal to authority fallacy. I'll get that on screen just one moment.
I again am presenting that is not an appeal to authority if it is a relevant authority. You should probably look at your basic logic book that will tell you the exact same thing. Simply pointing out an expert in a field does not mean, therefore, it is an appeal to authority. I am presenting the evidence that the experts are providing, which are relevant to the subject. As for the, what was the first part? I'm sorry.
How many times were the brains scanned?
Yeah, I mean, they were, I believe that this specific analysis was a mega analysis. And I believe that all they did was just measure the subcortical brain volumes. And then were able to find that there are differences in brain morphology. I mean, I don't even necessarily need that particular study. There's all sorts of different studies from like an endocrinological basis. There's hormonal differences that occur as early as childbirth. And there are a lot of different studies that show the exact same situations. And so this basically shows that there is a biological imperative to why somebody would feel that way.
You were shaking your head there, Taylor. Do you have any thoughts before we move on?
No, because every point is going to be met with, but not all trans people. Like, you don't have anything that can span your whole group that you're trying to define. Thus, the definition does not exist.
Well, again, that's okay. It just meets. Again, it comes down to, you have to ask them how it is that they
It's all about feeling. It's all about internal feeling.
Well, but you wouldn't say that regarding PTSD. But if somebody told you that they had PTSD, right, it would behoove you.
If they told me, it doesn't matter. I don't care that they have PTSD. It doesn't matter, right? If they told a psychologist, there's going to be necessary and sufficient requirements. Want to know one of them?
Yes, that's the same thing regarding gender dysphoria as well as being transgender. Yes.
What if I don't have gender dysphoria and I want to be a man, and again, like, I can just.
Okay, if you don't have gender dysphoria, then you would have something like gender euphoria.
What if I don't? What if I don't? What if I just.
Then you wouldn't be
trans?
I
want to be a man. How do you know that? You said it's all about internal feeling.
I just explained it. I explained the internal feeling of why somebody would want to transition.
Maybe that they
you
would.
either have gender dysphoria or gender euphoria or both.
Or none, and it doesn't matter.
I'm not aware of a single trans individual that doesn't have either.
You're not aware of, but who knows? You don't know.
I mean, maybe, but it doesn't exist.
All right, we're moving on.
I'm not aware of any instance of that.
This is a great time to move on. We got lots of questions, and I know that you guys don't have all evening to hang out for sure, but we do appreciate every minute that you give us, and hopefully in the live audience you appreciate that as well. Hit the like, and I won't prattle on anymore. Let's ask the next question. Chef Dylan, I'm not ignoring your super chats. Like, why would I do that? I've already asked one of them, but I had to skip around a little bit just because, we had somebody that needed to go, and I wanted to get some juicy ones out there. So forgive me. Chef Dylan says, it isn't possible to prove depression as existing. Thoughts on the panel?
Repeat that question. I'm so sorry.
They're saying that you cannot prove depression exists. How can you prove that? How can you show it? I'm trying to expand there for you, Jeff, but
I would say that there is both biological factors, people exhibiting, they're not eating, they are more lethargic, but then there's going to be social phenomena that people may be expressing. They used to always go out, now they are exhibiting, not wanting to be part of the group and things like that. It is something, unfortunately, that again, we're getting into the realm of personal testimony, feelings, brain states. It is always going to be more subjective when we do so. I think, there may be a time where we're going to have equipment and we're going to be able to scan someone and go, yep, this is a depressed person or this is a not depressed person. But unfortunately, we are not at that level right now. And so we are dealing with things, I think, as First Amendment said. I think PTSD would be a good example, depression, being transgender. I think these are things that we have to accept that there is some sort of psychological, sociological component.
Yeah, and Amy, I just to add on to that question, it actually sheds light into the absurdity of the opponent because in order to actually determine whether or not someone has depression, they don't do a brain scan. What they do is they ask them. They they ask them if they have five or more of the following nine symptoms for 2 weeks, and you have to have at least one of the two symptoms of either. They have to have a depressed mood or a loss of interest or pleasure, and the way that you determine these things is you ask them. That's how you do it. But we don't sit there and say, well, because you ask them and it just comes down to how they feel, therefore it's not valid. No, we assume validity on these things all the time, and it is not a non-empirical way of addressing it. It is completely empirical.
But
So-
you would
Okay,
you
go
would
ahead.
help their illness, right? If someone had depression,
Yeah.
you would give them right. And so if someone came to
So
you and
what do you
said,
do if someone
"Wait,
has
let me
gender
speak," you were
dysphoria,
just
huh?
All right,
for
let's
so
not do
long.
that. Let's let Taylor ask a question.
If someone went into a doctor and said, "I am a woman by all accounts, I'm a female," and
Mhm.
said, "I am a man," I would agree. You have a mental illness. You need to be treated. There needs to be therapy. There needs to be a diagnosis of maybe gender dysphoria. I believe it used to be called, I forget when they changed it from gender dysphoria to whatever they call it now. But there's a similar, illness called body dysphoria where people that are quite skinny think they're fat or vice versa. We don't,
Yeah.
the treatment is to not play into their delusions. We don't say, "Oh
Well,
my God,
that's
you're
a
so
separate.
fat."
That
It's
is a separate
It's the
treatment. And
same
again, it is
diagnosis. It's the
no, it's
same
not. It's
diagnosis process of
stop.
saying you feel
Those
this
are
way and it does not
separate.
align with
Those
reality.
stop. Those are separate symptoms. The symptoms
Okay?
for
Yeah, of every mental illness,
schizophrenia
there's
is
different
not the
symptoms that have no
same as
relevance.
please. The symptoms for schizophrenia is not the same as the symptoms of anorexia. Are those both delusions? Yes, they are both delusions, but those have two completely separate, different treatments.
Okay,
And that
so
is also the case
and
for
so
people with gender
what we're
dysphoria.
disagreeing
The
on,
criteria that is required in order to be gender
it doesn't
dysphoric
matter about the
is a
diagnosis.
marked. Okay, so there is an empirical way to determine if somebody has gender dysphoria and then provide necessary medical care. And there are already WPATH standards that are based on evidence-based research that provide this information. It's there. We
I'm
have
telling
it.
you that I already disregard your studies and that I'm
I
saying
am
that
aware. I
right.
know. That's
But I'm
why
saying
you
just
have this
logically, can
opinion.
you make a logical leap here? This
You
is
literally
debate.
just
We're
said,
testing
I
our logic.
disregard the studies, and you
Because
said, make a
you
logical
haven't
argument.
brought any studies to the
I,
table
yeah,
that are valid, that seem valid, that make
yeah,
your argument
yeah,
better. If anything, they make your argument worse.
like the neurological basis of trans
You're
people.
saying
Yeah,
that
that wasn't
brains can
valid at
change.
all.
Wow,
All right.
brains can
Okay.
change. We all know brains can change.
Let's,
What I'm saying
yeah,
is that
let's
I
take it.
agree that the
It's
diagnosis
so
Hold on,
process.
hold on,
you're
First
being
Amendment.
bad faith.
Hold on.
That's what's
If
wild
Taylor's
about
being
this.
bad faith, let's let Taylor make their point so that her point, sorry, so that so that our audience can decide, of course, and if it truly is the case, then hopefully everybody will be able to see through that, right? But let's let Taylor make the point, right?
Even if I thought the diagnosis was similar, which is just self-reporting, which I don't believe you, because there's actually observable symptoms that we can see in other mental health disorders like PTSD, a traumatic event. People, as Amy noted, with depression, people not eating or withdrawing from social activities, things like that. Your only basis for diagnosis is self-reporting. my point is that the treatment is not the same. We don't throw people back into their issues. We don't say, okay, you're depressed, keep being depressed because that's what you identify as. You're fat, even though you're 90 pounds. Okay, let's give you surgery to not be fat anymore. I'm telling you that that doesn't make sense
I'm
logically. As you're
well,
citing
they're
psychology, you love
separate.
psychology and you love studies. I'm telling you that logically it does not track.
It does because they are separate diagnostics and they are
No
separate
one said it
treatments. Those
wasn't.
are separate illnesses. So sitting there comparing one separate illness to another separate illness and then say these are all delusions. It's the
Dysphoria
same thing.
is so
We have to
different.
deny
Body
them. In
dysphoria,
some
gender
cases, you
dysphoria.
would deny. In other cases, you would not deny. It is based on evidence-based research. The idea is to
Which you
cause
don't
less
have. You
harm.
don't have
We do
evidence-based
have
research.
that. That is available in the WPATH standards of the eighth version. That is there. We have it.
All right.
We also have
Go ahead.
studies on the other side. So you
No,
don't
we
have.
don't.
We
No, we
do.
have a minority of studies that doesn't actually provide any treatment or any alternative, and then there is the giant body of medical research on our side. That's the problem. You have no model to address gender dysphoria or people that are going through this.
All right. I do have, I guess, just because this was a $20 super chat, I want to try to push a little bit more. First Amender walked out there, so I'm gonna ask.
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm just water.
You can
Water.
still-
Just drop lots of water.
Yeah, get
Sorry.
yourself some water. That's fine. So I guess just because it's $20 super chat, I want to try to push this along a little bit more and get a bit more out of what you were saying there, First Amender, and for clarification. So I'll play both sides if I can for a second. So before marijuana became legal in Canada, there were people that were probably lying in order to get a prescription so that they could have so legally. It's been great ever since, right? But to say the
Lots
least.
of backaches.
But do you? Yeah, exactly. Do you think that anybody, lied in order so that they could get access to this thing, so that they wouldn't, necessarily suffer some other ramifications by getting it through other means?
I could totally see that. Completely understandable. This is why I argue for strict and rigorous standards that ensures that people don't fall through the cracks. And if there is evidence-based research to weed that out better, then yes, I'm all for it. That would be something on the basis of a that would make people's lives better off in the long run.
All right. And then I guess I'll follow up and try to play the other side and say, what would be the incentive to try to get access to, people trying to get access to something like this, that somewhat makes sense to me because it does a lot of things and in a certain sense. But I don't know what the incentive would be from my position to want to get access to these things if you didn't need them. I guess I want to let Amy in here as well, for sure. So go ahead.
So if I could come, because it's especially with things like locker rooms and bathrooms, we often deal with this. Well, couldn't someone just lie and then, go off and be a pervert? And the answer is yes. Unfortunately, people could lie. They could not be transgender and for nefarious reasons go and do something perverted. What I would say is that's going to be true whether we allow transgender people protections or not. And what happens when we just cut off transgender people from their gendered spaces is what really happens is it throws the transgender people in with people that they don't view as safe, and it doesn't really prevent the perverts. The perverts are still going to lie. They're still going to do whatever it is that is malicious, and that we just have to come together as a community and be vigilant against people who would abuse the system. Unfortunately, there are always people that are going to abuse what would otherwise be good intentions. And so, again, we want to protect everyone that is possible. I would say putting forward. It is transgender women and biological women who are coming forward and saying, we need protection. We want our own types of spaces. We still need to be vigilant against people who would abuse such trust.
All right. If you want to have a quick response there, Taylor, and we'll move on to the next question from Jeff.
I mean, yeah, I'm just on the bathroom thing. I don't really care that much about the bathroom thing, though I do think it's important just to have women's spaces. But, we don't need to make it easier for biological men to get into a bathroom. And based on the only definition I've heard right now of woman from the other side is that you just have to feel like one. So then there you go. You can just enter a bathroom.
I will say, just as a funny point, if anybody in our live chat or anybody here on our panel has, in their youth worked in customer service, I'm just happy when somebody uses the toilet.
That's true.
Just
Amen.
Oh yeah. Anyway, we won't get into some
Yeah,
of the
I
things
just
we
feel
had
like
to deal
use
with.
the bathroom you feel most comfortable in. The only thing that actually causes people to be molested in bathrooms is overwhelmingly cis men. A cis man wearing, like, you don't have to
I want to
imagine.
move on to the next question. I
Sorry,
wasn't
go
making a
ahead, go
statement
ahead.
about anything like that. I was just
Yeah,
saying
go
that,
ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Move on. Move on.
there may have been some messes we dealt with that,
A PSA we could all support: wash your hands.
yeah, wash your hands and
Fair.
wipe and put it in the toilet, all those good things. Make it easy on your service members. They don't want to be cleaning it off the floor. All right. Anyway, and they don't like it when it backfires either and you have to scream and run away, but that's a different story. All right. We're scrolling up through the questions here. So thank you so much, Jeff. We got another one from you here. It left us think that the negative position has the burden of proof. Astounding. So do you think that the people on the no side have the burden of proof currently? Do you think that's where we are socially, or do you think that it is still on the yes side to try, improve that point? Where does the burden lie for you guys? I'll ask you first there, Amy.
So I think that over the past few decades, the burden of proof has shifted. I think if this were the 60s, the 70s, even the 80s, that was really when things were changing. That's when really LGBTQ were really starting to become accepted. I know within the psychological and sociological community. I do think that the evidence supports that affirming trans identities is mentally healthier. And I think that, at least from my point of view, it would be a high burden for me to be convinced otherwise.
Any thoughts? Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just based on the lack of long-term studies from the other side, that the burden is definitely on them. There's no proof that any of this actually helps, based on a 3-month, self-reported study, as well as just the wanting to change definitions that have been, historically the definitions that they've been since the beginning of language. So that burden is definitely on them, which they have not proven. So.
All right, First Amender, I can see that you've got something to say there. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of longitudinal and cohort studies that are in fact long term. GAHT and mental health, Albridge et al. UK. That was an 18-month long study. There was the Inigi study, a Europe-wide cohort since 2010. There's the Strong paper that was since of 2015 that study has been running, as well as the telehealth GHAT study. There has been the NEJM study, which was ages of 12 to 20. That was 2-year long. There's plenty of studies that are very, very long, and you're just acting as if that all of this is just BS. And what's insane about this is that the papers keep piling up. This is not going to get better for you. Your argument is going to get harder and harder to defend, and it will become the point that you're effectively a flat earther. You have to deny huge entire portions of science in order to affirm your worldview.
Asking people how they feel is not science. Asking people how they feel because we
Yes, it can be.
affirm a delusion.
I've explained how that is the case.
Equivalent to a flat earth. You really haven't, but okay.
All right.
I
Before
did.
we get any tags,
PTSD.
we don't want
when
the
you
tags.
ask for medical conditions or any kind of conditions. Yeah, and you ask them.
Actually, you can look.
How do you know? Wait, how do you know they went through a traumatic event?
Because that's just that's a real fight. You even if you
Really?
lie about it,
How do I believe them?
That's something palpable that we
Oh,
can.
you just
can't point to
freaking ask
anything like
them.
that.
You
You can just say
freaking
I
ask them,
feel. You're
Taylor.
just
That's what you
solely
do.
based on a
Correct.
feeling.
You ask them.
Yes,
It's based on a feeling.
we can have
Correct.
history
You
and
ask
fact based
them.
on
Holy
words and
crap.
stories and
It's
things.
actually
How do you
brain
think we have
rotted. I
history?
think anybody who has
But you're
triple
saying
digit IQ in the audience
You're
can
literally
see
saying
how
there's
ridiculous
no
this argument
other
is.
requisite except a feeling.
All right.
That's
Oh my
what you're
God.
saying.
We're
Yeah,
done. We're
What
done
is
with
so
that
with
one, guys. Guys,
PTSD.
we're done with this one. We're moving on. Cindy
Ugh.
Bonberry says, "Yes, Jake. Let's ignore all the studies." Yeah, we read that one. Sorry, Jake left. I had read that one. Sorry. All right. Emperor Fat Ass. See, I didn't put it on screen though. So there you go, Cindy. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says Matt Gaetz for president. You go, girl. Whatever you want. All right, Amy, you are the best. That's from Robin Webster.
Thank you so much.
long-term
Sending that
fan.
love right back.
There you go.
I actually love Amy too. She's great.
There we go. Big hearts to you as well, Robin. We appreciate you here. You've been hanging out in a lot of spaces that I've been over the years. I always see you being a positive voice in our live chat and stuff. So I appreciate that. Chef Dylan says, "Does first offender?" This is one of your fans. Does first offender think that science affirms gender? Please explain
It
what
does.
replication crisis is. Thanks to
Yeah, I've
Ryan.
already explained
Thanks
the
to you.
concept of the replication crisis. It's actually not an issue. This is just a rhetorical tactic to sow doubt into multiple fields. The reality is that as science has become more and more specialized over time, it becomes harder and harder to replicate because you're referring to likely very specialized tools and very specialized knowledge to be able to challenge it. But what ends up happening is that people in their own fields of study end up finding papers that are incongruent with another paper, and that's where you start to have replication issues. So they end up replicating those papers within those relevant fields of study in order to resolve that. So yes, the replication crisis is actually not an issue regarding gender affirming care.
All right. I think we can just carry on to the next one from Chef Dylan that says, Ryan, the chat said you should be facilitating reluctant answers from First Amender. What say you? Facilitating reluctant answers? I'm not sure what they mean. This was a $10 chat. First Amender.
I've addressed the questions that were provided by Jake the Rattlesnake. Jake the Rattlesnake's argument was call me Lord. I gave a good 4 or 5 paragraphs and I've repeated it multiple times during this debate. And rather than addressing what I had just said, it was as if that I was holding a doll and I pulled the little string and it just repeated the same exact thing back at me. It didn't modify its argument. It just kept saying the same thing. At least Taylor, to some extent, appears to have something there where they're actually responding and adding to the conversation. That is not what Jake the Rattlesnake has done. So when Jake the Rattlesnake repeats the same thing, and then I decide, okay, I'm not going to answer it, that's not me dodging the question. I've already addressed it multiple times in the debate.
I'll let you put a bow on that one. We'll move on. I want to ask this one to the other side. So this is an add-on from Cindy. So we're going to scroll up a little bit their live chat. So they said, yes, Jake, let's ignore all the studies and a debate about psychology. You guys hopefully remember some of what Jake had said there. If not, I'll let you represent the side there about them claiming that Jake has ignored all scientific papers. Cindy Bonberry follows up and says, ask any career therapist, every single patient comes with risks that they are lying about how they feel. Who cares? LOL. Laugh out loud, they say. My God. That's very telling. You were born in the 90s. All right, so ask any career therapist. Every single patient comes with risks that they are lying about how they feel. Who cares? So why is this so important? Given, I'd asked that question earlier to First Amender about, what used to be illicit, and has changed. So it's like, yes, there's people to care, but probably, yeah, a lot of people have back pain. So the majority of people probably aren't lying, I guess, is the underlying premise there. So who
And
cares?
that is something that we have to do with when we are dealing with testimonial.
Hmm.
Again, a big fear, I think, from the opposing side is, let's just imagine there's a man, he can't compete as well against women, and so he's just going to say, what the heck? I am going to put forth that I'm a woman. That type of person, I do not want competing against biological women. So there is a fear, I would say, about people lying, about being dishonest. I think that that is something we have to address and take seriously, while also understanding that the vast majority that do come forward saying they have some sort of gender dysphoria, it is genuinely of serious concern. I know that it oftentimes has many social setbacks. So it would be, you know, I'm going to be able to, or someone is going to be able to maybe be good in a specific circuit of sports, but are they about to be thrown out of their social network in order to do this? And so it's looking at the entire situation. Yeah, it's a muddy process. Couldn't agree more. And yeah.
So I guess just follow up so our audience knows where you're at. So when you see something like South Park making like a kind of like a macho man, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna compete against the women. Oh yeah, you can laugh with that and
Yes,
be like, that's
absolutely.
just silly. You
So
you you also can kind of partake and have a laugh at that, or do you find that's kind of in poor taste?
no, first of all, I just want to put on the record that Matt and Trey are geniuses, and I'm sending love out to South Park there. I would say that it could happen. I understand why they're making fun of it. I don't think that the vast majority, even with sports being such the ridiculously complicated topic that it is, I do not think the vast majority of transgenders are saying, I am transitioning so I get X, Y, and Z out of it. Not saying that they can't exist. There's bad people, unfortunately, out there, gay, straight, trans, and other. And so it's trying to allow people to transition while also protecting vulnerable communities. We want women, for good reason, to have safe spaces.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Gonna try to push it along. So sorry. We got lots of
By all
super chats,
means.
and I know you guys can go for a while, and we have gone for a while. My goodness, and the super chats are just pouring in. Like I might have to wheel it in after a while, but people, I've been putting them on screen, which we don't generally do at Modern Day Debate, but I've just been taking a bit of a risk, and hopefully they don't say anything too wild. My vetting process is very on the fly as I read it and go, oh, that's not kind. All right, so Josh Brooks says, the Lord is earned on a legal standpoint. The title of Lord, is earned on a legal standpoint. Gender titles are given by the individual basis on feelings. If a transgender man feels like unaliving their intimate partner because they don't affirm their gender, that's okay, because trans.
It's not the same thing. You're talking about homicide of another individual. This is ridiculous.
Everybody kind of on board with with that sentiment. Is there any thoughts there, Taylor, or anything that you might be able to add to kind of flesh out something good here, or is this just like we're all in agreement? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least the title Lord has some basis in reality as far as like its requisites, but I would say that just claiming that you are something doesn't make you the thing, typically. I mean, ever.
All right. So sorry, Josh Brooks. We are going to move on. Thank you so much for your super chat. We appreciate the support. Fat Ass Dog says, if John Jones identified as a female and only wanted to fight female fighters, should he be allowed?
No.
If John's Jones' dog identified as a female. What? What?
No, Emperor
What?
Fat Ass Dogs.
I'm sorry.
I want whatever you've got. All right, just no, I'm picking.
No,
All
I'm
right.
just I'm
All right, if
fine.
you got water, I know. I'm picking. I've got way worse. I have beer and other things. Anyways, if John Jones identified as a female and only wanted to fight female fighters, should he be allowed? I don't know if
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
a
I
congruent
said
thing
that
because they said he at
there
the
may
end.
be
But
an argument to be made regarding having to take a certain amount of hormone blockers and estrogen in order to match that of the other females. There's an argument to be made there.
all right, any contention on the panel there? You guys want to move on?
No, I would just say that when it comes to dealing with sports, I would say that it is more than just, I would say, the feelings component because of the uniqueness of each very specific sport. There is going to be different factors. And so just coming forward and saying, I feel like a woman isn't going to be enough at that level, I would say at that point we have to have other factors. Have you gone through hormonal therapy? Did you transition earlier or later in
Al-
life? All sorts of different.
Also, it's a straw man of an argument. Nobody actually does that. Nobody like transitions their entire identity just so they can win a
Why
freaking
not?
trophy.
Why not? But they could.
Nobody does.
They could. What if they did?
They
Based
don't.
on your worldview, they very well could.
They don't.
The point of a debate is to stretch your logic to its potential and logical conclusion, and so that's what we're doing here.
I answered the question
You're saying
earlier
it's
if you
just not
listened
possible. You're
carefully.
saying it's just not possible.
Yeah,
And yet
in
it is.
reality, it doesn't happen.
Hold
But
on.
if I operate
All
in
right,
your hypothetical,
to be
I'll repeat
fair-
exactly what I said prior because you weren't listening.
Hold on for a minute. I'm just gonna. Taylor's had the least time in this Q&A to have a response. I do want to let Taylor have a chance to flesh out their thoughts. So to be fair, you were interrupting. I do want to give Taylor a chance to finish her thought. So just because like I said, we've had most questions that are, towards you and Amy. So go ahead there, Taylor, if you have the rest of your thought still put together, hopefully.
There's no really amount of hormones or any supplements that you can give a man to make it a fair fight in a boxing match with a woman. I don't know any woman that would agree to something like that. It's an insane thing. And I'm just stretching First Amenders' worldview to say that all you have to do is identify as a woman and you're a woman. So why can't he be in a woman's sport? Who cares? Like, that's the only, right now we don't measure for hormone levels among women, right? So why would it matter? If that's all that it takes to become a woman is to say that you're a woman because you feel like a woman, he should be allowed to enter the women's sports in your worldview. If someone wanted to do that tomorrow.
All right. Did you want to respond there, First Amender?
Yeah, I already responded to this. I said there was an argument to be made that you likely ought to have an X amount of testosterone and estrogen to ensure that you are allowed to compete. There is an argument there to be made. There's also like some caveats to that. For example, you can look at a runner by the name of Castor Semenya. They look like a man. They're very manly. They were actually born with testicles instead of ovaries internally, but they have a vagina. They have a full vagina, and they're actually perfectly happy with their body. And they absolutely crushed it when it comes to running. And it was actually kind of a shame because recently the Olympics had denied her the ability to compete. And and they're actually completely happy with their body. They don't actually want to take testosterone suppressants. Yet, I just feel that we allow all sorts of different genetic differences that give somebody advantage. Why not trans people? So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
All right, you got it. I feel like I finally understand what AC/DC meant when they said she's got big balls and he's got big balls. Anyways, okay, you guys, you keep musically triggering me. I swear, there's been more than a feeling, going off in my head. I've been having to work on that song lately. There's harmonies and lots of screaming. What else did you say? Oh yeah, man, I feel like a woman. I mean, I'm a Canadian.
I was about to say that title and you beat me to
Anyways, yeah, Canadians just we know we only know a few things, and Shania Twain's one of them. All right, that and igloos. Yes, that's where we live. All right, we read this one from How Long Nate. I'm gonna put it on screen. Thank you so much for the super chat. We asked that one to Jake before he left, so we appreciate you. We're almost we're almost more than halfway. We're going to try to rack through them here. Chef Dylan says, Mr. Amy. Oh, I'm sorry there. That's for you, Amy, but I'm just reading it as they put it. There are sports in third world countries, not just first world countries. That is all. Forgive me.
Sure. No. It's a valid, because I brought up the point that it was a first world problem. I still contend that it is a very low issue, low stakes thing. Again, we're not talking about other issues. This is relevant, so I'm glad we're talking about it. But if you were to put up trans sports and universal healthcare, I would actually way be more focused on universal healthcare. I think that is a problem that deals with more people. I think it's something that not only covers trans people, but straight people, biological people. And so I don't want to minimize it to the point that it's gone away completely. It's still something relevant that we have to talk about. I just don't think that it's something like abortion, like a whole bunch of probably a half dozen other things that would be pressing. I would rather talk about trans in the military, because at least now we're talking about, a job. We're now talking about, what it means to be mentally equipped to do these types of things. It's very hard to be motivated to talk about sports.
All right, let's carry on. Thank you so much for that. And to any of the criticism in the live chat, if I did say they when I was referring to Taylor, something was trying to tell me, Taylor is on a team. Okay, so there's more than one of them. All right, all right.
No worries.
Bunch of nitpicky. Anyway, let's carry on. It's all right. I'm just having fun.
Is chat getting upset that they're misgendering Taylor?
No. I said I referred to the teams as they, so I guess they thought I was referring to Taylor as an individual, and they were like, "Oh, he's doing something." Eat my arse. All right. Let's carry over here to Rachel Wilson, your favorite person in the world, First Amender. Rachel Wilson says, we never see trans men trying to compete in men's sports. If you think about why, I think it answers
You're
this
wrong.
question.
There are trans men that did compete in men's sports, and I did list many trans men that compete at a professional level in men's sports. Anyway, moving on. You once again have no idea what you are talking about, as usual.
I didn't mean that literally. I know she's not your favorite person. Anyway, did you have any thoughts? I'm just picking. Did you have any thoughts there, Amy or Taylor, about this, what Rachel's saying? So we never see trans men trying to compete in men's sports.
I will just say that I think that trans women tend to be the focus. I think there's good reasons for that. I actually think trans men and trans women actually tend to be fairly 50-50, but the media tends to focus on trans women. I think that a lot of the arguments get pushed and focused on defending biological women, for better or for worse, and so it is framed in that direction.
All right, you got it. We're going to carry on. Thank you so much to the panel for staying late. This is a late one for sure. There's so many questions. It's really lively. You got everybody stirred, right? You got to appreciate that at the very least. So
Indeed.
Big round of virtual applause to the live panel. Hopefully, if anybody has a hard out, they'll let me know.
I'll get more coffee if needed.
I'll speak now or forever hold your pee, or whatever you got to do. Anyway, all right, everybody's equipped with their catheter. All right, let's ask the next question. So Cindy Bonbury says, "What is a female?" let us go around the panel and ask your question. Let's start with First Amender. So, what is the term? What is a female? What is
Produces large gametes. Moving on.
Whoa, produces large gametes. All right, all right. That sounds highly erotic. No, I'm just
And
joking
a
around. All right.
female is one of the two sexes.
Yeah, just they took a certain
Maybe I'm
path of
just
development, started in their mother's womb, sex cell production gametes, very simple. XX chromosome, typically.
I like it. All right, let's carry on.
Typically?
Nice.
Yeah,
and-
there's typically, that's what we say, because exceptions don't make the rules. We already know this.
There we go. Actually, I think as much as you're laughing, First
So
Amendment,
going off
I
your
think
feelings?
I think that was a moment of
feeling.
potential agreement. You
I
should maybe
know,
take
yeah.
that. Maybe maybe let's just let's appreciate that for what it was there, First Amendment, and carry on. Christopher Howard says, "Why aren't trans men having any success in men's sports if they are indeed just as strong?"
Yeah, again, I presented multiple people that exist in trans men sport. Like, can you just like Google this? It's just because they're not in vogue. That's literally why you don't know about it, but it does exist. Jesus.
They're asking why they're not successful, not why they're not, like why aren't they winning the sports?
I agree with you that there are sex differences in terms of strength,
there you
and
go.
I completely agree. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that there isn't some level of performance gain, but that's also true for those that possess excess testosterone, as well as people who are faster, as well as people who are taller, as well as people who are bigger. There's all sorts of different genetic implications that causes someone to be more performative.
Right, and there's
Why is
typical
it
genetic
different?
explanations
Why
with
is it
different-
different for trans people? It's literally just trans hate. It has no basis in reality.
All right, moving on. Thank you so much. It's been a lively back and forth. We got. Let's try to whack out a couple of these ones right quick. So, what is female? We asked that one. Thank you so much. Why aren't trans men having any success in men's sports? So that was from Cindy Bunbury and Christopher Hour. We appreciate your support. Victor, as Dampenko says, if the left wants trans people to be in women's sports so badly, let them beat them up. That's their problem. They let it happen. How me dissect this? What is Victor trying to say?
As opposed to what? A female that has excess testosterone can compete. That's the problem I'm having. The same exact advantage, some sort of bizarre DSD or intersex condition, they can compete because vagina.
They can. I thought we were testing everyone's hormones then. I thought we were testing levels.
I wouldn't necessarily be against that, but we're not even at that level. I have to like operate way, way lower than that and then talk about like what exactly are the, because they're not born a man or whatever. It's silly.
All right. I'm just checking in on the live chat. Thank you, everybody, for your support. We still have a very lively live chat. You better squeeze in your questions because, like I say, we're whacking them out now. I'm just going to go back to the fan funding. You guys can see me going up through here. This is how much we still have, guys. This is what we got if you're watching the live chat. So I'd say we got about maybe 10 to 15 questions I just scrolled up through, maybe a bit more. Boys, yeah, maybe more. You guys really, like I said, you got people excited for this, and we really appreciate that. That's awesome. It's awesome to see so many people asking questions. They're interested. They're engaged. Joseph Newton says, First Amender, speaking of engaged, this might not be the best. First Amender needs to stop debating. He cries during every debate he has. Oh my goodness.
I sat there and presented
tears.
relevant studies, facts and analysis. And what I got from Jake the Rattlesnake is call me Lord. And what I got from Taylor is I don't believe in psychology. You tell me who is right.
So to clarify, you don't need a handkerchief right now. We don't need
Nope,
to
I'm
call the
perfectly
ambulance,
fine.
as Max likes to say.
In fact, I'm taking calls after this. So
you got it. You heard
see
it,
you on my
guys.
channel afterwards.
First Amender's going to be taking some calls on his channel. So if you want to directly tackle his ideas. He is tagged in our live description along with the rest of our speakers. I don't think Amy's there right now, so I'm going to get that refreshed before the end of this. I don't know if you're doing any after shows there, Amy, but maybe if you and First Amender want to.
I am doing an after show. I feel bad because I'm going to send love to First Amender's channel as well, but then we are also having an after show, so agree, disagree, everyone is welcomed.
Awesome. All right. Well, yeah, Taylor, you can pick your poison unless you're doing your own after show, or if you just want to go to bed afterwards and let everybody just talk about you. You know,
Yeah, I'll take that.
just let everybody talk about you for hours and hours for the rest of the evening. That's fun. Anyway, I stumble upon some golden ones that people will send me every once in a while. I'll be like, "Who said what about me?" And I don't care. Anyway. All right, sorry to you. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, I think Uganda has the right idea when it comes to LGBTQ issues or LGBT issues.
I'll push back on that
Yep.
because
What's going on in Uganda?
with the joke I will put forward with the reserve of sounding like a bootlicker for the West, I am very proud of the gains as the LGBTQ has made here. I know, a lot of religious people will say, do you want to go over to a Muslim country? Do you want to go over to insert fundamentalist right-wing religious country? No, I don't. I am very happy with the gains that liberals have made in the West. I feel that the LGBT community is very comfortable. And I actually would say that the anti-LGBTQ sentiment found in Uganda and other places is not the local band communities. I would say that that is more a push from certain religious groups. So I would rather export our view than vice versa. Very proud to be part of the West.
Uganda is now currently arguing for the death penalty for quote unquote aggravated homosexuality under the 2023 Anti Homosexuality Act. Your argument is that you would like to kill people for being a homosexual. I want to let you know that if you are a Trump supporter, I want you to scream from the rooftops your position on this and say that you're a Trump supporter. It would be fabulous.
All right, let's carry on with more questions. Let's see. Yeah, the live chat's having a lot of fun. Appreciate the support there, guys. Even Lord, I'm just trying to make sure we keep these in order because yeah, we can get out of whack pretty quick. So thanks for the comments on the Uganda, and what's going on with LGBTQ rights there. Yeah, Christopher Howard says, what are the metrics that would affirm a person's feeling that they are the opposite gender? We'll put that on screen right
What
now.
is the I'm sorry, what is the feeling that they are the opposite gender?
What are the metrics that would
feeling
affirm
that they are the opposite gender?
Yeah. So they're saying,
You
what are
just-
the metrics
you-
that
you
would
just sim-
affirm a person's feeling that they are the opposite gender?
And I would say that when it comes to masculine and feminine, it is an aggregate of data. And so if a female tends to like rugby and rugby is a masculine thing, does that make them a man? I would say no. I would say that it really only becomes a different gender when you have a higher aggregated. You like to do the vast majority of things, and it would actually become difficult for you to be identified in the other bucket. I think that trans women fit naturally into the feminine bucket, and trans men fit naturally into the masculine bucket. And so they are just doing what comes natural to them.
Well, I want to hear First Amender's answer. What are your criteria? Because you like to cite psychology and PTSD, and there's clear, you have to meet certain
specifically
criteria
for
certain
being
amounts of time. So what's your
Yeah, I
go?
mean, specifically for being trans, there's not like a diagnostic criteria for being trans. There is a diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria, but typically speaking, if you're just talking like from a sociological level, It's a deep sense of incongruence. And by the way, it doesn't have to be this. It can be different factors. There's a deep sense of incongruence on how you feel inside and how others see you. There's usually a persistent longing to be recognized or treated or referred to as your true gender. There can be a discomfort or a detachment from certain parts of the body, such as your chest, genitalia, your voice. There can be a feeling of not being real or out of place in assigned gender roles. There can be assigned distress, dysphoria, shame or confusion, frustration and anger, and loneliness and isolation. There are some positive feelings associated. You can have, for example, gender euphoria, which is a deep sense of relief when they are seen or referred to or treated the way that aligns with their gender identity. They can also, for example, have an increase self-acceptance and confidence after beginning transition. There also
We do
is
have to put a bow
additional
on
emotional
the thought.
clarity. Anyway, yeah, I
Wait,
apologize.
my
I just,
question,
okay.
can a person have none of those things and still be trans?
if you have none of those things, then no, you would not be
How many do
trans.
you need to have?
I don't know. Again, it's an internal sense. It comes down to how a person feels internally to really address this diagnostic criteria.
All right, let's move on to the next question there, if you guys don't mind. I'm doing it for you, I swear. Even Lord says, Judd Bros, we can't stop winning. 2 genders, only recognized by government, trans removed from all military. Lord Jake, are you tired of winning? Well, Jake is not here, but we'll send your love along there, Even Lord. You can get real weird with it. Do whatever you want. We don't
Can
mind.
I comment on that?
Sure.
Because
let's
it's
keep
not.
it quick, if you don't mind.
I want to put forward, first of all, that the person who put forward that there was 57 genders was Mark Zuckerberg. That has never come from the transgender LGBTQ community. I would even say from the definitions that we've mostly been pushing forward that it
That means
tends
it
to
came from the
be
robot community. It's
dun
Zuckerberg.
dun dun. That's right.
The Terminator. Anyway,
Or the
sorry.
lizards. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you. Go ahead.
No. Um,
I did. Oh
I
my
would
goodness.
say that I would say that even we are putting forward that there's only so many buckets. It's not some sort of, I would say, free for all as they try and make it. It's not supposed to be adding, how many is can we add? It's really just, there are men who were born male. And then there are men who they're biologically female. And it's just the gender and the sex are 2 separate things.
All right. Let us do try to carry on. I know there probably is some thoughts on the other side, but we do have lots of super chats, and we'll try to move along. But we do expect that you probably don't agree with everything that was stated there, Taylor.
And I know it's 2 of us now.
Yeah, it's not entirely fair. So if you had something pithy to say just before I read this next one there, Taylor, like 10 seconds. Now you're good. All right, cool. Thank you so much. You guys are very easygoing. We got to appreciate that. Once again, like I say, it's nice to see that at the end of the day, everybody I think can get along. Chief Dylan says, if genders are mind dependent, then they are not real. Thanks, Amy.
PTSD is mind dependent. Therefore, PTSD is not real.
That's not true. You keep
I know it's,
say
I know,
that does
I'm
not
aware.
mean it's true. There are objective criteria that have to be met for something like PTSD.
does gender dysphoria?
No, not according to you. Not according to you. It's
Yes,
all
according
about
to
a
me.
feeling.
Yes, so it starts with a feeling, correct? And then you go to the psychologist and you get
But
diagnosed.
you already said you don't have to go to the psychologist.
Oh
It's
my
like the
God.
same exact
How do you
thing.
know someone has ADHD?
They do
Huh?
have to go see a doctor and get
Yeah,
diagnosed.
no
for
shit.
theirs. And
Correct.
okay, so you're
Oh my
proving my
God.
point.
But it's an internal feeling. It has to do with behavior. It has to
No,
do with
there's
how
symptoms.
you
You can
ask
actually
the
see that in the
person.
brain. Medication works.
Oh
There's
my
things that we can
God.
see that are
It's
provable.
so
You don't
stupid.
have that on
So
your
stupid.
side. You're also saying that you don't have to meet
No,
the
you
criteria.
don't have it on your side.
You are also, you can have
You
all
have
these
to ignore
criteria.
huge sections of evidence, like all of psychology, for
You
example.
keep
You
saying I said
literally
that.
said
I
that
literally
yourself.
didn't. I
And
literally didn't. I have a
FYI,
degree in psychology from
no amount
Columbia
of
University.
papers
I
was going to
understand
change your
psychology.
mind. It's amazing.
I'm saying that certain studies
Oh my God.
you have
Look
to
at her
understand.
flounder. She
You have
can't
to
even address the
you can't
reality of the situation. It's
let's
hilarious.
see if she can. So let's see
Yeah.
her respond.
I've studied psychology. I understand. I've read millions of research papers. The fact is, you have to understand there's bias in research, and you have to understand that there's certain things there's
You
bias in
need to
reporting,
exhibit that.
and
You
bias
can't
in
just say
self-reporting.
bias,
That is
therefore
just
Come
wrong.
on now. You
true.
know what I'm
Bias
asking
is
of you.
real.
Just wait. Chill 1 second, First Amender. Let's let Taylor talk. Go
The
ahead.
point is that you keep naming all these mental illnesses as though they're analogous to what you're saying. And there are clear, I agree actually that transgenderism and all these things is a mental illness. I think that if you don't feel like you're in your body, much like if someone feels like their arm should be chopped off, that's a real condition, that the treatment is not to cut off their arm. You're saying that the treatment is to lean into their delusions. And you're saying that because they say they feel better after we do that, that is proof that it is real and that is the treatment that we should follow. I'm saying that is incredibly harmful, disingenuous, and has big, complicated consequences for the world we live in, as we're already seeing. So that's what I'm challenging you on, is that don't take every study at face value, understand the method, understand its funding, that you can read studies with a brain. You can say that you don't just have to trust everything blindly that you read, and that certain studies are going to have more validity over others.
This is how I know you actually have no idea what you're talking about. You stated transgenderism is a mental illness. That's wrong. If you know anything about the DSM criteria in the DSM-4,
Yes, which
they
changed like
refer to
5
shut
seconds ago.
up. In the DSM-4,
Ooh, we're
they
getting
refer
feisty.
to it as gender identity disorder, because there was this incongruence that people faced and they called it a mental disorder. However, as studies continue to come out in the DSM-5, they removed the concept of being transgender in and of itself being a disorder and said simply gender dysphoria was a disorder. It is completely possible for someone to be transgender but possess no gender dysphoria. They could have, for
No.
example, shut up.
Wait,
They could, for example,
Hold on.
shut up.
Nobody's been that rude. Just chill out for
Not even
2
saying
seconds,
anything.
please,
Yeah,
please.
like take a breath.
Like, hold on. I'm just gonna I gotta take away the right to unmute yourself. Just there's no need to be or that. Yeah, everybody's just trying to move through the thoughts. Like I said, if somebody's really just floundering, give them a chance. I don't think, like I say, there'll be a chance to try to debunk those thoughts, but we can't just keep talking over each other. So go ahead, Taylor. I want to give you a chance to respond. Yeah, you could go ahead.
Wait, I'll let
upset,
you
I know,
talk in a
but
second. This question's for you. I want you to tell me what the difference is between transgenderism and gender dysphoria, and how could possibly somebody experience transgenderism without the concept of gender dysphoria. Try to be.
Yeah, just as I was in the middle of trying to explain it, that you decided to then talk over me, and then I get server. I'm going back to it. Someone can possess gender euphoria and no gender dysphoria. They would still be transgender, but possess no medical negative condition, which is not what a mental disorder is. However, if you understood and have read on this topic, you would know that, but that is probably step one of understanding this. This tells me you've read nothing on this topic.
Just because somebody exhibits a positive feeling doesn't mean that it's not a mental illness. Just because somebody says,
Correct.
"Yay,
That's literally what I was arguing.
all
right," but you're claiming that because someone can have gender euphoria instead of dysphoria, that they are not. That's not a mental illness that needs to be treated as such. You're saying that because someone's happy.
That's correct.
We're
They
gonna
have
let
no
Amy
negative
in.
symptoms.
We're gonna let Amy
That's
in
literally
to-
what a mental illness is.
All right, to both of you,
negative symptoms.
We heard all that. All right,
Not
we're gonna let
true.
Amy
She
jump
just
in.
says
She's got a totally
Okay, go
different
ahead, Amy.
vein to
Sorry.
go into. I can tell. So
Not at all. So I just want to talk about one thing about gender dysphoria, and then I want to respond to the actual question holder. I would say the difference between transgenderism and gender dysphoria is gender dysphoria is really about having stress about that circumstance. I would say the goal of transitioning is to actually alleviate gender dysphoria to the point that your mind and body are in alignment. I think it's sometimes a journey, but I would say that you often start originally with that disorder because the stress is what pushes someone into the therapist's office. Not always, but I would also like to agree with the question holder. I agree. Gender and all of these sorts of situations we've been talking about are very mind dependent. In fact, I would say that oftentimes many of these social phenomena that don't have an objective basis. Yes, we've talked about good empirical studies that I think show a good medical backing for being transgender. However, I think at the end of the day, it is true. If there were no minds, if it was just plants and fungi, then there's not going to be any transgender individuals. It comes from not only having a brain and a mind, but being conscious, and that conscious experience feeling again either masculine or feminine. It's why I think it is subtly different from we were talking earlier about being a doctor or being a lord. I think those are, even though we're talking about analogies, it's not the same thing. And so really it is about the mind feeling either feminine or masculine. And thus I agree. It is completely mind dependent and would otherwise go away.
All right,
Uh,
you got it.
And by the way, just FYI, like yes, in order for something to be considered a mental illness, it does have to involve clinically significant distress or impairment in functioning. The DSM-5 specifically states that a mental disorder is a syndrome characterized by clinically significant disturbance in an individual's cognition, emotional regulation, or behavior that reflects a dysfunction. Mental disorders are usually associated with significant distress and disability in social, occupational, or other important activities. So a condition that causes no distress or impairment is literally not a diagnosable mental
Right,
disorder.
and telling
This is
people
how I
that
know Taylor has no idea what they're talking about.
and saying that you're gonna kill yourself because people don't use the right pronouns, that seems like you're in a lot of
That would be
distress.
gender dysphoria. That part would be the
You're
mental disorder. I
like
agree
gender
with you.
euphoria is just the opposite. You're saying that because they don't feel sad, it's just a negative. You
Yes,
the exact
it's a
same.
positive
If
feeling
they
and is not
feel
a
happy,
diagnosable mental
if they
disorder.
feel
Correct.
happy, if you're saying gender euphoria, which you haven't really even defined, gender euphoria is what? They're happy that they're being validated. What's the flip side of that? That they would feel unhappy if they are not being validated.
It is
So
the
you're
positive emotional feeling that someone feels when their gender identity is recognized, affirmed,
right.
or expressed in a way that aligns with who they are.
Correct. So what's the flip side of that? What is the opposite of that? If they don't,
All I'm pointing out is that you said being transgender is a mental illness.
I'm saying that
Transgenderism
I'm
in
not,
and of itself is not a mental
I'm
illness.
saying that
Gender
feeling,
dysphoria is the mental illness, not being transgender.
I'm
It
saying
is
that your
possible to
mood,
have
your,
only gender euphoria and not gender dysphoria, which would mean you would be trans, however, would not possess any negative mental conditions associated with a mental disorder.
okay, I'm just gonna keep it. It's just,
All right,
we're going in
let's
circles.
carry on.
Ryan, I need to say, I probably have like 15, 20 minutes
We've been
tops.
going. Yeah, I was to say we've been going so long. My goodness. Let's just keep it on one side. I want to thank the two trans individuals for coming on here and debating Lord Jake and Taylor. It's a backhanded comment. They're trying to say that they don't respect your identities as non-trans individuals. They're trying to elicit that type of response. We can carry on, but we get the point, Doc. Even Lord says, why can't I dress up and act as a racial ethnic stereotype, but I can, dress up and act as a sex gender stereotype? Isn't it
The answer to that.
appropriation both ways?
So I do want to send love to the person, the last one. We're always happy to come on, no matter how they view us. But I would say that the reason that we culturally look down on things like blackface was because it was created in a manner that looks down on the said culture. And so we realize that it's being cruel, that it's being mean, and so it is no longer part of our society or our culture anymore.
All right. Let's try to carry on from there. I'm sure we have lots of thoughts, but lots of questions as well. Templar Hall says, First Amender, could you identify Lord Jake as the winner? Thanks.
No.
No. Oh, what did you expect? What did you expect? Silly super chatter with your super chats. All right. Carol of Phelps, we appreciate the support. If we follow consensus, we'd still follow the food pyramid. So we must use logic. Why is this illness the only one we prescribe affirmation?
The
can
food
answer.
pyramid is a terrible example because the food pyramid was actually designed with clinicians, and then it was completely circumvented with the food industry. They literally walked away from the science when they presented the food pyramid. They literally swapped veggies with grains and said that that was good, that that's what they wanted, because cereal companies wanted that to be the case. Cereal lobbyists pushed for that, and that's what happened.
Cool stuff. We are on speed round right now. Thank you so much, First Amender. We're trying to move through because, I feel that too. We're coming up on the 4 hour mark. Who's gonna watch 4 hours worth of this? You let me know. You put a comment in.
It's been a fun debate, though.
If you're still watching right now, you wait till this is posted. Put in a comment and let me know that you made it to the end of the full 4 hour stream. That's right. We're at right now. We're at 3 hours and 52 minutes.
Can I add just one quick comment?
Sure thing.
I guess a second quick comment, because that was technically a first one. So there is a difference. I think there's a reason why anorexia and transgenderism are treated differently, and I think it's where the results lie. It's that trying to promote an anorexic that they are actually
It's causing
fat.
them to die.
It would be causing them to harm themselves further. And it is the opposite when it comes to being transgender. It's not that because it's often framed as giving in to their delusion. It's accepting that they are either telling us they're masculine or feminine. They have these thoughts, and all of the available evidence so far shows that they have healthier outcomes. And so it's two different mental states with, I would say, two different outcomes.
All right. Carrying on, D's Newts says, First Offender, why should we let trans women invade women's spaces only? Women only spaces when women's only spaces are and always have been single sex spaces meant to exclude males, even males with gender dysphoria.
You can rest your pretty little head because the majority of sexual assaults that are occurring are literally cisgendered men. Transgender women are not sexually assaulting women. I mean, I suppose out of 300 million people in the United States, you may be able to find a handful of cases, but overwhelmingly it is cisgendered men. They are effectively of no threat to biological women. They just need somewhere to go to the bathroom. That's literally it.
All right, let's carry on. It's a shame that Jake had to duck out early because I would have
It's
backed.
wonderful that he had to duck out early. It was amazing.
I would have backed up on the.
I could
point.
just imagine him just with his hollow head just buoying on the water.
Okay, well, he's not here. Maybe I'll watch the end of this, but I just feel like
I don't like Jake. I don't like him. I think he's super bad faith. I don't like. I'm sorry.
I just anyway. I won't say anymore. It's just there could have been some really great back and forths here. So once again, hit the like button if you appreciate what you got out of our debate tonight. Thank you so much to Taylor. We got just a few more coming through. Josh Brooks says the specifics are specifically specific. Learn a new word. Specifics? What does that even mean? I don't know. Is it a typo? We'll never know. Sorry, Josh Brooks. We have to carry on. Thank you so much for your support. Chef Dylan says, DSM-5, you say, so it is a mental health disorder. Thank you, FA.
Holy shit, you're dumb. Whoever typed that, you're the dumbest dude on planet Earth. Bro, holy crap. Wow, you're dumb. Dude, I went through this entire spiel and you completely missed everything. You are actually like brain dead. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I know what to tell you there, Chef Dylan, is that, you got pure fire coming out of First Amender over here. So, let's see. Sarcastic Stick, is that how you go? Warlock? In Australia, PTSD is just called nationalism on account of their so-called nation being a dysgenic penal colony posing as a functional society. Ooh, Jake is not here, and I don't even know. Like, I do so many strange accents in D&D that I've come to forget sometimes what accent I'm doing. So
Save the tieflings. Okay.
yeah,
Enough geek jokes.
yeah, they're all dead. I'm so sorry. I made the wrong decisions. I attacked the wrong people. I don't play Baldur's Gate well, I guess. I tried. I really did. Anyway.
Decisions were made. Everything exploded.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know what to do at this point. But you know what? I saw a funny thing the other day. As a Star Wars nerd, this could drive a lot of people crazy, which is everybody really gets caught up on the fact that Luke and Leia kissed. Gross. That's some mountain crap right there. Nasty.
Pre-Game of Thrones.
Yeah, some backwater stuff, right? My brother's also my uncle's sister. Anyways, yeah, that was bad because obviously they didn't know where they were going. I downloaded Project 4K 77. It just came out like a year ago. It's the original uncut theatrical release of Star Wars 77. But anyway, the fun thing is that I found out is that apparently Rey is created out of Luke's hand that Darth Vader cuts off in Star Wars Episode 5, which means that she is technically female Luke. And that means that she is related to Leia. And also Kylo Ren. Anyway, sorry, they did it again, everybody. Star Wars and their issues. Anyway, well, I have to have a little slight every once in a while just to help diffuse everything. But yeah, nasty series, right? All right, Chef Dylan says, is Ryan avoiding my supers? Clearly not. I just read it, and First Amender said he thinks you're the nastiest scum in the world. He didn't hold back. All right, Captain Planet says, what was the medical community wrong? Was the medical community wrong when they considered lobotomy an effective treatment?
Yes, they were wrong. And so generally what happens is that you make modifications to it, and they've actually created additional scrutiny specifically because of that, which basically hardens the scientific venture. It is true that the scientific community can be wrong. And so when you have new evidence, you change the position in favor of that evidence.
All right. Everybody's content there.
Just
Let's carry
A
on.
lot of bad, outdated medical practices. The thing to get rid of bad science is just better science.
Or better science fiction, as I just established, right? Anyway.
Or fan fiction, like we were talking. Sounded a little bit at the end there of Star Wars.
Oh, well, I was going to say, anyway, I won't get into that. That's a true lore people know. Anyway, but yeah, my greatest recommendation, yeah, you got a VPN, head up Pirate Bay and get that original theatrical cut in 4K. Oh, it was very satisfying to watch as a nerd. Let's see. If genders are mind dependent, then they are not real.
Genders are mind dependent. They are not real. Therefore, PTSD is mind dependent. Therefore, it is not real. Neither is depression for that matter.
I think we might have gotten that one, actually. I'm just scrolling through here. I think that was one that I got when Jake was on his way out. So let's...
And I agree. They are mind dependent. We're going to find certain things, social situations, they're completely mind dependent. They are dependent on consciousness, really, us being conscious, feeling, thinking beings. It doesn't mean that, they aren't important to us. It just means that there's no objective basis. It is objective as if I were to say my favorite color is pink or teal or etc., etc., etc.
Well, let's carry on. Now, even Lord is also firing back very strongly. They say, if they say first bundle, you know what they're saying, right? Uh, First bundle
Yeah.
of sticks. You know what they're on about.
Can I
Yeah,
just
I know.
point out?
They're being a bit obtuse
Yeah.
here. Dares to mock someone else.
Yeah. Someone
Um,
with the intellectual depth of a wet paper towel can't even bother to type fast enough.
I think we know what you're trying to say there, and we're gonna move on. I just figured that maybe you want to make a mental note of that.
I just want to point out
This is what happens when someone gets their political education entirely from YouTube comment sections.
Oh boy. So go ahead there, Amy. We're gonna
No,
quickly
no, I
dash
just
through.
want to point out there is one very specific Lord, and he is Randy Marsh. Another callback to Matt and Trey.
I feel like a bit of a lord right now. I'm lording over for everybody and pushing us along. Taylor, this is from I Killed Earl. All right, so I'm gonna whack out a few of these right quick, just in case you do have to jet out there, Taylor. But I'm gonna dig through while you answer this. So I Killed Earl says Taylor doesn't realize that anorexia has the highest mortality rate of any mental illness. So if she thinks gender dysphoria and body dysphoria are the same thing, it isn't the gotcha she thinks it is.
There's no gotcha. The point is that there's no just the equivalence of feeling like reality does not align with a mental state. This is not how we deal with this. So as much as First Amender wants to say that PTSD and depression are all mental states, yes, they are. And it's crazy that his only examples are mental illnesses. He doesn't have any examples in the real life where we just affirm things that people think without any sort of necessary sufficient conditions, anything like that. There has to be. It didn't, whatever the anorexia comment, it has no bearing on the truth of the matter, which is that there's no proper definition. And again, I say that there's no great, reliable long-term
What about
study.
what
Wait, I'm
what
not
about
done.
names?
Great, reliable long-term studies of especially post-operative people that are not just self-reported happiness. So talk to me in like 30 years when there's actual data on this stuff, and we'll see how.
Yeah, do you ever affirm anything at face value? What's my name?
This is the dumbest. That's
What's my name?
I don't actually know your name, but
Oh, well, but you could see the username.
it doesn't matter. That's not the same
My
thing.
name's First Amender.
It has no
Do you
bearing
need
on
do you need my birth
society. It has
certificate to
nothing.
show that I'm First Amender? Does everybody you meet need to be named?
The
You need
point
to
of
provide
it is that you
what
can
about
tell me your
parental
name,
identity?
and I
What
can
about your
falsify
religious
it. I
identity?
can
What
prove
about
it.
citizenship
I could
and your
if I
national
wanted to,
identity?
and you
What
One
about
second,
mental
one
health
second,
and
First Amendment.
neurodivergent?
First Amendment, we hear
What about
you.
titles and roles?
First Amendment, we can hear you. We
Oh
can't hear
my
Taylor.
God.
1 second.
Just
Actually
because
brain rotted. They
Just-
they don't even think.
We
they can't
have
think.
we have heard your point though. Just to be fair, so let's let Taylor have her.
if you tell
say.
me what your name is, there are steps I can take to verify your name.
There are tons
Yes
of
or
things
no?
in everyday
1
life that are affirmed at
second.
face value without
And just
requiring
because
proof.
I am tricked
Kindly asking
by
you there,
somebody,
buddy.
just
Please.
because I'm tricked by somebody's appearance does not make it truth. And you know this. It's like the simplest argument. If I walk around on Halloween and think that everybody's an X, Y, or Z, that doesn't mean that they are that, right? We're talking about the truth of the matter. That's what we're getting on. So, no.
How do I know your name's Taylor again?
You can look at my birth certificate and we can prove it. Thank you. There are many things we can do.
Again, I
There
don't
are
need your birth
prerequisites for
certificate.
these
I
things.
just take
You
your
don't
word
want it
for
because
it.
you don't
We
care
do
about the
have to
truth.
move on, guys. We got so many. Well, you don't have so many questions, but we only can get through so many at the rate we're going. Kokomo says, "I feel 2 + 2 = 5. Please affirm my feeling."
Sure. So that is, I mean, the great 1984 trying to convince 2 + 2 = 5. I do not think that we are trying to bend logic, science, reality. I believe this is a very specific thing, which is to say a social phenomena of people not having their gender, the way they feel, just not match their sex. And so I don't want people to again have to deny reality, which is really what I think
All right.
Winston was trying to get at with the 2 + 2 = 5.
Fair enough. Even Lord, as you know, who's your new best friend there, First Amender. That's obviously said with with maximum sarcasm. Even Lord says Algerian male had done that in the Paris Olympics. So what is this about?
I don't know what you're
Must have
referring to.
It must have been at a certain point in the conversation. Even Lord, the context is completely missing at this point. You can put it in live chat or super chat, and maybe we'll get some context. Robin Webster says they test women for hormone levels. This must have been during when you guys having the conversation about sports. So they test women for hormone levels.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I simply point out that there are people that possess greater levels of testosterone naturally. And it's like situations like that I kind of reconsider, like whether or not it's even moral to do that, I guess, in certain cases. That's all.
They say, sorry, I gotta turn my mic preamp up. Chef Dillon says, another positive claim. Prove it. Flat. First Amender.
Another positive claim of what?
This was back. I don't know. Like I said, this is
Yeah,
the
I made
context is
lots
missing,
of positive
guys.
claims, but I have lots of proof to all sorts of things. Everything that I have said is empirically verified.
If you guys put in a super chat with no context, yeah, we'll take it as a thanks for supporting the channel. We appreciate it, but we really don't have anything to rock off of here. So we're gonna carry on, and it's up to you if you want to try to clarify. Honestly, Amy has earned my usage of her pronouns. Well, I'm sure it's a great privilege, Chef Dillon.
I am sending that love again right back.
You hear it. You are a treasure, as Amy is as Amy has made this declaration. Yes, that's so nice to hear. I don't know. I was actually being
Thank
kind of
you so very
sarcastic a
much.
bit, like it's like when somebody says to me. Sometimes they're like, "Oh, you're such a great guitar player," and I know they're kind of a crummy person. I'm like, I don't know.
I'm
I don't
gonna
know, Chef
assume
Dillon.
that
You've
they
been
were
kind of
being
combative,
honest.
right? Yeah, I'm gonna assume too. Come on, we'll have fun. I feel like he might be doing the backhand here, Chef Dillon, based on some of your priors here. Don't mind me. I'm just having fun with you. I got to pick a little bit. Your conduct is respectable. Thank you, ma'am. I hope Ryan doesn't act soft on my previous chats. J.K. Ryan. I was gonna say, I guess I was being kind of a dink right there. So no worries on me being soft.
No, and if I could just say, I want to send an olive branch out. Although I am liberal, I do have very centrist, moderate vibes. I always like compromises, and so I'm just sending love back out to my conservative brothers and sisters. Honored to be part of the conversation.
Awesome. Well, we're honored to have you, as well as First Amender Jay Taylor. We really appreciate a whole lot of you guys coming out and having the discussion. We're almost to the end. We also appreciate you as well, Jeff Dillon, for having the super chat there. As much as I might have been just jeering a little bit there, we do appreciate everybody, and hope you're having fun. We like having fun with you guys too. Jeff Dillon comes back with another one, swinging strong, saying trans men aren't in vogue. Why aren't they as precious? What's going on?
And
Because of the propaganda that you've been fed.
yep, I would actually say it really does seem to lean about 50-50, but the pressure, and I would say more the media attention is on transgender women, and so I think that is where most of the conversation tends to lead.
All right. Let's see. I thought we read this one maybe. Is Taylor saying that you don't have PTSD unless you are diagnosed? Certainly you can not say that you have it, but the reality is that you do. No, we did not get that one yet. So that's from Cindy Bunbury.
Let's say the question again is that you can have PTSD even if you're not diagnosed?
No, is Taylor saying that you don't have PTSD unless you are diagnosed?
No, you can have you will have PTSD, and you can also be diagnosed in order to receive treatment.
Even Lord,
Went way overhead. Love it.
at some point, even Lord appreciated the energy and said, "First offender."
Because you can have symptoms and activities, right? Like there's things that I can point to, right? You can go through a traumatic event, you can have nightmares, you can wake up. Like there's objective proof that you can suffer from something.
Yeah,
right?
like gender dysphoria, right?
Right, like you can feel, and then you should go get treatment for that. Like we're all in agreement that that is something that you should get treatment for. There's no incongruence there. I don't understand.
Yeah. And what's that called?
What, getting treatment for?
Gender affirming care.
No, not in the way
It's
that you
literally
are
what that
understanding
is.
it. No, affirming the
You have
delusion,
no
not
idea,
gender
once
affirming care.
again,
Gender,
what
I'm
you
not
are talking about.
affirming the gender. That's not the care I'm talking about.
That's
I'm talking
literally what
about
that
showing
is.
somebody why they're not. Reality is
This is,
reality.
again, you exhibiting your ignorance on this topic.
All right. Let's ask the last two. Well, we have three technically, but there's not going to be a whole lot of engagement with one of them. So one of them was from Even Lord. He says, "First offender, I love the misogynistic energy." I think once again they're just trying to get under your skin. I wouldn't give that too much thought. Even Lord, we appreciate the super chat. It's a $2 super chat. We gotta just move on. But once again, we appreciate all of your interactions, even your digs. Chef Dylan says, "Amy is more mentally stable than first amender. I really don't know what to do with that info." So, Jeff, you're not going to turn these two against each other. They're working together
No,
so fine,
she's just
like a fine
very
oiled machine.
friendly. And my style is I like to rip people apart when they clearly show a great deal of ignorance and zero desire to learn or understand anything. And they make money online by being hateful to other people. They peddle the same propaganda that all of these other right-wing pundits do, and every single person that agrees with them is hook, line, and sinker. And I'm tired of pretending as if that it's okay.
Where's
And
this
I
money you're talking about? I don't get any money.
There we
That
go.
sounds-
You guys can unmute yourselves again. Sorry.
Maybe
I
not
changed
you,
that earlier.
but definitely a lot of people on your side make lots of money doing this.
Okay, so what?
Yeah, it literally is denying the existence of people for money.
No one's denying people.
It's a shitty thing to do.
It's shitty to be not living in reality and convince other people that their delusions are true.
I'm sure. And the entire medical basis disagrees
Entire.
with
These are
you.
words. You should be careful with your words. Entire is a very
You
big
will be the flat earther in a few years.
We'll check in a few years.
All right. Well, we have just a couple more like their comments. Even Lord is coming in to clarify. He says, "My super chat about the Paris Olympics was that a biological male dominated the female fighting division and won gold. They beat a female so bad that they won in less than 37 seconds." All right. What's the case there?
I mean, I think there was like a single case of this, but there are plenty of trans women that did compete and did not win. These things do happen, and now, I mean, there's currently forced positions where they basically can't fight at all. I personally just believe that trans people ought to be included, and given that there exists
10 seconds.
females that have excess amounts of testosterone, they have the same advantage as trans women. They can compete, so why not?
Thank you so much. Chef Dylan said, just a comment, said, "Thank you, Ryan. I was impatient." No worries. You're doing you, and you're the best you that you can be there, Chef Dylan. We appreciate you. For $20, they said, "Set me up with my first debate against first amender, Ryan." All right. Well, Chef
Snap.
Dylan, I'm not sure if you're on Discord, if you're on a Modern Day Debate Discord, you can find me. It's Ryan Light and Shade. That's the name of my band. I'll put myself in the live chat, and you can send me a message there. But let's see, is there any other things that I may have forgotten? GJM PTW says, "My question is, can a man..." I know, we're only doing super chats. I'm so sorry. We can't take any of the live chat. Sorry, I thought I may have missed one. Yeah, let's put a bow on this conversation, everybody. We've gone so long. Thank you to the panel for being amazing and having the discussion. We're going to do a really quick closing statement for each speaker. Just a quick, pithy 30 seconds where everybody can find you and your thoughts on the discussion. So, let us start with you, Taylor, there. I usually go in the reverse order, so I'll just ask you to unmute there. 30 seconds on the floor where everybody can find you and your thoughts on the discussion tonight. If we can keep it quick, we'll get you
Sure,
all out
I
of
would
here.
just say my opponents have not given any concise or based in reality definition of what a woman is, what a man is. Thus, we cannot affirm such identities. I would really encourage my opponents, particularly First Amendment, to really be prudent in how they read studies, and just think about the consequences of irreversible surgeries on people, irreversible medications. You call me hateful, whatever. I actually care about people and their mental health, and I feel like this is just a harmful ideology. I think these people are suffering with comorbidity of other illnesses. So, just try to look at it from another lens. But thanks, guys, for having me.
Awesome. Even Lord, I meant what I said in the chat. I'll spot you a freebie next time. Just try to remind me. We'll hand it over to Amy to give your final thoughts on the discussion and where everybody can
Thank you
find you.
so very much again, Ryan. You can find me at youtube.com/Amy Newman along with my co-host James W. We host mostly skeptic content, but we do get into some political topics. I do think that we should affirm trans identities. I think that it is not only mentally healthy, I think that it is the morally right thing to do, especially since it is not a biological issue. It's not that we're saying that people change their chromosomes. It's not that we defy biology or don't accept science. It's that gender as a social phenomena, transgender individuals tend to have a gender that does not match their biological sex. And I think it behooves us as a society to accept LGBTQ people and especially be proud of them in Western society. I do, however, I want to thank Ryan for hosting us, James, and the entire modern day debate community, the chat. I want to thank First Amender. Thank you so much for being my partner, as well as Taylor and Jake for having the conversation. It was lovely.
Well, it was a pleasure to host you. Jeff Dillon, he
Did I get
called
a
in, says,
conclusion?
we'll get a conclusion, of course, for you, First Amender. Jeff Dillon says, Ryan, you called me a crummy person. Wild, false. You definitely acted dinky, judgmental. Well, I'm sorry, Jeff Dillon. I don't know who's being a dink right now, but anyway, no, I'm just joking with you. I really do appreciate, all the engagements and all the pushing that you did in the chat. Obviously, I was just trying to have fun, buddy. Don't get so upset. I'll send you that old modern day debate handkerchief if you need it for the tears. If you get all wilding on me. All right. First Amender. I don't think that's actually happening, Jeff Dillon. But First Amender, 30 seconds on the floor. Thanks for such a lively discussion. We really appreciate having you here at Modern Day Debate. It's all yours.
You can call yourself Lord as a joke, but trans people aren't asking for a title. They're asking to live. Affirming their identity reduces suicide, depression, and anxiety. Every major medical body supports it because it saves lives, not because it's trendy. You scoff at self-reporting, so every pain scale at a hospital. You call it political? Trans people have existed across cultures for centuries. If affirming someone costs you nothing, but refusing to could cost them everything, what kind of person chooses harm? This isn't about pronouns. It's about decency, compassion, and evidence. My name is First Amender, and you can find me on youtube.com/@First Amender.
All right. And I would encourage our audience, if you have the stamina, if you have the means, if you enjoy what you're seeing on screen right now.
I will be taking calls after this.
First Amender will be taking calls after on his channel, and Amy is also going to be doing an after show. I don't know if they're going to, link up somehow and maybe be able to work together on that one. But that's what we're all about here at Modern Day Debate. Is we're trying to link up communities of people so that they can work together to make better arguments. And just try to move us towards a more logical way of doing things. And of course, Taylor, if you're, I think Taylor's in my camp right now. We're gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to sleep. These other fellas, I don't know what kind of juice they're on, but thanks everybody
I
for
drink
hanging
coffee.
out. I guess you do. Anyway, the good kind for sure. Thanks everybody. I was scrolling through the live chat there. You can see it on the screen there. I'm going to take it off. We appreciate it. Hit the like if you haven't already. And you're hanging out. I'm sure most of you have already. You guys are the best. And we're going to see you next Saturday at the very least. Maybe if I hear something back from some people that will want to do some debate, I'll get something organized. It's a really good time to be getting on Modern Day Debate. We're trying to get a lot of new topics. And even this, though, tonight, this was a huge success. Like I say, a huge virtual round of applause for First Amender, Amy Newman, Taylor. We'll see you next time at Modern Day Debate. I'm going to close it out right there. And then thanks, everyone. See you next time.